Ladies and gentlemen, to KeSPA Cup 2024. I'm Atlas. I am joined by Wolf here as we're ready to get into day number 1. And it's been a while since we've done this, Wolf. How you been? Like, what's been going on?
It's crazy. I mean, look, the first time I cast League of Legends with you was like 3 years ago, almost on the day for KeSPA Cup in 2021. And back then we had only 2 teams coming in with their main rosters for LCK. It was at the time Damwon, Kia, and Nongshim Red Force. So this tournament feels kind of similar because we have a bunch of new rosters. The off-season is over. But at the same time, not all of those rosters are going to be fully represented here within the KeSPA Cup. So you're going to have a bit of a mix of Challengers players and the LCK rosters as well.
Yeah, it's basically how every KeSPA Cup kind of works. It's about how the Stove League has gone for all of these teams, and also how much of it we're actually going to see. Because, look, we don't want to tell you guys that we're going to be seeing the brand new rosters, because we're not. We're going to be seeing a mix of a lot of different players from a lot of these teams. But there's a lot of players that I think a lot of people are excited to see, and a lot of these teams are looking very, very strong coming into this season.
And so just to give you guys kind of an overview and an idea, we'll have some graphics that explain a little bit more in detail. There are 2 groups, and they'll be played through a round-robin system at the very beginning. So we're going to have these really, really long days of best-of-1. So today and tomorrow is going to be 8 days. Today is Group A. Tomorrow is Group B. So we're really going to get an idea of what the teams think is strong on the live patch right now, because we are playing on 14.23. A patch that we're not going to be seeing, obviously, when LCK Cup starts in a few weeks' time. So you can see this is the schedule. We start today. Obviously, our finals will be on December 8th, and the round of 4 and the finals will be offline in the B space. But everything else here, the group stage and the Swiss interstage, is all online.
Yep. So we're just going to be here taking you guys through it, and the players will be at home. But this first stage, like you say, 8 best-of-1s each day for our first couple of days, and that is going to give us a lot of League of Legends to work with and see which teams are going to be the best from each group. And there's been a little bit of talk about this tournament online as well, Wolf, and people do say that there might be a little bit of a skew when it comes to which group is going to be the strongest. The one coming up tomorrow is looking to be pretty devastating with both, DK as well as T1 and Gen.G all in that same group.
That's right.
And this group is a little bit more on the Giga Chad side of things.
It definitely is a little bit more on the Giga Chad side of things. It's also a group that I think might end up being more competitive and more interesting as a result, because it isn't as lopsided in terms of the teams playing. Here's some events that are going on here in Korea. If you're in Korea, there's basically $10,000 or 10 million won worth of prizes here with Naver Pay points. So if you're in Korea, you connect your Naver Pay. There's a streamer event there. It's going on for these 8 days. That's what all this says. If you're watching the global stream here with us, this probably doesn't really apply to you. But if you do have a Naver account and you have Naver Pay, get in there.
Yep, basically, Wolf is saying this for all of the people that don't speak Korean that are traveling to Korea. However, if you are watching this broadcast from Korea, it's likely you understand what this says. So, lots of money up for grabs, but unfortunately, if you are just, at home and not in Korea, it's not going to be something all that relevant to you. Still, very, very cool stuff, as well as we saw on the previous slide, a whole bunch of prize money up for grabs for all of these teams and players. Of course, MVP picking up $2,000 ain't too bad at all.
Yeah, not to mention, of course, getting your name out there, maybe securing yourself a starting spot in the Challengers team, or even potentially putting your name forward to be a sub moving into LCK Cup or the LCK with the new format that we have for 2025. So it's a big deal, I think, for a lot of these players. The money would be nice to pick up, but I think a lot of it is about pride and proving yourself, getting warmed up for what is going to be a pretty grueling 2025 with LCK Cup. Obviously, with MSI, EWC, etc., it's going to be a big year for League of Legends. There's going to be a lot going on.
Absolutely, and there's also, Fearless Draft to contend with as well. We don't have that for this tournament. It is just going to be good old League of Legends as we have been used to, so don't need to worry about that. However, getting a lot of practice on a lot of different champions is going to be really important. So I'm hoping that means we see a lot of eclectic picks, a lot of different stuff, just because teams are going to have to, learn a bunch of new stuff. It's not just play Corki every game,
Exactly. Now, let's look at Group B here, because Group B is pretty stacked. Not only do they have T1, Gen.G, and Hanwha Life eSports, which has some high-profile players, again, depending on who starts, but they have D+, who actually is fielding their main roster, as well as Nongshim, who is, for the most part, fielding their main roster. And Nongshim's roster is really upgraded going into this season. So I feel like when you stack up Group B compared to Group A, it definitely does feel like by far the stronger group. Group A, though, again, like I said, a little bit more competitive. And the Chinese Taipei roster also looking very strong. Has a lot of players who are very experienced, who've been to Worlds before.
Yeah.
Some of the oldest players that you'll see playing in this tournament are on that roster. So weirdly enough, I kind of feel like they actually have a good edge here going into Group A.
I'm actually really scared of that team in the context of the group that they're in. Having seen, the rosters that we do have for a lot of these teams moving into Group A, I think that, Maple and the boys probably going to be able to get something done in that one. But let's have a look at today's matchups first. It is going to be BNK FearX taking on DRX. KDF against Chinese Taipei. So the first team to go up against this, what feels like a, APAC super team. It's kind of terrifying.
Yeah.
And so we'll see how KDF actually do there. Of course, their roster is certainly... It's a bit of a far cry from what we might be seeing next year. Let's just say that.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit different for them. Obviously, B&K, similar story. And these are, again, only parts of the rosters that you'll be seeing for them in LCK Cup and LCK. But a lot of the talent that we have seen, in the LCK and throughout Challengers over the last few years, while we've been doing a lot of English coverage of it, Chronicler co-streaming it, us co-streaming it, and officially casting it 2 years ago. So some of these players, we're very familiar with. Some of these players we have seen before, but we're looking forward to kind of acquainting ourselves with. So it's going to be exciting to see. So as you guys can see here, it's 1 p.m. KST in about 3 minutes time. That's when our first match starts. Our last match is scheduled to start at 9:45 p.m. KST. So we basically have allotted an hour and 15 minutes for each one of these matches. So it's going to be a long day. So if you want to take a break, at some point, come back. We'll still be here.
Yeah, exactly right. So if there's anything you need to get done, don't worry. There is going to be plenty of League of Legends for you to enjoy here for the KeSPA Cup. But we're going to be starting off with DRX taking on BNK FearX. And as you can see, it's not exactly the DRX that we were expecting. However, these are a lot of very familiar names.
Yeah, the only player that I think a lot of people might not be familiar with in this list, just based on LCK alone, is LazyFeel, who's actually a Vietnamese player. So LazyFeel is actually Vietnamese. He's been playing with DRX on their academy team for about a year now. He joined in January 2024. So it's really exciting to see a Vietnamese player be this close to actually potentially even playing in Challenger League. And then if he can work his way up, maybe even finding his way into the LCK, because we haven't really had a foreigner play in the LCK. And he's one of the up and rising stars. He's 17 years old, so he's incredibly young and has a long career ahead of him potentially.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, Reckless couldn't quite make it into the LCK. Maybe LazyFeel is going to be the one that gets there. But of course, it is a little bit different playing in KeSPA Cup and playing in the LCK. But this is going to give us an idea as to how he is going to be performing. So DRX definitely a fun team. And of course, Frog, Sponge, Yehu, and Pleta. Pleta, of course, Orcs' favorite player in the universe. And we all love Frog and Sponge because they have some of the best names.
Yeah, it's somewhat controversial, I think, to a lot of people that Pleta is not on DRX's official starting lineup for the LCK for next year. So we'll see if because he's replaced by Andil, in fact. So we'll see if he ends up earning his spot here through the KeSPA Cup. And now on the other side here for B&K, a lot of players that you might be familiar with, like Envy and Career. Envy obviously playing in the LCK very recently for Bro. Career has played a ton in Challengers. And then Daystar playing, obviously, in Challengers as well last season with Soboro. Bonnie playing on FPX's Challenger team, or as a sub for FPX, actually, in China. And then was on KT Rollster for the last time you and I were casting KeSPA Cup together.
Yeah, it's been a long time. And when Bonnie's name sort of cropped back up again, I was like, wow, where has he been? And you promptly informed me that he was over in China, but just didn't actually get all that much time to play. So very, very cool stuff. And I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to get out of both B&K and DRX. I think DRX probably a little bit more of a known quantity moving into this one. Like 4 of these players have been playing together for quite some time, or at least did for a while. And so I think that might give them the edge. But,
sure,
that you can always throw some curveballs here, and we never really understand how the form of these teams is going to be. It's KeSPA Cup, after all.
I'm trying to remember who was the top laner on that KT Rollster back in 2021 with Bonnie there, because I think it was Yukal was playing mid at that KeSPA Cup, and the bottom lane was Noah and Rebel.
It might have even been no, it couldn't have been Kingen, right? Because he was ready to win some Worlds the year afterwards, so he was already playing in the LCK.
Yeah, I don't remember who it was, but anyway, someone will tweet at us.
I'm sure someone will let us know.
Yeah, but that was a really interesting KT roster back then. This roster, obviously, rough around the edges, right? Kind of newly reformed. And, you know, B&K having Bonnie on the team after being in China for so long, he's probably excited to get back to Korea and play with a Korean-speaking roster again. And as a starter here, at least for this tournament, because he was a sub for FPX. But it looks like we are jumping into draft right away here, Atlas.
Yep, we are ready to go. Let's dive in and see what is going to be picked up and taken away. Already, Kalista and Corki are going to be taken off the board. We need to let you guys know, of course, it is 14.23. A lot has changed since the last competitive League of Legends that I was involved in. And so we're very much looking forward to learning a whole bunch about how things have changed.
Every single AD carry player right now is spamming Corki games. He seems to be incredibly powerful at the moment. I've been abusing him in my games as well. They reduced a lot of his mana costs, and his Valkyrie scales a little bit better now, so it's pretty relevant changes to him, but you know, the only picks that can really contend with him in the bottom lane are those strong picks like the Kalista, so it makes sense you'd see the Kalista ban first, the Corki follows. Yone is still incredibly strong, not a surprise to see that one taken away. The Sejuani, so incredibly powerful. Setup engage. I think Ashe might be the AD carry we're looking at here as a potential first B1 pick here for DRX if it's left open.
Yeah, is Ambessa going to be picked?
That's the other question, because, you know, as to my knowledge, Ambessa is available, and everyone is playing her in solo queue. The solo queue win rates, you know, the higher up you go, are like above 52%, so still very strong pick, obviously, but I don't know if it's first pickable in Pro, but we'll find out. That's what kind of this tournament is exciting for me to see with this new champion on the Rift, how commonly picked and how prioritized she's going to be.
All right, there's a bit of a TFT ban there. Vi at the moment is completely broken in that video game, but she's still going to be taken away here, of course. Still, Aurora, I guess, like, not a whole lot has actually changed. Maybe it is just, like, Aurora is still busted, and of course, she is. And so we're considering that at the moment on DRX's side of things. I think it does suit Yehu a lot as far as his playstyle in general, but Frog could also be playing that because Frog's kind of crazy. Yeah,
Frog is crazy and still viable top for sure. The counter to this, though, it's not easy to, because of the flexibility that you just mentioned, it's not easy to just grab a counter pick here for mid right now. Orianna has been changed and buffed a little bit over the last few patches, so something that we could potentially see here, but a safe pick like the Cassante is very strong, and it's Challengers players, so
and also, like, so since Worlds as well, Cassante has gone through like another 15 walls of text. I didn't read them. I've just watched Cassante's be a little bit broken.
He's very strong. His numbers are still high. His resistances are still a problem. Now, Envy is known to play Varus, right? Varus is very strong in general right now. Picking it over the Ashe is interesting, but Envy not necessarily known to be a very strong Ashe player as well, so maybe sticking to a little bit of comfort here with this Varus pick first.
Yep, definitely is one of his more favorite champions, and is something that has been pretty strong over the last few patches anyway, so I think that's totally fine. DRX, where are we going, guys? What's happening here? They might be making up their mind as far as who wants to be taking on Cassante. Locking in a top lane, it does mean that we will have some sort of idea as to where Aurora is going. But
like
DRX,
Ashe.
DRX is also a blue team. Feels very Freljordian in vibe, you know, the color blue. So maybe we'll get a Nivea.
Could be. You know, when you look at the solo queue stats at Lazy Feel, he's been spamming only Corki and Varus. The Varus is taken away. And so I'm just thinking, you know, Ashe is a very, very strong pick right now in this meta. Nocturne also incredibly strong at the moment and works really well with Ashe and with the Aurora they already have locked in. So kind of early to lock this, I feel, but still a very strong pick. And, you know, we'll see how heavily these teams are prioritizing it right now. It might just be you got to lock this one in before the second phase or gets banned every time. This gives Bonnie a chance to respond, but he's actually going to take, they're going to take the Renata here instead into this Ashe.
Feels like a very strong bottom lane. DRX, of course, still with their support to pick, so B&K with opportunities to ban away certain counterpick options into this, and there are certainly some range supports that can make Renata's life a little bit harder. So I think this is kind of cool that B&K have done this. Blitzcrank maybe going to get banned away, of course. It's Pletter after all. But instead, the Jack's going to be taken off the board, putting a little bit of money on the fact that the Aurora is heading into that mid lane. Of course, we mentioned already, Yahoo certainly fits his wheelhouse as far as the champions he likes to play.
Absolutely. He loves these types of mages. He's a really good play player. I almost called him a Yahoo player because I associate the champs together.
Me too.
Swain also has been...
Is that Swain teased from Arcane?
he's very commonly played right now in mid, and we're seeing a little bit more of these long-range 80 carries with really strong front lines, and Swain kind of becomes the second front line in the composition of what BNK have put together here, where you have the Cassante, you have that ulting Swain, and then Varus just does bajillions of damage behind. They have the anti-dive already with the Renata, so I like that ban. Nico, take away some more engage power, because it's basically right now dive versus frontline and this Varus, so they already have the Renata, they took away the Nico, the Jax is gone. I really like BNK's line of thinking here.
Yep, they're going to be taking away the Xin Zhao as well, of course. Bonnie not going to be able to go for that early game powerhouse up against Nocturne that does just want to try and hit level 6 as fast as he possibly can. Doesn't really duel into a Xin all that nicely either, so we like to see that. Viego fits that bill, though, if they would like to head in that direction. Gives them a lot of damage. Not a massive amount of frontline with just Cassante there, but Cassante kind of does everything and does it extraordinarily well. And you can use the peel of the Renata relatively effectively. So I wonder what Daystar is going to be heading towards with a Viego next to him.
That's a really good question. I mean, it doesn't really make sense to go for something like an Ahri here, because the draft just doesn't really suit the following up for that very well. I mean, you can with the Varus a little bit here. Looks like we're going to see the bottom lane Seraphine, which is going to help push against this Renata, so that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
Ambessa, come on, Frog. Come on, Frog. You could get the free counter pick at a Cassante, or we could just have tanks and dashes forever.
And you get the free internet points, you know, for picking the cool new champion.
It's okay. We'll see it later, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. Keen's going to be playing tomorrow
Silas, with the Gnar pick, this kind of becomes such a no-brainer.
Oh, God, with Encore as well.
Yeah.
And turn the lights off, and Arrow, and Big Circle. Oh, my God.
Honestly, yeah, we really do have 5 fantastic ultimates for Daystar to steal here.
Yeah, he just auto-casts it on whatever's in front of him, and he's winning.
I think that it will be a little bit of a tricky matchup individually into the Aurora, but considering they have a Viego in the early levels to actually help out with that, whereas Sponge is just going to be trying to rush level 6 and won't be very relevant until then. I think there's definitely a window here for Daystar to get through that laning phase and then be a really big powerhouse for some of those early objective fights. Having things like the ability to Gnar instantly on command, moving into a grub fight, for example, will be pretty huge. The anti-dive they have with this Renata feels very nice as well. So DRX are really going to have to finesse these fights, especially when it comes to moving on to like second, third dragon. They have a lot of great tools here, but the setup is important, and controlling those lanes and controlling the vision around those objectives is going to be really big. Again, remember though, DRX on paper the stronger roster. They have a lot more experience together, so I don't want to read too much into our very first draft here at KeSPA Cup 2024.
Yeah, I don't want to either, but I felt like BNK's draft was entirely doomed after the first 3 picks, and now I'm like, this Silas really rounds things out nicely.
Yeah.
Especially if we get into some early skirmishes where I think that Viego and Silas really could start to pop off. And DRX are a slow starting composition, right? Like, or you already mentioned, Nocturne's not going to be doing too much. Ashe Seraphine, terrifying lane. That is going to be a whole lot of power. But outside of that, I think that, you know, Sponge isn't going to be helping. So if they overload bottom side of the map, it could mean that DRX aren't quite able to leverage their strong point and then can just fall behind. And then Daystar really, in the mid to late game, will be so scary. And Cassante's Cassante. So
I think Bonnie has the biggest role to play in this game out of all these 10 players. Like, I think he's really going to have to deal with the fact that they have a losing lane top. If Frog plays it well, he's got the range advantage. He can space it out. They have a really strong lane in bottom lane. And then Aurora versus Silas should be fairly easy to pilot. The only big issue is that Sponge isn't necessarily going to be relevant early. So if Bonnie can somehow find a way to punish some of these lanes, or at least give them one strong foothold on the map, whether that's top lane or trying to shore up the bottom lane pressure, then I think BNK will have a good chance here. But Bonnie is going to have to do a lot.
Yeah, I would agree. Do you think that Bonnie kind of looks like Flash, by the way?
Yeah, he does.
He really, like...
he really
I was, like, looking at the picture, I'm like, why did they have a picture of young Flash? Like, this is so weird. And he started on KT as well.
I
like,
know.
What the hell's going on here, man? Is it his son?
It could be his brother that we don't know about.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm hyped for KeSPA. This is the vibe we're going to have for this stream, by the way, guys. We're not going to ultra-professional you guys, especially for these first few days.
We would never do that to you.
No.
Don't you worry. But here we are. We're under the rift for game number 1. Sponge
Also,
already playing the best skin, so we're winning.
Did you see Envy's profile picture?
No.
It looks like a big update, man. He had a tan going on.
Whoa.
He was looking good.
Tanning's starting to come in
Yeah.
here in Korea. You know, my wife's been doing it a little bit. Like, it's crazy. It used to be, you know, the fairer skinned you are, the better. So everyone's, you know, using umbrellas in the sunshine. But now we're changing. Things are moving, and it's fun. All right, Korea going to be moving over towards the mid lane because we got a lane swap.
Yep.
It's
still a thing.
It is still a thing, and it's only going to remain a thing from what I've sort of seen with some of the changes that have been happening. It's just a little bit. We're just going to have to get used to it. I think it's fine.
Especially with a new objective, getting that lane, the one that you want to win, into a better spot almost encourages it more.
Yep.
We don't see any unusual runes here that I can see at first glance. Pretty standard. Lethal tempo back here for Envy. And
Lazy
everything's
Feel also doing it.
Yep.
It does mean that Envy isn't going to be playing his preferred Varus. He does love Lethality Varus. It's been one of his most successful playstyles. Him on the more auto-attack based Varus hasn't been where he's found a lot of his success on this champion. So we'll just see how he does go. Of course, it is the way to play it at this point in time, but just doesn't feel very Envy. This doesn't feel very fun.
Like I said, this early game is going to be really tough to play out for the Sylas, just obviously because there's so much easy spacing you can do with the weirding. You can poke a little bit. Frog's going to TP back up the top lane. It was only solo pushing Envy there, as they did have Career kind of stemming off the pressure here, stemming off the pressure mid. Career got some extra experience as well, does have level 2, but it's not like he accomplished a whole lot, just gave some extra experience to Envy there, who is now crashing that wave into Frog. They got his TP, and we'll see when they decide to swap this back, because Sobro, of course, does still have his teleport. It's just they tried to, as best as they could, avoid those first few levels here with Lazy Feel and Pleta with a super oppressive Seraphine lane, and that means Sobro is just going to take the brunt of it, but he actually has a significant lead here in farm.
Yeah.
Because Frog had to come down here, didn't get too much done in the TP top.
Yep, Envy is putting on a lot of pressure there towards that top side. And in fact, Varus has been a decent matchup into Gnar for quite some time. I think it was the LEC that was bringing the Varus top lane sort of into the mix.
Yeah.
And this was one of the matchups that it did do relatively well into. I think we've even seen it in the LCK in years past be something that has been some hidden tech. So it's kind of cute that they're able to utilize that. Sponge moving down towards this bottom side, wanting to get a little bit of pressure down. Don't know whether it's going to be diveable, but right now, DRX with so much control, it should be absolutely fine no matter what Sponge does. So right now, just going to be going back home, even in farm as far as the jungle is concerned, but just wants to get those next couple of levels.
It's kind of cool to see the Renata in this lane with the Cassante, too, when you consider how powerful Bailout could be during a dive with the turret ramp damage being as high as it is. If Cassante gets revived, with all of his resistances under a turret, the dive is just not going to go off. Obviously, Handshake can be a pretty good deterrent as well. But Daystar is really struggling here into Yehu in this early matchup and hasn't had any pressure relieved by Bonnie, who was just kind of counter-jungling and had a bit of vertical jungling between him and Sponge. They're both even in farm, but Daystar has really just taken the brunt of the damage.
And this is the worry, right? I think how well Daystar sort of kept himself in it was going to be really important, as he's almost just dead. That was, If there was Ignite in this lane, he's just straight up dead.
He just dies there.
Oh, Plate just doomed?
Yeah, that's unlucky. I think he probably could have stayed for that one, but wanted to get the back timing where he had it. So we do see a swap back for Envy to the bottom lane. Sobro actually walked top, so didn't have to use his teleports. That's a big win for them. With the back timing of the bottom lane, they're going to try to sneak this early dragon here. And with Sponge being level 5, I think they will just get away with it. Career has done so much here. It's just extra utility.
I mean, Sponge is roaming over. I don't know whether he'll be able to quite get in there in time. Down to 500. In fact, he flashes in. Fear going to go off, though, and are they just going to pay the price for it? Envy looking to try and defend. As now Sponge diving on top of the Varus. Oh, beat drops! And Envy does not, because they just don't have enough damage at this point in the game. That still was exciting.
Yeah, that was about as close as it gets for BNK, but they actually pull it off. That go over there with the extra Renata damage, feel confident that with Viego's damage as well, they can rush that dragon out. The back timing really unfortunate for Lazy Feel and Pleta. Just gets sneaked right out from under them, and they get over there. Sponge goes in for the flash attempt to take it away, but is unfortunately like half a second too late to actually try to go for the steal. Tries to set up the fight off of the flash. Meanwhile,
Chains Corruption does go down. Lazy Feel is going to be able to break those, but now Pleta's going to get flashed on. He paints it, and Career is dead. Trying to get bailed out, but it's not going to work. Oh my God, Pleta is actually the GOAT.
Yeah.
It's confirmed all over again.
Always confirm that extra shielding just going to keep him alive. The bait was real. He's like, oh, you can't kill me. Or he's like, oh, you can kill me maybe. And then just outplays him there. And then the bailout is not going to do anything with no kill confirmed. So First Blood does go over the Ash, and at the top side of the map at the same time, DRX are going to be able to get these grubs. So even though B&K got the first dragon very early, they weren't able to turn it into double objectives.
Oh, Daystar going aggressive here, as we can see Korea making his way over. Just throws a bailout down, doesn't really do too much more. So Yehu is going to be absolutely fine. Let's have a look at this one more time. As, man, it must feel terrible here for B&K, who had such a good position after that dragon take.
Yeah, the shield comes through here, unfortunately, just in the nick of time. Career thought he had the kill pressure there with the flash, but he just does not. And it's so unfortunate, too, because they commit 2 flashes for this. NB flashes for the ult to try to get that secure. And it was a nice surprise move, but they just didn't quite have the damage. So risk-reward there, the gap was quite high, and the risk did not pay off.
It didn't, and it felt like B&K now lost like so much tempo in this early game, where it felt like they shouldn't have had it, right?
Yeah,
because
they
of how
stole
the
it away.
lanes had been going with the power of the champions that DRX picked up in the early game. Like B&K being able to secure that dragon and then being able to get out with their lives, kind of huge for moving the game in their direction. And then it feels like with First Blood going over to Lazy Field here, it's going to be very, very scary. Certainly a fantastic look, though, for our first Vietnamese import here in Korea.
Absolutely. Good ward here in the Tri-Brush, and good patience from Lazy Field and Flutta means that even though MB's got his ult back up, they're not going to be able to make anything happen. So nice attempt here from Bonnie, who's also flashless, and they just kind of walk away. I like Sponge coming down here, actually, because now the idea is we still have vision control in that Tri-Brush. If they want to try to make a pressure move happen again with that ultimate, then we can surprise them. This gank's going to come through here from Sponge if that pressure is there. And he can also just go ahead and clear the bottom part of his jungle. So nice pathing here from Sponge.
Yep, just moving his way down. We'll have to see how this first Paranoia is going to go. Always going to be the thing. Do like Tiamat being picked up first. As Bonnie is going to try and head towards his first item, but just a Pahagate in hand for now.
Yeah, I mean, that last attempt from Daystar as well to trade back into Yehu doesn't end up finding success. He uses all of his resources, has to back, doesn't have teleport, so still nearly 20 CS down, or about 20 CS on the dot now to this Aurora. Something you very rarely see in Pro, but just hasn't been relieved of that pressure in a matchup that's so tough to play out early. He's really going to shine later on when we get to these objective fights. Speaking of fights.
Yeah, Bonnie is actually coming in. Not going to be able to steal that one away, but we'll see whether he can win a fight. Looks like the answer is no. Dustbringer going to connect. Bonnie just going to try and walk his way out. So successful crab secure here by Sponge. You love to see it. A little bit early on the smite there by Bonnie.
Yeah, I really want to get this control ward. I think they finally will. Sponge is like,
He's just constantly like walking in. Well, Lazy Field just going to hit them with a volley, but otherwise they are just going to lose that ward. So they lose that war of attrition, as we can see. Still, DRX is going to be able to come down, clear this one out very comfortably. Things very even as far as farm is concerned, but my goodness.
yeah.
Here in the mid lane, a very different story. Like you were talking about, I mean, a lot of this has to do with the fact that Yehu is on 10 CS a minute at like exactly 10 minutes into the game, which is
crazy.
Very impressive.
Some Chovy numbers here. Also in the top lane, we haven't really been watching it. Frog just got his TP back, but he was like proxying the wave behind Soboro. He started to take control of that now that he's actually got the lane he was initially assigned. Starting to get some advantages there. He is heading bottom though, as I say it, and they send Yehu up to the top side, which means that it's just going to be Lazy Field free farming in mid, where he can make an impact with his arrow anywhere on the map while also getting vision. So it's a great place for Ash to be, and that's just where an AD carry is going to want to be after that initial laning phase. B&K looking to stack 2 dragons, though. Once again, when these back timings come through, it's been a little bit unfortunate for DRX as the dragons spawn right at the same time. So B&K will be able to stack the second one. It's an Ocean Drake for the soul.
Yep. Kind of interesting, because DRX can now move over towards these grubs that they're getting on spawn. Certainly very clear what the priorities are going to be, and B&K being able to stack these couple of Drakes, kind of important, to be perfectly honest, because it means that they can stall out this game that little bit longer. Would have liked to see them go for a few more of these skirmishes early in this game, though, just because they do have the Silas that kind of wants to have these river battles to try and turn the tides.
Yeah, and
but right now he's just falling further and further behind.
Exactly, and I thought maybe with the dragon take there, Daystar has TP back, like maybe they were going to go, okay, we got dragon, but we're also going to come over here and try to contest, especially against Anar. You know, Daystar could have gotten out of there and sacked maybe a plate to try to guarantee that they at least get some of these grubs, and then maybe the Silas gets a kill, it starts to get online, but instead they just kind of leave it. Now they're losing more plates here topside. and they just have no control anywhere on this map. Mid completely dominated, top side no control, bottom side Silas struggling there.
Yahoo has so much money, man. All right, throws down the ulti here as Sobero going to try and get out. Does manage to just dash over the wall. Should be all right. A sponge. Arrow going to connect here. The Heartbreaker is going to be able to at least go off. He buffers that one nicely, but still, Paranoia going to come on through. Two very low health members underneath this turret. As all out goes the Cassante. Sobero not going to be able to find too much as the double encore will connect. And now it's LazyField that's going to be flashing away over that wall. That is not going to be a bailout that is going to work. Needed a whole bunch more funding to make that one happen as Yahoo just pops Bonnie. And Daystar going to try and make his way in now as well. Oh, look, those chains had landed. That could have been a big opportunity, but instead the handshake is going to be able to set that one up. So at least Daystar's on the board.
At least he's able to get that one. So they get one kill out of this, but still a huge win for DRX. I mean, the gold is getting spread across so many members here as well. And Yahoo picking up that kill is so massive for an already accelerated Aurora. Like you mentioned moments before, he's got so much money. And you look at how some of these fights play out. Like, yes, you have a Cassante and a Viego here. It's very difficult to actually dive this, but the arrow is perfect. Yes, he does Heartbreaker, but now he doesn't have Heartbreaker anymore. And then the bailout, or not the bailout rather, but the hostile takeover here is pretty late here from the side of Career. I feel like he could have used it to just deter this dive, but he wants to get the most value out of it possible and hope they dive further, but they just don't. So by the time he uses it, it's practically worthless here.
Yeah. Does get the flash out from LazyField, but oh my god, yeah. 3-hit passives. Feeling pretty good to be Yahoo, though, in this game. Does now have his Malignant stun, and he is just extraordinarily scary. I think he was on a book and a rod in that last fight, and now has his first completed item and a couple of stacks on the Death Note.
I mean, Malignance is crazy for what it can do for you in a team fight with that ultimate, just burning the ground, but also the ability haste as well is going to feel really, really nice. And he's just going to be relevant in every fight.
Yep.
And that's what Aurora was known for as far back as Worlds, and that hasn't really changed.
Yeah, as it turns out, her kit is just pretty strong.
Yeah.
So you can tweak as many numbers as you want. She's just kind of ridiculous. We also have Sponge, first item now done. Kraken Slayer there for LazyField at the same time. So some completed things coming on in here, but on both sides, as B&K do have Dash Cannon already prepared here for Daystar, as well as the Trinity Force, which is a big spike for the Viego. Nice little beat drop there onto Daystar, but not too much going to come of it. Now Bonnie with a bit of a start. So this is going to be 3 neutrals going over to B&K if they're able to lock this one down.
I think they absolutely should be confident to try to take this. They have vision control. They have the arrow stolen. They have Renata. Like, this should be their objective.
Ooh, it should be, but there is a Paranoia up and available. Things go dark. It is going to be the secure, but now the ulti comes in. And, oh, God, DRX have them exactly where they want them. Another beat drop is going to be good there, but the Aurora is the problem. The flash from Yahoo is going to be answered with another flash, but it's now LazyField's time to shine. The volley doesn't connect, but the boomerang does. And Korea should be falling here. The block on the volley is pretty good, though. That's a nice little cue there from Sobero, so not going to get too much more. Still, it feels like all of these fights are going in favor of DRX.
Yeah, I mean, the money is just stacking up. You got the objective, but at a huge cost. And Sobero, I know you're Cassante, but you cannot be here. And that's going to be top turret going down, which is first brick. So 750 to 250 in terms of the turret plate gold, but that's going to be a huge amount of gold going into this Aurora's pocket as well. I want to watch Career in this fight because he's off on the edge here. Arrow misses him, and I want to see the angle on his ultimate here. He flashes forward, but actually sends it left instead of sending it onto 3 there. So perhaps just mostly concerned about Yahoo, but I feel like he was in a good position to make a big play there. And unfortunately, I mean, may have saved one more member, but unfortunately it kind of whiffed.
Yeah, there are some ult flashes that have looked amazing in the past. That was not one of them, unfortunately. But that's okay. You can't hit them all. And if it had have hit Yahoo, that would have been a different story, perhaps. But even then, it would have only bought a few seconds, and maybe that saves Yahoo's flash, to be perfectly honest, because he was the one sort of flashing desperately in that pit to try and lock down an extra kill. It's going to be a Soul Point, though, going over to B&K. And there are 6 scrubs for DRX. That's why they've had such lockdown on these turrets. But with Soul Point, certainly a comeback possibilities. But if you have a look at the money at the top of the screen, feels less true.
Feels less true, and it also feels like even if B&K get Ocean Soul...
Just don't look at Yahoo's items, and it looks like it's winnable.
I mean, it's crazy to see the Storm Surge, like, at this point. I mean, we're 16 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
You see it.
Arrow? Oh, my goodness. Nerves of steel. Did you see that? Korea was like in the shop or something. You didn't even notice.
I mean, Yehu was like, he was so close to actually being at the threshold to where you could actually just straight up go forward and continue to chase there and kill him.
Just one shot,
Yeah, I mean, with the Storm Surge, it's like so viable when you have Electrocute as well, but either way, it's not a kill, but it's still a big L for B&K. And I was going to mention that the fact that it's an Ocean Soul here doesn't really do wonders for their composition. So even if they do end up securing that, it's not like DRX are just like, okay, cool, the Elder's spawning now. We have a massive lead. So if it were a Hextech Soul they were threatening, or even potentially a Infernal Soul maybe, you'd feel a lot better about their position, but alas, it is not. So moving into this next set of objectives, like Baron is spawning, but it's a bit early to be starting that one. The Aurora Gold is going to transition into rushing that one down. I think this next dragon here is where B&K may have to just give it up and try to find something else, but they don't have a strong split push win con. It is really just looking pretty doomed. It is.
I think they need to just kill Yehu. That's all they need to think about. Just do that, and then you're probably still not going to win. But like, it's a good first objective.
Hey, look, that's a bounty gold if they kill Lazy Feel as well. I mean, that's 450 in the bag.
Hey, there you go.
Then you're only 4,000 left to go.
yeah. And I think you've got to look at the objective in front of you, instead of trying to solve world peace, do a little bit of extra peace around your own area first, The achievable goals, I think, are really, really important.
The Herald is actually being held by Bonnie as well, and I don't know. I guess it looks like they're just going to try to drop it mid, potentially. I mean, dropping it bottom could maybe secure that turret, but look at how the wave state is there on the bottom lane. It's just going to take so long. I don't know realistically what B&K is going to be able to get done with this, if anything. Just feels like, yeah, you got that objective, but what does it mean when you keep losing the fights around it?
Well, it means that it's not all that useful, especially when it is this Cloud Soul. The Ocean Soul. It's just a little bit sad that that's the one that they got. Still, if, okay, Pletter could be in a little bit of trouble here. Gets his hand shook, and he is really dead. So that is a nice little pickup here for B&K. Money going over to Bonnie also ain't too bad either.
We're going to try to punish Sobro,
though. Objectives.
I think he should be okay.
Yeah, Arrow does just fly into the skies of Runeterra.
A bit of a optimistic teleport there from Yehu to try to catch Sobro, and doesn't actually get the punish. We'll just go straight back to mid.
Yeah,
and
they
this
might
Herald
even get a charge here from this Herald. Yeah, they do. Felt like it was a little bit of a rush drop, but still going to be able to get the value.
And that you could see the pain point here of using that teleport. It's only going to be a few minions lost, right? But it's these little increments B&K are trying to get. They get a catch on the support, teleport, flank fails bottom. They end up crashing that wave into topside, costing DRX some money. The crash does go through on the Herald. They're going to need a lot more of these small wins to get back into this game, but at least, I mean, it's not all bad news. It's just about 90% bad news.
And when they have these 3 Drakes stacked up, every little bit of success is going to be helping a lot. Still, I mean, I'm looking at the Sork Shoes 5 stacks on a Dark Seal and probably a bunch of money in the bank here.
Yeah,
it
he's
is
definitely
all about
staying on a lot.
Like getting a kill onto Pleta. Not very important when the Aurora exists. So Baron is now up and available, and it is, like we were talking about, a close to 1,700 gold advantage here just in the mid lane.
He did just buy, according to his current gold. That's what the CUR means there. I don't know what he bought, but he has the most gold in the game, unsurprisingly. Yep. And
I hope it's a Blighting Jewel. No, it's not.
Cookie.
Oh, God, okay. We're going just kill the squishies.
Yep.
And I respect it.
I mean, it's just so difficult to play the skirmish comp from behind as B&K when Nocturne can just turn the lights off. Oh, you stole the Gnar? Well, you can't see who to hit with it, And they have an Ash area here they could try to pick someone with. Sponge is ready to spell shield that.
They've also got Hawkshot, so they don't necessarily need to face check anything ever. As you can see, Narbar in a phenomenal position here for Frog. It's a good time to fight for DRX. As Yahoo off on a flank angle, and no one is spotting him. The arrow going to connect here, and they are going to jump on top of the Gnar, who does have that Mega Gnar available. Does find an ulti into the wall, but he's going to get taken out first. DRX, are they going to be able to continue the fight, though? As there goes Yahoo! Bounces to the other side of the fight, keeps himself alive. Sponge takes down the Varus in the meantime, and now Yahoo can just lie in wait in the fog of war and Lazyfield, kiting them around. The chains go nowhere, and DRX are just going to walk all over them.
You know, it wasn't the best fight setup for DRX at the beginning there. They were very split. The collapse on the Frog was good. The ult from Sponge also was a little bit optimistic. But I think Yahoo did the most stylish hitting of the wallet that I've ever seen, Atlas.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
he took his wallet out and he spun around, did like a 720 loop in the air and smacked him right in the face with it.
It's like watching like an NBA player do like a really fancy dunk when he just had a fast break and there was no one else there.
Yeah.
Like, you did not need to do that. That was a layup, dude. Like,
So
I don't know.
I respect the attempt here to collapse on the Frog. They see his Narbar. They're like, okay, we have Arrow here. No one's there to block. But he buys so much time. Then Sponge goes into the backline here as well. You can see on the right side. So, you know, he's also isolated. And the fight looks like, okay, this is winnable until Yahoo presses R, comes in here, is able to teleport to the right side, bail out no value, and he just carries that fight. And then from here on out, Pleta just kites back. Lazyfield's got the slows, and it's a nightmare for Cassante, who's got the stats to back up walking towards people. There's just too many things preventing him from getting to those carries.
Yeah.
And Yahoo, really great play there. I think if the goal was even,
man. Playing really well.
if the gold was even, though, that fight might have been winnable for B&K, just sadly not.
Yeah, didn't quite work out. It started off with Frog, yeah, like you say, just getting kind of picked off. But then, unfortunately, the money came into the battle, and that becomes a problem. The money is included in Lazyfield as well, as the ulti does come on through. Lazyfield able to get out of the wall. Doesn't take too much damage from it. The Encore onto 4 people from Pleta is going to be able to turn this one around. Frog on the flank angle, and now Yahoo tries an ulti of his own. That is going to blow up Bonnie in an instant. And Frog, he's got the Naba, not going to be able to quite make use of it here, as they do get a couple of kills back. Yahoo still just fighting for some more. Sobero getting out of the way of a whole bunch of damage. Every single button Yahoo has is just almost lethal on everyone. His career over this wall, not going to be able to find that handshake, and Sobero is just dead.
It's just such a nightmare to play Silas and Cassante into this Ashe with the slows.
What?
And yeah, that's
Okay.
bye.
Yeah.
I'm just watching poor Daystar and Sobero being like, I almost got him. I'm almost there. Hold on, just give me 1 second. And the slow, and then the root, the slow, the constant slowing. It's not even Rylai's on the Seraphine. It's just going straight into the Moonstone Renewer, and
Yeah, full Enchanter mode. I kind of like it.
He's like, well, slow's enough for me. I've got an Ashe to also slow, so there's some synergy there. But you can see Daystar's like, I want to get an Son rooted. And then, okay, I'm going in. I got him all charmed. No vision. And Sobero's coming in. And then you have Yahoo on this flank, which is so scared. Look at the damage coming through. And then Daystar's like, well, I can't get out, but I'll get him for sure. For sure I'll get him. No.
And
too slow.
Envy sort of like accidentally walked into a wall and
Yeah.
like just pretty much took his like whole health bar in damage.
And then Sobero's like, I'll get out, right? Oh, I'm feared. Oh, I blocked the fear. Oh, no, not quite. Got him with the end of it. And then I'm just, Cassandra, that Ashe can't slow me forever right now. She can.
Yeah, as it turns out, that is just kind of the way.
That's what she does.
And then career just pops. But that's basically what the Aurora does. If at this stage of the game you're not one-shotting the support, then there is a bit of a, oh my god, okay, goodbye. Goodbye,
He likes
career.
to do it again, you know. He's very into the. He's not bored of killing career yet, you know.
yeah, I was going to say, like, it's good to have your point proven in an instant, I guess, as this inner turret is going to mean that we crest the 10,000 gold lead mark. And B&K, I don't think, have too many options at this point. They're going to be sitting on Soul Point until their Nexus explodes, is what it feels like.
Yeah, I think that is likely to be the case here with this Baron buff for another 95 seconds. Yeah, the money is large for the Aurora. Yeah, I don't know if we're doing MVPs here, but if we did, I think it's pretty clear who'd be picking it up for DRX.
I mean,
on
unless
this one.
we want to just give it to Lazyfield because it's kind of cool that he's the new guy on the team. We've
He has
been
been playing
watching
well.
Yahoo be good for like, you know, the last year and a half or something like that. Of course, in the LCK, it's been a little bit harder for him, but in this game, he is certainly just sticking to what he's good at and looking real good doing it.
And these are best of ones, so you don't get a redo. You know, you don't get to be like, oh, I guess the Silas experiment into Aurora was not the right answer. Despite the large value of ultimates, if you just can't get out of the early game, it just doesn't matter. And I think that's kind of the story of this one. Drafted some losing lanes, lost them pretty hard. Even with the nice steal of the Dragon, they never were able to get back tempo And I think the big turning point really was that flash attempt from Career bottom lane where they actually gave LazyField the kill.
Yeah.
Envy and Career went for that, and they lost everything at that point. Lane swap back, put Frog in a winning matchup into Sobro in the top lane, and it was just all downhill from there. And they committed to the wrong fights. And some of the early fights where we thought maybe the Sylas isn't too far behind yet, they could fight, they didn't go for. Here's a
Paranoia
fight.
just dives right on top of Envy here. The arrow going to connect, and there goes the Renata. Now Envy just trying to continue auto-attacking, but it's just not quite going to work. Breaks the arm guard. Yeah, who's going to be absolutely fine. Side of the wall, and everyone just goes boom. There's a flash forward here. Flash Duskbringer. You love to see that one from Sponge's goodbye tank, I guess. Should we call Sobro a tank? I don't know. Envy's really dead, guys. He gets hit by a boulder and then destroyed. Arrows to the back of the head. And I think that DRX are going to put them out of their misery. What a statement here in game number 1 of the KeSPA Cup. DRX looking strong.
I mean, LazyField, the new piece of this roster, and he is just looking like he's been with this team forever. Slotted in incredibly well. Yehu with a nice performance here. Good draft from DRX. They had blue side advantage, and man, did they use it.
Yeah.
GG.
GG indeed. And so DRX currently our leading team here in
First
KeSPA
place.
Cup. First place, best team that we've ever had in 2024 KeSPA Cup. In fact, the best team I've seen on an English broadcast in the KeSPA Cup for the last 3 years, Wolf.
That's right. I'd say, like, right now, at the end of 2024, post-Worlds, the most successful Korean League of Legends team.
Yep, internationally. Am I right?
Internationally, that's right.
Yeah.
We do have some international teams here in this tournament. This is an
There you go.
international event. So,
It's basically a repeat of 2022. It's already started here for DRX. And we jest, but it was actually played very, very well. And we'll see whether this is going to set the tone for how the meta is going to look as well. A few of these Aurora Nocturne comps have certainly been around for quite some time. So you could imagine that there are some answers for some of our other teams as well.
yeah, I really just think that the skirmishing power of B&K's composition was really hampered by the fact they had that Nocturne as well. So here's some of the post-game stats. He over 1K DPM'd on an Aurora.
Yeah. This is looking like release Aurora. You remember when she came out and then we just saw like Bulldog go down 100 CS and then just one-shot the entire game?
Yeah.
This is what it feels like, except that he was never behind. He was just always doing extraordinarily well, and then they all sort of died.
Even though Career ended up being his punching bag later on, I feel like Career really did make a good effort to try to patch this game up, but unfortunately whiffed some of his really big abilities. I feel like he was at the right place at the right time, but wasn't able to actually execute on what he needed to do. But at least, you know, I feel like his heart was in the right place. I want to give him a small shout out because I do think there was some moments and some patching that he did in the early game of some of the holes that B&K had. So I thought it was a good effort from him, despite later on just being the explodey punching bag.
Yep, and the Boom Boom Damage Award definitely does go to Yehu, but I have to say that Pletter as well, finding so many of these really, really nice ultimates in the early game especially, really set them on the path to victory, I would say. Like, some of those, like, he hit one 4-man encore, but, like, at the very beginning of the game, I think top side of the map, that double encore that he hit, absolutely huge for taking the game away. Not to mention baiting them into first blood, giving that one over to LazyField, and then giving the Ashe such a good start in the game.
Well, I mean, the meta is looking not that new yet.
It's always how it starts. You know, surely we're going to get some adjustments, some differences, right?
Hopefully, and maybe tomorrow when we see a little bit more of a competitive group, they'll have some interesting picks prepared. Who knows? Because obviously there's not a lot to hide here in KeSPA Cup because we're moving to a whole new world when we move to LCK Cup in a few weeks. So it's not like you have to hide strats. Everybody knows what everybody's doing right now, for the most part.
And also, none of it's all that relevant because we're going to be moving to Noxus and doing all of that sort of weird stuff, and we'll see what happens. Are you looking forward to when Nexus turrets respawn?
Yeah, I think so. As a caster, it means that sometimes games might go a little bit longer, but in pro, it doesn't matter that much. But in my solo queue games, when my team is AFK on Baron or something, and then the Alawi kills both the Nexus turrets in the back, so I'm like, well, now we just lose the game no matter what because you guys don't know how to coordinate an end, and someone's just going to TP into the base. At least now I can have some peace of mind that the Nexus turrets will be back, and maybe I don't just auto-lose because my team doesn't look at the minimap. I made that a little bit personal, but yeah. In terms of pro, I don't know how much it'll really change, but in solo queue, I think it's a good change.
I mean, it kind of tilts me as a Deft fan because it's another thing that can respawn and ruin your ability to win the game. But outside of that, I think it's kind of cool. And I'm looking forward to the animations of when they come back. But it's now time for us to go to a short break. And when we get back, game number 2 of our 8-game day. We'll see you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. It is time for our second match of the day. This one might be one that you've been anticipating because, yes, it's Quandong Freaks playing, maybe not necessarily as exciting, but also the team from Chinese Taipei, which has a cavalcade of huge names on this roster. This is the scariest team in the group, I think.
It is definitely one of the big ones. I like when you consider their experience and how many times they've played in big international tournaments, how many players they've been able to scrim with, train with over the years, how much. I mean, when you're 27 years old, I mean, you've kind of been around the block, you've seen everything, whereas some of these players on Quandong Freaks are really just getting started in their career. You have to give a huge edge to Chinese Taipei. This is the kind of dream match you would have, though. People are always saying, like, oh, what would happen if PSG Talon played against like an LCK Challengers team? Who would win? You know, there's a question people often ask, like, would an NA team beat a Challengers team in LCK? These are the kind of dream scenarios that people don't normally get to see, but we actually get to see it unfold right before our eyes now. So I'm looking forward to it a lot, Atlas. I think this is one of my highlight matches for the group today.
I would agree, and this is the team that's going to be taking them on. So Lancer, Doive, who you might remember from Bro last year. The guy stepped in over Gideon a couple of times and actually looked pretty good. Not going to lie. Pengyan also still there from the Quandong Challenger roster, of course, formerly a Bro player himself many moons ago. And then Slayer and Quantum. Of course, you know Quantum from Quandong Freaks, their main roster last year as well, or this year, I guess.
Yeah, Slayer, you know, he's a bit older for a Challengers player. He's 21, but he comes from the Gen.G Academy system, and he's one of those players, you know, Gen.G hasn't had the best results in Challengers, but I think they've fostered a lot of really good talent that has then moved upwards. And I think Slayer is one of those players. Would I put him on the same level as Pays in terms of the 80 carry role? Not quite there yet, but I think he definitely has a lot of strong potential and is a player I'm looking forward to watching today. Of these five, Pengyan is definitely the most famous, definitely the player that people have on their radar the most. Chronicler loves this guy. He's one of Cronny's favorites. I think this guy is very talented, and you know, I think we will probably see him in the LCK one day. You know, he's of age. He's 20 years old. He could play, but he's playing behind Bulldog right now, so to speak. So we'll see how long it takes for this guy to get recognized.
What is Doive doing, man? It's so good.
He's one of the guys that keeps his monitor close to his face. Probably his camera mounted right on top of that.
Yeah, I think so too. It is definitely very, very funny that the entire camera was just Doive's head. Because also we know Doive is massive. Like, this guy is one of the tallest men that we've ever seen play.
Yeah.
Like, who was it? It was him and Polu that were like, and they like stand next to each other and they dwarf anyone else in the LCK. It's actually kind of hilarious. So, just seeing the zoom in that incredibly high is very, very funny. But let's have a look. It's Aja, Casa, Maple, Betty, and Woody.
Yeah, so
you know every one of these players if you've watched international competition.
Yeah, so basically this roster is PSG Talon's roster plus Karsa. Junjia, I don't, is that how you say his name? I've never cast him before, so I want to make sure from you. Yeah, Junjia is not on this roster for some reason. Nobody knows why, but otherwise it is the PSG Talon roster. Just to put this in perspective, Aja has been at Worlds twice. Okay, Karsa 6 times. Maple, 8. He's been at 8 Worlds. Betty, 3. And Woody has had 2 Worlds appearances as well. So these guys are at the top of their region. You know, unlike the Vietnamese roster that we'll have in Group B tomorrow, like, this is the best of the best from this region. There's been a lot of talk about Karsa's current form and has he fallen off? Like, why isn't he on PSG? He was on Flying Oyster. Yep. But he's looking happy. He's looking good. He looks ready to play. And I think this roster is, like you said, one of the big favorites in this group to make it out for sure. And maybe they could even top the group if their form is good here in this online tournament.
Yep. I also love that Betty looks a lot like Maple at this point in time. Some of the cameras definitely incorrectly placed, but that is absolutely fine. They are the correct 5 players. We were just quizzing you guys to make sure that you knew exactly which one was which. Because we just put the wrong names under everyone. And that's just something that we do here. We like to have fun here at the KeSPA Cup.
Yeah.
So the good old Betty Maple.
We got our official KeSPA Cup badges now as well.
Yeah.
Before, I felt like they were trialing us. They were like, are these guys okay? We cast the first game. They're like, they can have the badge.
Maybe I need to be right-handed as well for this one to work out because, like, I was covering it, so I was like just trying to make sure that you guys didn't know that I was with. This is now I'm now casting the KeSPA Cup. Yeah.
Atlas is also the in-ear master. My in-ears keep popping out of my ears, so just laugh at me in chat every time one flies out of my ear. I'm trying to cover it up. I'm not used to this, but look at him. You can't even tell.
Yeah, if we're in game, I'm going to do my best to point it out. I will try not to focus on the game, and I'll focus on Wolf to see whether his ears are falling off.
Yeah, well, some of our production assistants did come in game 1. You guys notice I stopped talking at one point. They're like, "We got to fix this. This guy's in-ears falling out." I could feel it's like ready to jump right now. It's like I'm ready to pop out.
Whereas I cheated because I just used my in-ears from that I use on the Space because I do talkback, so I just plugged those in instead. So actually, I'm just straight up cheating. If I was using the other ones, I'd probably be having the same issues as well. But instead, I decided to cheat the system. Man, I'm looking forward to this match. Like, I think this is the one that I'm like most excited about because if this, PSG Talent Plus team actually does work out, it'll just be really fun to see them throughout the rest of the tournament as well, because we know that a lot of the big guns, especially on the Korean side, are coming in tomorrow. A lot of those rosters are looking very similar to what we're going to be seeing in the LCK next year as well, which is going to be pretty daunting to a lot of these other teams. Like, this is a lot of challenger competition here today. And then tomorrow we get into, a lot of the bigger names, even if not all of them are playing for every team.
Sure, and I do think that, this matchup here is one where we think we have a clear favorite, but it'll be really interesting to see if Chinese Taipei gets rocked. If Guangdong Freaks come in really prepared, they actually overperform, they beat them here, it changes the whole dynamic of the group, because this roster is a legendary roster, has so many storied players on it, so much more famous than the Guangdong's roster. Obviously, if you're a Korean fan watching this, you might feel the opposite way. You might not know some of these players on the Chinese Taipei roster, but if you watch Worlds, if you watch international competition, MSI, etc., you're definitely going to know these names. They've seen a lot, they've been through a lot. And let's see what they want to play.
Yeah, and I imagine so many people went back and watched a bunch of Flash Wolves games and stuff like that as well, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna see Maple Casa together, one of the most iconic mid-jungle duos of all time. And if you've ever seen League of Legends, you need to know who these guys are. They're some of the greatest players that we've ever had in the sport. So let's dive in and have a look. It is once again going to be the red side Corki first ban. This is, I think, going to become a little bit of a common theme. But it is going to be Aj's Cassante taken away, as well as Poppy removed from Casa, is what it feels like to me.
Yeah, we've seen Poppy crop up quite a bit as a support pick as well. Sometimes it's a counter pick to Leona, but this doesn't feel like that meta necessarily, so I do feel like it could be a top pick they're taking away, but time will tell. Karsa as well could be playing it. It's a triple flex pick at the moment. Yep. As Skarner, which was completely ignored in our last draft, but it's still very popular, is taken away here by Chinese Taipei. We'll see what this final ban is going to be from Guangdong. I'm curious.
I think Skarner was the last ban on blue side.
You're right.
So we did get. I didn't write it down, so I actually have no idea.
No, I think you're right though.
I probably could though. I'm going to start writing things down. Aurora going to be the the final ban here on blue this time around.
Yeah, when I cast with Atlas, even though I'm the analyst, he writes things down, and I look at his paper. I'm like, is my memory bad?
Well, this is what I normally should do, but we normally have sheets that are provided that I can just put it in boxes. But I'm going to have to do it manually this time around.
Let's see what this last ban is. Yeah, it could be an Ashe ban. Seems very strong at the moment. Gnar. Interesting.
Very interesting. And actually, I guess it kind of makes sense because you're staring down Cassante Poppy being banned first, so the top pool is kind of thin.
It also means that if they go Ashe, maybe you get Jax here if that's what you're fishing for. And even blind, it feels pretty safe when there's no Gnar on the other side.
Oh, yeah.
Yone's left open though. Tristana would be interesting to see. I don't think she's in the greatest spot at the moment. Kalista is also open, which was banned last game, but Kalista into Ashe feels like a not ideal pick right now, as a lot of AD carries being flipped through, but they will ultimately settle on Misfortune. Misfortune Rel, very common combo back in LCK. Obviously, in Worlds was seen quite a bit, but we'll be locking in the jungle pick first, of course, with the Sejuani, taking that away, the Sejuani Ashe combo.
Yep, and it has been... certainly banned. It was banned in the last game, and Sejuani's still very, very strong at this point in time. It means they lock that up with the Yone still up and available as well, and so that's certainly frightening. But this is also frightening because Ashe and Renata, it's one of the strongest, lanes that you can have, and that is going to be locked away here. And they could just take Yone away if they would like to, and I actually would really like to see that, just because the idea of Maple caster being on Yone Sejuani, or even Aja caster being on Yone Sejuani sounds very scary to me.
Yeah, the permafrost synergy is definitely there. Looking at the Jax, though, instead...
I mean, that's another good option.
And I think that's kind of their way of being like, well, we're going to get this, you're going to get the Jax, and we're just going to be okay with it. And we know the Narban kind of leaned into that earlier as well. So, again, the Yone could be flex top, but I don't think Lancer's going to be playing it in this particular case, especially if it is that Jax to come through here in this final spot. Alternatively, you could try to push the Rel into this spot. Rel not in the strongest place right now. She's not as strong as she was back at Worlds. Some changes coming through. But
Ambessa time? Is it happening? They're hovering it for quite some time. It's locked in. Is it locked in? It's locked in.
It's locked in.
All right. Now, I know nothing about this champion, basically. I know that she does a whole lot of things where she teleports around, but like it's too confusing for me. Like, I feel like I'm too old for this champion.
So what I'll tell you is every move that she has is a gap closer. When she fights, every ability gives her a dash. She's got 2 little Renekton blades. Renekton has the big one. She's got 2 small ones. And her ultimate also turns out gap closer. If she gets on top of a squishy,
isn't it like
they're
a
dead.
mega gap closer that goes to immediately the back line?
Yep, it goes through enemies and hits the last target hit will actually be the one that she goes to. So if you think you can block her ult, you can't. She's just going to ignore you.
Okay, got it. Well, that's fun.
It is a pretty, like, it's not impossible to hit, but it's kind of a tricky skill shot. It's not one that's, like, guaranteed to hit or anything like that. But if you're a pro player, you're going to line those up. As the Azir will be taken away.
A little bit of Maple respect, I guess.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like Maple wants to play Akali. I don't know why. It's just it's what I'm feeling in my bones. We'll see whether that is something that's going to get looked at or not. Does mean that they are very short range, but, I mean, Quantum Freaks are also pretty short range themselves.
Yeah, I am curious what Maple's going to end up playing here into this Yone. A lot of tricky matchups with Yone's strength at the moment. So, and not sure. We don't know what the jungle pick is going to be yet either. The Xin Zhao is taken away. The Rumble is banned as well. Rumble jungle kind of popular in solo queue, but I don't think that's really what they're banning it for. I think they just want to protect that top lane.
Yep.
Blitzcrank, the obvious ban. You mentioned it in game 1 when they had the Renata lane. They're going to take that one away. See what this next pick will be, though, because you can just grab the Rel, which I was alluding to earlier. Still very strong in terms of what her kit does for setting up the Misfortune.
Yeah, it feels like a pretty stable type choice.
You can just save counterpick for Maple after you have all the information about where this Yone is going and what the jungle pick is going to be.
Don't mind it. Does make things feel a bit cookie cutter, but with the Blitzcrank banned away, there's less fun stuff that you can do here, as Slayer is just going to rotate through a bunch of stuff before picking up the champion.
Oh, you got
that
two.
Has
you got
the
two
one weapon that she has 2 of. What?
But his is bigger. Now, something we didn't mention, and I will mention briefly, Ambessa is getting played in mid a lot as well, so it could also, in theory, be mid for Maple, so they can hold that flex with this. Less common, but definitely very strong. That's where I like to play her right now. It's just super easy to follow up on ganks because your dashes are infinite, and it's really easy in a short lane like that. Lilia would be an interesting choice here for this composition. Can set up a lot of the CC, and they're just going to lock it. I'm a bit surprised to see that. I would have thought they would look for a little bit more follow-up hard dive, like the Nocturne is still available.
I mean, it is a bro jungler. You know,
that's true.
The spirit of Umpty lives on through Doive, and so he's going to be going towards that one. This is likely to confirm your expectations there, Wolf, as the Gragas is going to be locked in as the answer to the Renekton on the top side of the map, and that will be putting Ambessa in the mid lane. Does give them some magic damage as well, so rounds things out quite nicely. And if these casks are landed well, it could really allow for some super nice bullet times if Betty can get them lined up well.
Yeah, and just having that extra lockdown with Maple's ultimate is going to really just keep people in place. I mean, you have a lot of wombo with this. The cask, you have the body slam, you have the magnet storm. So all of that can be set up, by the way, by Karsa tossing out his Glacial Prison. I look at these 2 drafts, and I feel like Kwangdong Freaks' draft just doesn't have the same sort of strong synergy. And yeah, you have the Rel ultimate to stop some of these dives from coming through, but you only get one. And it isn't wide enough to stop all the different angles of attack that Chinese Taipei can come at you with in this one. If they have a nice setup, because they still have their great CC as well, there's a world where you see Guangdong Freaks kind of run away with this. They need a lot of tempo advantage early, though. This Ashe pick is going to have to get its value in this strong lane early.
Yep. They do have a lot of combos, though. I do like Arrow and Bowling Ball. There's a lot of setups that you can get. I think Chinese Taipei certainly a lot more of a standard type draft. We've seen this work out, these Lilia compositions, very effectively. It's like press all of the buttons and hope that they all die. And it does just kind of work. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Guangdong Freaks can actually bring here, but I'm also looking forward to seeing what Maple can cook up here on the Ambessa. Because we know, like, Maple, this is likely to be his last tournament that he plays, right?
Yeah.
Like, this guy's retiring, and he's hoping to go out with a bang.
Oh, no doubt.
Starting off with a brand new champion to get things going here. This is really exciting.
I'm really curious to see how he lanes against Pyongyang, because Pyongyang is obviously one of the biggest up-and-coming talents right now in Korea, has a strong mid laner in this Yone. Ambessa can be a decent matchup into that, can mitigate some of that damage. The trading patterns are going to be interesting. I'm sure observers are going to be watching this lane a lot, obviously because of the two high-profile players we have here, but just because it's a new champion, it's a new matchup to watch on the pro stage, so keeping your eyes on that, and obviously how the bottom lane goes. How much control can Slayer and Quantum get, and will we see a lane swap?
Indeed. Well, so far, we're set to find out, because we are onto the Rift for the very first match between these two teams.
I love this music for level 1.
I think they know exactly what's going on, but it's the Thunderdome. They dive in. That's first blood instantly, and it goes to Ambessa. Oh, God. Maple eating good already, but now Guangdong Freaks wanting to try and find something themselves. The flash forward, great body slam from Aja, but he's still going to get knocked up. Pyongyang's going to be able to grab one as well, and both of our mid laners starting off with a kill as Slayer wants to find some more, but he's not going to be finding it. And so 1-1 to start things off.
That critically, Pyongyang is going to be able to stay in lane here, though, and go ahead and start taking out these minions and get a pretty nice experience lead. So that's going to feel really nice, whereas Maple, it will have to TP back to lane. It's already down to teleport, so that ends up being a pretty big win here for Guangdong Freaks. Pyongyang obviously hasn't been able to buy and get the value out of his kill with the gold he has, whereas Maple will have some additional resistances likely. It depends on what he buys here. She's got a longsword.
Yep, teleport back here, actually, as Maple holds onto his flash in that instance. And so Pyongyang going to be able to hit that level 2. Find some knockups there as well. Nice combo.
Every single bit of damage Pyongyang can do here, and then teleport back is going to be massive, especially if Doiv comes over and helps out. Really going to hurt Maple's chances. Yep,
not going to be able to quite find that one, but that is a lot of dashing, as Ambessa does like to do. So it looks like Pyongyang's going to be able to get himself out. Crash down is going to connect there as Slayer throws down the barrier, but it may not be enough here. The flash forward. One more auto will do it, and Betty is able to take that one down. I was about to say first blood, but we've already had 2 of those. And so that is just going to be the first kill of the bottom side of the map.
Their first kill out of the level 1.
Yeah, there we go.
And, you know, this ends up being really nice for Chinese Taipei down here. And into the lane, by the way, that we were most concerned about for them, dealing with the Ashe, Renata. It's just a really nice engage from Woody. We came in a little bit late, so hopefully the replay will tell more of the story there. But by the way, it looks like they had a nice setup, are able to get the catch there. And that's huge as, you know, using the shield here, Maple can do a lot. We're going to zoom away from that, though. Let's watch how Woody does this. Avoids the handshake, knows there's no mitigation anymore for his engage. Slayer stepping way too far forward there. Yeah. Okay, that's just all you need to say. That's all you need to see. And Betty able to secure this kill is massive as well.
Yeah, really nicely done. And I think like that was all played around the handshake cooldown. They see that one go down, and then they can make things happen. As Pyongyang once again finding himself a little bit low.
Yeah, so with the double Q, the dashes are somewhat irrelevant in this type of skirmish, this type of situation, but it's the shield that comes through on the W that really, if you time it correctly, you can get some additional damage onto Pyongyang with, and also block part of his Q. And, you know, he's trying to stack up that damage. He's going early attack speed. Obviously, if you just block some of that with a shield, then you end up winning those trades. Yep. And it really helps that he was able to get that first blood gold, had that extra attack stat from the longsword here. So really just winning these out in what looked like a rough start for him. He was down a TP, ended up being really well fought back. Actually wins 2 trades. Pyongyang now on the back foot.
See whether Pyongyang's going to be able to figure things out. Doiv is really all over the enemy jungle at this point in time. Had some vision down here, spots the fact that Kasa is coming on over. See what's going on. Watch out, Eep. Not going to be enough to secure this, but just keeping Kasa busy as much as he can. Another crash down is now the handshake going to miss. That should be the end of Slayer. Another kill going over to Betty, unless the bailout's going to work, but it's not. And that could be another one here. Really nice. But the flash does come on through. Flash out as more fighting on the other side of the map. Now Maple trying to do some battle here. Pungyan is going to be able to go back as KeSPA finds himself in no man's land and will be taking down another kill for the Yone.
And Doiv has been so active here in the mid lane. Once again, just offering a ton of damage. We missed the beginning of this exchange, but based on where it was just him trying to aggressively fight in Chinese Taipei's jungle. See the ward there next to the Raptors and trying to put some pressure on there. Maple trying to respond, and then KeSPA is the one who ends up losing out most here. And now this wave is going to crash through. Maple going to lose a little bit of farm here, which should otherwise be mostly okay. But big win.
Yeah,
let's see how this starts off.
Man, he really is just taking control.
Yeah, he's just coming in here and putting the pressure on. Pungyan comes over to follow up, and actually that dash as Maple's trying to wrap back around the other side to cut them off really ends up buying enough space here as KeSPA can really do nothing to help Maple, and then he's just left alone. Maple's like, well, they cut us in half, you know.
Yeah, it was almost like KeSPA was thinking that they were going to try and fight Pungyan as he comes back to his soul, but Maple's like, nah, I'm out of there, dude. It does make sense, you know. These guys have never played together before, you know. Maple and KeSPA. So you can imagine that there's some communication mishaps and things like that. Of course, I'm lying. KeSPA coming down towards this bottom side of the map. Of course, played with Betty as well. So now Slayer could be in trouble once again. Arctic Assault not going to connect though. Not quite stacked up on that permafrost just yet either. So Slayer is going to survive this time.
Yeah, really abusing his early flash so incredibly well. I mean, they already got 2 kills on him. And if that Arctic Assault hits, he might not quite die, but he's just going to be forced to back. The fact that it doesn't hit means that he can still stay here and farm, which is massive, but it is going to be the end of the Dragon. Doiv over here on the other side, though, is going to be able to at least get some of these grubs.
Yep. I think Doiv is the reason why they're not colossally far behind. You can see, like, Betty is an absolute monster. Like, Slayer is potentially going to have to barrier here. Does actually use it, but we didn't see it because it was used exactly when that double up came through. Betty not going to be too happy about tanking a turret shot, but it doesn't seem to matter too much. There's now Quantum going to get flashed on once again. Flashes over the handshake. Woody is just toying with him. There's the permafrost. That's going to come on through. Betty comes round, and Quantum is not going to be able to bail himself out of this one. That is just a freebie.
I really have to question when you know, I mean, at least the awareness should be there that KeSPA is on or near Dragon, that Quantum was just going for some cheeky autos there through the brush because he has a ward. Just sticking around way too long there. Slayer had already been pushed out by Betty moments before, had to use his barrier. His flash was just coming up. There was nobody who was going to be able to help out. Quantum should have just been not happy to let the vision go, but I mean, let it go as Maple is wrapping around.
Yeah, Doiv gonna have to deal with this. Let's see what actually happens as he flashes away. The ulti does come on through. Lancer was in position to try and buy some space, and there is the fate sealed. It's gonna be Doiv that actually grabs that kill. Actually kind of huge because this Lilia seems to be pretty important for Kwangdong Freaks at this point in time.
Hey, that's how you block the Ambessa ult. You just have someone behind the person.
Tank behind him instead. It's not frontline, it's backline now.
Oh boy, all right, this red buff is going to get secured here as well.
Doiv. Woody coming in, trying to make something happen here as watch out Eep to try and get him out of the way, and that time the handshake is good. Quantum getting his eye in here today.
Doiv is killing it right now.
Yeah, man. Pungyan is killing minions as best he can. He's going to be able to go back to his unbalanced soul because, of course, he's Yone, and so he's always going to be fine.
It's fun to be Yone and be like, oh man, the wave's in an inconvenient place. I guess I'll just rip my soul out of my body, fly over there and kill them and then run away.
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty convenient.
Just kind of works. All right. Making their way in. They don't like losing their red side jungle every single spawn, and so they're going to try and take away Doiv's this time.
Yeah.
Looks like Doiv will be able to take this camp and maybe contest, but decides he doesn't want to.
He doesn't have smite, so it's just not worth it. Just decides to let it go. So they are pressuring in return. It's kind of trades of red buffs here. You took mine. We'll go over here and take yours because we have this pressure point in bottom lane.
It's almost a 2,000 gold lead for Betty, and yet the gold is only separated by 200.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, I mean, if you look at the CS here for Doiv versus KeSPA, you can see where a lot of that money is. Plus the fact that Pungyan picked up those 2 kills as well.
All right, bullet time almost just kills Doiv. Thankfully, the handshake is going to connect. So
and
he has Quantum is the one that's hit by that one. Don't
yeah.
know why I've got Doiv on the brain.
I mean,
I'm just too
honestly,
excited.
like, is there anything to talk about besides Betty and Doiv?
Yeah, probably not.
Betty's shooting somebody. Like, is
what
he
about
shooting
Ambessa?
a Doiv?
We can talk about Ambessa. Like, she's there, and it's, you know, and it's Maple. It's exciting.
Yeah, it'll be more exciting later. As she starts to get some items online. She just becomes a... She's like, Cassante is a little bit tanky when he's in his ult, but he's not as tanky, does a lot of damage. She's kind of just a little bit tanky all the time, but she just does damage all the time, too. She's like a constantly ulting Cassante who just has a million dashes.
So it's like she's got mostly out. It's like not all out, but like all of the time she's mostly out.
Yeah, she's almost out.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Yeah,
Still seems pretty broken. The fact that you can just dash around all the time forever is pretty nutty.
It's going to be...
Things very close.
It is going to be a big threat for Slayer when we get to later on to the game. The fact that she can just get on top of him and kill him. Well, same for Doiv as well. Obviously, he was very squishy.
That's part of Quantum Freaks' plan, though. They make Slayer irrelevant. And then the fact that Mbessa instantly kills him no matter what doesn't matter.
At least it's an Ashe that has slows and her ultimate that can continue to get utility and set up team fights.
There it is.
You have 2 supports now. It's support Ashe that has farm.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Slayer.
It's also not looking great for Lancer here, who does pre-pop the Dominus here. Does just try and get rid of the minions. Almost does so. And we'll at least be able to take that one down. Should be 6 grubs going over to Quantum Freaks in trade for their Crocodile, which kind of worth it, to be perfectly honest. Being able to get this and create some pressure points on the map with the amount of pushing that they can get done. Certainly going to be important, as Leandri's already completed for Doiv, making him very, very scary.
Yeah, he's very scary. He's ripping through those grubs. They're even potentially going to set up a dive here on the top side. Now, bottom side, Quantum is like, all right, please TP to save me, man. Should be able to get a plate out of this no matter what. Ooh, great cast.
Really nice cast as the ulti does get Pungyan out of there. The sleep going to come through. There's the knock-up as Aja going to get taken down, but he gets one for the trade as Pungyan also going to die, and Doiv gets executed. It's a little bit of a shame as Maple going to get the flash out from Slayer, and Carson is going to flash on top of him and pick up that kill.
You can see the desperation in Kwangdong Freaks with that play. They could have just been happy to get the plate and walk out, but they knew, okay, we had to commit TP bottom side. We're starting to fall really far behind in this game. Let's hard all in on this. And they staggered, actually, the timing of the knock-up for the Q3 there from Pungyan and the sleep really well. If you watch it again, you'll see this. Now, Aja plays this basically perfectly, avoids the first bowling ball. As the wave crashes here, gets knocked up the first time, then has an amazing cast here, which pushes Pungyan into turret, forcing him to ult defensively. Then the sleep comes through. Look at this. The timing of this is perfect because the sleep goes off after so he can maximize the damage, but the turret ramp is just too much.
Yeah. Man, that turret shot did a whole lot.
They could have just walked away, but I could feel, you could feel why they went for that. Just did not work out as well as they'd like.
Lancer is just going to get flashed on and destroyed. Woody knew exactly where he was going from that one. The bullet time going to take him down 4-0-2. And Betty is, he was a problem before, but he's more of a problem now. This Misfortune is just going to hit critical mass way too early in this game.
Yeah, a lot of the time with Misfortune, we've been casting her over the last year. It's kind of just, okay, you do okay in lane. You can be oppressive, you can get some resources, but you mostly just kind of scale to a mid-game where people set up buttons for you to press. Like, oh, okay, we got the Misfortune set up with the bullet time. Easy, I press R. That's mostly what I did in the team fight. Maybe I clean up a kill or two, but she's so big that she's actually just a real AD carry threat now. As
Quantum, special delivery. Does want to be able to take this blast cone, but instead everyone just leaves. Okay, that's kind of fine. It's going to be a Cloud Soul as well this game. It's kind of nice.
Doiv's got aura. They're like, I don't know. It looked good for us, but Doiv's near. Let's fail.
Yep, I like the amount of respect they're putting on Doiv's name because this guy is very big on this Lilia and in real life.
Very true.
That's like a 40 CS advantage. It's like 10 camps.
Yeah, he was like 20 up earlier. He's basically doubled it now. Lancer's going to get some much-needed gold because he's in handbag territory right now.
Yeah, Maple going to ult on top of him, though. And
Betty's
Lancer,
coming.
Do you think that Maple will be able to stick to him? Because, the Crocodile has 2 dashes. Still does manage to flash, but is it going to be enough? The answer is no. Does get the flash out of Maple, though, as he chases him down.
Yeah, I thought Betty was going to be the one to flash to secure the kill, but it's just Maple who goes for it, and more valuable on an MF to have that flash.
Yep, Sleep going to be used on just Casa. Not exactly high value there, as you can feel a little bit more of the desperation. As Quantum Freaks kind of floundering here in this mid-game.
Yeah, starting to fall apart. I mean, they had some really nice edges. There were things going well in the jungle on the top side of the map, but now we're just seeing Betty steamroll, and unfortunately, Pungyun's advantages just haven't translated to much elsewhere. They haven't been able to take fights the way that he wants. They had that failed dive top. I mean, they got the kill, but obviously at a huge cost while losing bottom continuously. He is trying to push that meanwhile. Doiv is here. They're trying to get this turret, but Aja, man, his defensive casts have been great.
Ooh, Pungyun still struggling here into Maple underneath the turret. His Eclipse already completed now, as they do have the Rift Herald going down. And I think being able to fight anywhere that Betty is not is probably the right idea for the Kwangdong Freaks.
Yes.
But they're not going to be able to do that forever. It's starting to get pretty scary. You can see 750 to 500 as far as turret plate gold is concerned.
Let's see if Betty's back, and let's see if he actually gets 2 items before Slayer gets his first.
I thought you were going to say, like, see whether he gets 2 items before, you know, like just from the shop this time around. Is okay, Pungyun, that's an interesting maneuver. As he will be able to get himself a bit of a shield, and you can see Aja just not wanting to bite off more than he can chew.
Everyone's played against Yone enough to know, like, you think you got him, but you better just walk away.
You never know when another shield is going to come up.
Yeah.
Although I think his was it was pretty much expended, but Aja doesn't need to push the envelope. Just able to play patiently, slowly, understand that this Rift Herald is going to be getting even more global gold in there.
And he knows that even though they have 6 grubs, you know, he could just TP back to defend. He knows that the TP had to be expended there. The grubs, or rather the Herald, takes out turret mid, and
Oh dear. Doiv is certainly target number 1, as now Lancer moving his way in. Hostile takeover is going to be pretty good on Dakasa. Slice and dice gets Lancer out of there, and now Maple dives on forward. Quantum frontlining, not exactly what he wants to be doing right now, and is going to be going down. No bailout going to happen, as that bullet time did so much damage, not to mention the double ups raining down. And yeah, Betty he's just a bit too big.
Yeah, and Kwangdong Freaks kind of priced into this fight. They felt like, okay, we maybe barely win this. The ult was really good from Quantum, bought some space. You could see Slayer, even though he doesn't have an item yet, is trying his best to kind of kite back and be relevant, but unfortunately, they're just losing too much ground here. They don't want to lose this inner turret. They want to try to set up this fight, but Doiv just exposes himself straight away. Karza ults him. The Ash Arrow completely whiffs. Would have been nice to have that, obviously, if they were going to turn the fight here on the retreat. As Lancer,
Woody.
I mean, he's just straight up a handbag, and as you mentioned, Woody as well. But watch, oh, I guess we're not going to watch Slayer there. Meanwhile...
Yeah, we're just doing some fighting here, as Doiv is found and destroyed. That is another kill. 703 here for Betty. Who has Swifty's Infinity Edge Bloodthirster.
This is like the moment in the solo queue game where everyone just goes, well, MF's big /FF, and like Doiv keeps voting no.
Yeah, this is where
like,
you
no,
start
hold
getting
on.
very upset about the lack of unanimous surrender vote.
Doiv's like, no, like I'm winning, guys. We got this.
5,000 gold.
Yeah.
Oh my god. All right. Well, Woody is just fighting Pungyun here, as the crashdown is going to be avoided kind of nicely. But as soon as Betty shows up, Pungyun knows that he has to be out of there.
Yeah, he does need to leave. That's the end of this turret. And as you can see in the top lane, you know, the one area where they have some element of control there, it just doesn't amount to too much. And this means, you know, you're looking at a map that's completely red, you know, and you can see all that vision.
God.
Slayer.
Oh god. Can we cut? Can we cut?
Boy.
I think we should cut. As all right, that was a nice little
We definitely
celebratory
should
whiff.
have cut Carso. Whoa.
He still flashed. Maybe it's like, oh, you deserve this ulti now that you've flashed.
It was a firework celebration, you know?
Yeah, something like that. It was still, you know, it doesn't make us excited for how Slayer's going to do in the rest of this game, but adds a little bit of humor, and we like to see it. It is going to be Soul Point now being set up here by the team from Taipei, and I just don't know whether there's anything that Kwangdong Freak's going to be able to do about it.
No, I don't think so, Atlas. I just Doiv is going to take Gromp, and that's the answer. That's the response.
Got it. Well, I mean, Gromps are cool. We do really like Gromp.
You can see pings towards the top half of the map. They want to secure vision for the spawning Baron. Not that there's any world in which Kwangdong Freaks could actually secure that or anything like that, but they want to get up there. They've already taken out the mid turret. They've already taken out the bottom turret. They're like, all right, well, let's control top side now. And Doiv,
Oh no.
danger zone. He might
Yeah.
be Doiv.
Yeah,
here.
this is the really sad part of Bambi, I think, that we're watching at this point. If you remember. I mean, I know it's like a 40-year-old movie, but I still don't want to spoil it. Certainly,
Let's
some
just
sad
say
bits.
Quantum is like Thumper, and
Oh god. Well, it's just Doi following his mother, one could say, at this point in time. As now Lancer will at least be able to stun up Azure a little bit here, but I mean, this Gragas is just chilling, got his Cosmic Drive, and can now build whatever items he feels like, and is going to be totally okay. Quantum Freaks, I mean, like, the question I have is, what do they do? Like, what's the answer here?
there isn't really...
I guess kill Betty. It's like this. It's like last game, you know?
Yeah,
Last
but
game it
worse.
was... Yeah, kill Yehu. In this game, it's kill Betty. And this time around, Betty has Woody, who's playing so incredibly well.
Yeah. Woody is like looking at Slayer like, you are a toy! T-O-Y toy. Yeah, those engages in the early game, they really defined this game. Obviously, Woody catching him twice and then punishing that flash and constantly pushing him out of lane, taking his farm away. I mean, 60 CS down. So
Yeah. It just doesn't make you feel too good.
he's Mrs. Nesbit now.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, look, if you've seen Toy Story, the first one, you know.
Yeah. It's been so long since I've seen that movie. I recently watched Toy Story 3, though.
Yeah,
Because I hadn't watched it.
No, it's good.
Because I heard it was too sad. And
It
so
is very
I
sad.
I didn't watch it. But actually, like, I didn't find it that sad. Like, watching it at this age,
You're heartless.
I don't know what it was. It was like maybe I'm missing that level of nostalgia, but I kind of thought that it was sort of beautiful in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
Anyway,
no, it was beautiful. It was just a little sad.
yeah.
And often really dark, but
I like
just
that
like this
part of it.
game. Nice.
okay.
See, it's sometimes you miss those ults. Maple,
Yeah.
he's human.
He is. It's all right. They're still going to be able to take away the enemy jungle, getting some revenge on the amount of counter jungling that Doiv did in the early game. Now Doiv is not really able to do that. As all right, Casa going to find Quantum here. Handshake just not going to happen. Quantum just unable to really strike an accord with anyone, and in fact going to have to flash out of the way of the bullet time. Doiv does find a decent angle here, though, as we can see. Wants to be able to get a good sleep, but it's just not going to work out here. Throws the bowling ball. Good handshake onto Betty. But still, like, I mean, Chinese Taipei just go back to pushing.
Yeah.
And it's no harm, no foul.
And they can actually kite back to Baron now. They've got vision cleared out. And unfortunately, I mean, even this blue trinket, which will give some information here, it just tells you what you already knew, is that they're doing Baron and there's nothing you can do to stop them. Pingyun does have ult, but there's just no way you can do this alone. The clear time on this is going to be so fast with Betty.
Yep.
I mean, misfortune in general, no, but with how Fetty is, I mean, they're very accelerated.
Okay, they dive on top of Kaza here. Pongyan is dead. That is going to be a bullet that follows him wherever he wants to go. And now the Baron down extraordinarily low. Doiv doing the same thing, and so they're going to have to give this one up. Heroic there from Pongyan, but unfortunately unable to stay alive. If he was able to sort of like snap back out, and even though... Oh, okay. Slayer just going to get snatched up and dashed on and destroyed. The barrier does come on through. The bailout not going to be bailing anyone out. I mean... The price on that bail is set extraordinarily high.
I mean, if you get hit by that ult as an AD carry, even if he wasn't 0 and 5 in this game, it's pretty much doomed. You know, you're gonna try to get away. You're like, maybe should I flash away? No. Will my slows help? No. She's coming at you. You're gonna die. And Pungyan going for that Baron contest was so optimistic, but I think at this point, with how far behind you are, nearly 10,000 gold, you know, you try anything. Because
I think you just
if you
have to
do
go
nothing,
for it.
you auto-lose. If you do something, you're probably going to lose, but you see what you can find. Can't fault him for it, but we knew, especially from the vision that we had as observers here, that it was never really going to amount to anything.
Yeah, this is really like it feels really bad to sort of put it all on someone's shoulders, but I mean, the bottom lane is kind of where it all went wrong.
A Slayer
And
just
there
stepped-
is absolutely nothing that Quantum Freeze can do to dig themselves out of it. As Woody once again going to get missed. As he turns it around, the Magnus Storm. This is like basically just him by himself. And they realize that as he gets taken down extraordinarily low, but he's so tanky. Goes back in once again. The ulti from Pungyong, but it's just not going to work. Slayer is once again just dead as an afterthought. Make it 2 kills here as the hostile takeover is only hostile towards his own team. That's going to be an ace. Betty survives. They don't even get that shutdown gold.
He's going to keep that perfect KDA.
Oh, God. 10-0-7. He is going to Flame Horizon as well as, like, what, 7,000 gold advantage?
Yeah.
Over his opponent. Oh, God. And look at this. Just Woody by himself.
Yeah, Woody has vision here, so he knows there's 3. He knows he can set up the Magnet Storm. He's communicating with Betty. Like, we actually set this up over the wall. And even though there's vision on Betty, like, you get caught by that Magnet Storm, you're not expecting the Rel to fly over the wall. It's really rough. And then, obviously, on the bottom side of the map, things are already done. So here, the bailout buys time. Pungyong here gets a knock-up, and obviously, you know, a Renekton can last for a while here, but there's just too much damage. I look at this game going back to the laning phase. It was all Woody, really. He set up every single kill that Betty had. Betty followed up really well, but I think Betty's going to get a lot of the credit here because he has the 10-0-7 MF who's doing the boom boom damage, but I think without Woody's insane setups this game, it would look very different. I think we might have had a real game with how, you know, the mid jungle was going for Kwangdong Freaks, but it's just Woody on point all game long.
No, he's insane. The Baron power play is also gigantic as Maple just dashing off the Lancer once again. He's managed to get a little bit of a slowdown here, but Maple is just going to kill him.
He doesn't need to ult him.
Yeah, he does. He still has ult, by the way, Wolf. We're going to say that. Now he doesn't, because he's just going to use it to get himself out of there. Speeds up, and out he goes. This champion's silly. So my wife's been playing a lot of League of Legends recently, and as soon as she gets an Ambessa on her team, I'm just like, oh, congrats on the win. Every Korean Ambessa player is absurd at the champion, and she's incredibly overtuned. It is so funny.
Yeah, we'll be seeing more of this.
Ulti going to be able to land onto the Renata, who's very dead. Slayer's also very dead. It's a double kill. Make it a triple here as Pungyong is very dead. As we can see there, there is that triple we were talking about, Doive. The walking kill. Bambi's mother. I'm going to be taken down once again. Nexus turret's also following suit. Oh, is it a pentakill for Betty? Lancer, just give it to him, dude. Just give it to him. Come on. They're piling in on top of the fountain. And is it going to be the penta? It is. Is it? It is. Yay. Okay. I thought it might have been a little bit too late.
Nope.
There's now Maple. Can he actually kill the Nexus? Have they saved it by the penta coming on through? It looks like the answer is it doesn't matter, because even if the Nexus doesn't go down here, it'll go down on the next push, and Maple puts them out of their misery.
Wow, 2 very one-sided games here to start off Group A, but the second one much more one-sided than the first. But both games ending in sub 28 minutes. This one just under 27. And a lot of these games decided by a mismatch, like in the mid lane last game, this time in the bottom lane. Somebody getting way too big, way too early, and the game's just snowballing. Felt like solo queue in that second one, though. Obviously, great coordination from the Chinese Taipei squad, which we knew coming into this were going to be big favorites, but the coordination was so good in the bottom lane. Woody setting up so many kills for Betty, and then playing the map incredibly well from ahead.
Yeah, and I do want to give a shout out to Doive. I felt like he played the jungle exceptionally well, utilized the level 1, even though it was Maple that picks up the first blood. I think they got positional advantage at that stage. Unfortunately, the bottom lane began, and that was where it ended. A little bit sadly, as you can see right here, 37K, 38K, I guess, if we're rounding correctly.
So
and
we have
Betty is just the main character.
We have a new KeSPA Cup trend where the player gets ahead early, does over 1K DPM. We've had it 2 games in a row. Maybe we'll get it 3.
Yeah.
Maple getting close, actually, on the Ambessa here.
And also, like, this is Ambessa's, international debut in competitive League of Legends. I'm not entirely sure whether that's 100% true, but it is for this event, and I'm gonna take it.
Yeah,
and
from
so
what we've seen,
globally, Ambessa is 100% win rate. This champion is broken.
Yeah, very strong, and mid debut as well, not in the top lane. I really like the Gragas pick here. A lot of the pressure, that was put in the top side, and the one point that Kwangdong Freaks had was mitigated by Aja's great defensive weak siding there with his cast. Like, well-oiled machine is what we saw from the mostly PSG Talon roster here, obviously for the Chinese Taipei squad. So I think our expectations for this team and how they're going to do in this group so far holding up.
Yep. And it kind of just worked the way you'd expect as well, because CAS has been up and down, throughout the last few years. It's not necessarily the same situation. It had the same level of hiccups But Betty just, I don't know. When anything seems like a mismatch for this guy, he will just destroy.
Absolutely.
And he very much did that. So I think it's time for us to go to a short break pretty soon. And then when we come back, it's an interesting one, Wolf. It's the Giga Chads taking on KT Rolster. And I think a lot of you will be thinking to yourselves, oh, but KT are way stronger than Bro, right? No. Like, Bro, they're bringing their, like, full squad. It's
this is the real LCK team.
Yeah. And this is the squad with hype. You know, you've got the true Giga Chad Morgan there towards the top side of the map. Like, this team is kind of fun. They've got Humbug. Like, they just took the good players from KT Challenger last season, and that team was so good. And then they just rolled with it. So it is now time for us to go to a break. When we get back, we're going to have that exciting matchup. We'll see you there for it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. It is time for our third match of the day. And we thought that maybe the most exciting one was the second one, but it's actually not true. Because now, the Giga Chads are going to take to the field. And that is obviously what we're all looking forward to.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun. Bro have a real team. And by real, I mean it's stronger and as real as my earbuds falling on my ears because I forgot that I had to put them in.
I think you need to like adjust it so this comes up here a little bit more. Yeah. And then you'll be able to like get it in there, but I don't actually know. And
anyway, he'll talk for a second while I fix this.
Yeah, you can figure it out, I'm sure. I'm sure we can get it in there. I'm trying to work things out. I'm also not on my mark. We're all just all over the place, but that's absolutely fine. Because I think I could imagine there's a lot of people that are sort of struggling just with life in general when there's Bro coming up. And they're just too powerful.
I'll figure it out
later.
They're
going to be taking on KT, and KT are not really as scary. Are you all right, Wolf? Like, what's happening here?
We're just going to put it in. It's going to be functionally in for a minute, and I'll fix it when we go off camera. But yeah, it's...
Do you have your L's and R's lined up? Is that how it's supposed to work?
I think they're on the right side, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, we'll keep one in for now, and we'll keep one ear to the ground for this next matchup coming up as well. What's interesting about this is obviously Hype is a KT roster player. He's on loan to Bro for the LCK. In LCK rules, you can't play against your original team when you're on loan, but in KeSPA Cup, you are allowed to. So he actually gets to play against KT in this first match, which would not be possible in the LCK. So if you're excited to see a man play against his actual team, like this is the one chance you're going to get to see it. Hype is incredibly strong. A lot of people surprised that KT didn't just promote him.
Yeah.
Myself included, yeah.
Yeah, me very included. I would 100% agree. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Hype is going to be able to do because Bro also signed up Bull, I'm pretty sure.
They did.
So they've got Bull and Hype both on the roster. And I think based on what we saw last year, it's probably Hype that's going to be playing the majority of the games. And maybe they just signed Bull so that they would have someone to play into KT whenever they do face off against them.
They will have to have someone, so I think that's part of it for sure. Here's the roster. Hype, he's wearing a new jersey for the first time. He actually got signed to KT Roster as well this year, so even though he is playing for Bro now, he actually signed a 2-year contract, so he's playing through 2027. Actually, I think it's a 3-year deal, in fact. It's 2025, 26, and 27. So he's playing until the end of 2027 for KT Roster. So while on loan, KT's got this guy on lock for a really long time. So you could see him maybe potentially promote into KT Roster next year or halfway through the season, for example. It really just depends on what the terms of that loan are. But in terms of people who we're really excited for coming out of Challengers in the AD carry role, I think a lot of people put Smash in that limelight because he played with Reckless and has had an incredible last 2 years despite T1's results not leading to them going to finals or anything like that. Hype is the guy who did go to the finals. He is the guy who won the finals. He is the guy who popped off. Very consistent player. And this is a huge, huge upgrade, I feel like, for Bro because Envy just wasn't hitting the mark for this squad last year.
No, he really wasn't. Not to mention the fact that, Humbug going to be there as well. Certainly talk of the town as far as Challenger was concerned. One of the reasons why I think so many people liked KT so much in Challenger was Humbug was ridiculously good and Hype was ridiculously good. So seeing both of them still together, now playing for the Giga Chads, feels absolutely amazing. And meanwhile, on KT's side, this is not really a taste of what you're going to see in the 2025 season.
No, but they have Padak, very known for his time on DRX, obviously.
Yep.
Peter, who's never played for another org. This is his first time wearing a different uniform. Since 2020, he was a part of Nongshim and Dynamics before they even became Nongshim, so he's been with that org forever. So finally moving to a different org here and playing for KT Rolster's Challengers team, and then obviously representing them here in KeSPA Cup. Gen.G, a Kwangdong player, moved to KT Roster, but also was on loan to Bro, so kind of playing against his old team in this matchup as well. And Casting, who was kind of a fill-in for Perfect, but is a very, very strong top laner playing in this roster as well. So even though I think Bro have the stronger roster on paper and it is an LCK caliber roster, this team is no slouch.
Yeah, they're not bad. Zinni as well, I think, had some moments in Challenger as we saw throughout this year. So I don't think that this is going to necessarily be the smashing. However, this will mean a lot, I think, if Bro can actually come out swinging, because I think there is so much more for them to lose, right?
Yeah.
I think the fact that Bro have brought their main roster here is so that they can make a statement, so that they can feel good moving into the actual season, whereas a lot of our other teams, there's not a lot that they really have to lose as far as reputation is concerned because the teams are very different.
Yeah, I think that's part of why some teams don't send their full roster. A lot of people ask about this. There's been a lot of comments like, why are they not sending their full roster? Well, a lot of people have crazy off-season schedules, right? A lot of people trying to take a break. There's Red Bull coming up. Obviously, LCK Cup is going to be insane. A lot of their top teams came off a grueling world schedule. KT getting the big fan prediction. Now, this is probably from Chitizik, I imagine, the Korean platform, which we're also on if you want to check it out. It's on the Leaguepedia if you want to check out a Korean streaming platform, the Naver platform. But anyway, I think this is probably not coming from the global side because the GigaChad guys would definitely stand up, I think.
I know that you guys would certainly get behind the GigaChads. And I also think that, like, objectively speaking, they should be the team that should win.
Yes. I think they are pretty favored going into this one.
I think it's a lot of look at the name and then make a choice that has been happening here on the internet. And that makes sense, right? Because we're in the off season. Not a lot of people even know which players are playing on which teams. And they definitely didn't know who was playing for KT moving into today's match.
Yeah, and consider also KT did the back-to-back Challengers title this year. So one of the most dominant Challengers teams we've ever seen since the Challenger system was introduced. So,
and now they're on Bro.
There you go.
So I guess that's a reason for it. And we already saw that Doiv did fantastically well, former Bro alumni. And now as we jump into pick and ban here for the third match of the day, but the first of these two teams, just have to see exactly what is going to happen as we've got a first ban Aurora on the red side. First time we've seen a game without Corki being immediately taken away, but that might still happen.
I think it likely will, probably on red side. It's very first pickable at the moment.
I think giving Hype a really strong champion is probably a bad idea too.
Yeah. Now, what's curious too is going to be whether the Kalista ban comes through because I think that's one of the champions that can kind of duel with Corki and lane pretty well. During his Gatling gun, Kalista's the only one who can really just stand up to him and then look for a big rend and continue to do that at massive amounts of damage at the first few levels. So if the Kalista is left open, you might not see Corki get first picked because then the Kalista just goes to the other side. That's my expectation. Zyra also a pick that has fallen off quite a bit. Still popular in solo queue, but surprised to see that one take off the board along with a Viego.
Yeah. Cassante going to be the last ban here on blue. And so that means that if Corki's going to get banned, it needs to get banned now.
Yeah.
But like you were talking about, the Kalista is now going to be a thing. Hype can jump onto that one if he would like to. But there's also Jax, there's Sejuani, there's like a lot of picks that you might want to take away just in general without looking towards that bottom side because Ashe's still up and available as well. So Kalista does become a little bit more dangerous as far as that is concerned.
I feel like Ashe is a really strong first pick here, but the Skarner is left open for the first time, and that's going to go over to Hambak. Hambak's a really strong jungler, by the way. He was like one of my MVP picks in 2022 for Challengers. Yep. Incredibly strong player. They took away his Zyra, which he played a ton this year, but he is going to get the Skarner, which is kind of the next best thing for him in terms of what he's been playing this year. And Zini will play his signature Azir. Very well known for this.
Wait, what? Okay, so now Closer has the opportunity to just pick Swain.
He could.
Do you remember he used to do that all the time into Azir? He loved that matchup.
He could play Sylas as well into the Azir, which is an old counter pick. He could also play the Akali he's pretty well known for.
Yep.
So there's some good picks for him. Playing Kalista into Ashe
Renata does feel okay, though.
Yeah, if you have the Renata here, it means that you lose your strong mid-counter pick, but it does mean that you can tackle the Ashe. And I think it's a wise choice, but it comes with some trade-offs.
The God Hand Peter, is it happening? Fist of Fury?
Let's see.
Are we rocket jumping? Rocket grabbing?
I don't think he's going to do it. I don't think he's going to do it.
No, Peter's never let us down. Have you spoken to Valdez recently? He knows. That being said, he's going to let us down because that's Xin Zhao going to be locked in here for Young-Jae. Certainly feels like a Young-Jae champion, something that he's played a lot of.
Yeah, it's
feeling cookie cutter from KT right now.
Yeah, it feels very tier list. I mean, not even the Azir element of it, but what Azir does in this draft. And now they can protect the Azir pick with some bans like potentially the Akali or the Sylas ban, especially if they're planning on picking something like Gnar in the top lane. Azir Gnar is such a common scaling composition where the Gnar kind of has a safe lane, the Azir gets stronger later on. Jax is taken away. So
not going to see that from Morgan. Morgan, of course, known a little bit more as the Camille guy from 2021.
Yeah, that was the was the great rise of Hanwha.
Seraphine going to be taken away, as well as potentially just another support, just protect the bottom lane as best they can. Hype and Polo is certainly going to have a lot of firepower down there, but the Ashe into Kalista situation you were talking about isn't always the easiest to deal with. So I think adding some protection could be a good idea.
Interesting. Taliyah ban. I was thinking maybe they could ban Ambessa and just feel safer about what their comp is going to look like later on, because Bro's comp is so divey at the moment.
Yep. And also, they've got a bit of frontline here in the Skarner already, so they can afford to go for a little bit more damage. That's a Poppy, so that is not going to be the Blitzcrank ban. Could be something that Peter goes to.
Yeah, I'm curious what they are going to play with this Ashe in the bottom lane now. Could it be something like a Braum and try to, have a strong level 1, mitigate some of that pressure? That's my kind of theory right now. You lock up the top lane, then you get counterpicked, so I think this is going to be a support pick. And it's going to be the Nico.
I like that. Actually feels like it can fight the Renata a lot better. You mentioned the Braum, and I immediately tensed up. I'm like, oh, Braum into Renata feels terrible, but this does kind of get the same thing done.
It's also the ability to just root the Kalista while she's trying to approach you feels incredibly powerful. So the Sylas, I think, should have been banned instead of the Taliyah. This one seems pretty obvious, especially if you're going to lock in the Nico. Now they have another great ultimate to steal. The Sylas is going to love to play around.
It's closer as well. We know that he loves cooking.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things that he can do. Xin Zhao with Sylas is like, that ultimate is so stupid.
It's not fair.
Not to mention Pop Blossom.
Let's see what this top pick is going to be. Obviously going to be blind. So something safe would make sense. The Cassante was banned. They take the Renekton.
It's been a lot of Renekton Skarner that we've seen over the last few months. I think that is going to happen once again.
Might just be Gnar. Might just be the boring Gnar pick into this.
Oh, man. It would be so standard, wouldn't it?
Ornn is another strong one. Yeah, I like this. It's good into the late game. Scale up a little bit. Try to kind of out, basically to survive the mid game and then have way better damage output later, way more utility, because you've got so much great engage. At the beginning of this draft, it looked like, okay, Skarner, Kalista, and then Sylas comes in, you're like, okay, Bro's the team that sets up the fights. But when you get to later parts with Ashe, Arrow, Pop Blossom, Emperor's Divide, the engages from Xin Zhao, and also the Ornn Horn, KT can really dictate the pace of a lot of these fights, especially if they get ahead. And the late game is just incredibly strong.
Yeah. They have to get there.
Yeah, that's the question mark.
Yeah, that's where I'm a little bit concerned about KT, perhaps, because we have seen some, other a little bit more greedy drafts, you could say, in our first game, and that didn't work out at all. This time around, we'll see whether Bro can actually get their foot on the gas. The thing is, this is a team, an organization known for tripping over their shoelaces. So if KT just, keep plodding along, they might just find them in a ditch somewhere and then overtake. So this could be a big opportunity, but I do think it's somewhat of a risk, and we'll see whether it does pay off, because that's Azir and Ornn, that we're not doing stuff early.
They're not really doing a whole lot. This means, similar to some of the drafts we talked about earlier, especially game 1, like the jungle player has to be the one that holds everything together when you have these lanes that will struggle.
And Xin is good at that. That's actually a good point.
Yeah, and I think Youngjae has a big part to play here. Peter on Nico, not something he's really known for. He's usually known for like his Nautilus, his Yuumi, obviously is very well known for, but kind of this engage / mage support isn't really his bread and butter, so it's a very different look for him. He has a lot to prove on this one. And if our first 2 games of this tournament are anything to go by, we have seen snowball-y games. So let's see if KT can break the mold, survive that early game, and then scale up.
Yeah, the thing I'm scared about is, it's so interesting talking about it, because the thing I'm scared about is the bottom lane for KT, and they have a great matchup. I actually think that as far as the 2v2 is concerned, they can fight, but Hype and Polo are really good. Like, they're really scary, and they're on 2 champions that do excel in the early stages of the game, and if Humber can get there at any sort of timing that works out for them, the game could just be over. We've seen bottom lanes just kind of run away with it. We saw it in our last game, if you guys were watching there, and Betty did just do a number on them, and Kalista feels in a similar vein to that of a Misfortune, really excels early. That deer is adorable. Checking out the KeSPA Cup here in the skybox as we jump onto the Rift for game number 3. The debuts of Bro and KT, or at least a version of their rosters for 2025.
It's not fair that the song shouts hype.
I know, right?
It's like hype.
That's what I was thinking. But then I realized that Hype is playing for Bro, but he's on loan from KT, so it's actually the only name. Oh, God. Well, Humbug regrets that one. That's a great handshake from Polo, but they have to use the heal as well. Humbug down to 200, not out of the woods just yet as Morgan realizes that they just have to give it up. That is still going to be Peter getting the kill.
By the way, look at the in-game clock. I mean, this is like, we're at 140, so this is,
yeah,
a lot is going to be lost out of this. This is not like a tussle that happened at 50 seconds in. So let's kind of take stock of what happened here. We do see Hype and Palu heading towards the top lane, going to be crashing into casting here. Puddock going to get a very late return to lane here, so a lot of time lost for this Ashe. Even though they do end up getting the kill, there is a big trade-off there. Bro could have shown a lot more respect into how strong, though, KT's level 1 is.
Oh, 100%. This was mainly disappointing for me because it's Humbug that dies, right? And so his jungle just starting to spawn, and he's not even there. He's walking out from base, just now starting off on his red buff. And of course, you know, not exactly a resource-hungry jungler on this Skarner, but you're also pretty slow. And so being able to lock down any of these camps is going to be a difficulty. Speaking of difficulty, it is doing damage to top lane outer turrets early in the game.
Yeah.
Not easy.
Lane swap protection still a thing, as Peter is going to come up here and do a little bit of supporting like we saw in the first game of today. We had the Renata come over from career to try to support the top laner who's just trying to get what he can, get some additional last hits in here with the World Atlas.
Hi.
Yeah.
One thing I do like is the fact that Nico is way less confusing now. They've sort of adjusted when someone turns into a champion as Nico. It's not just exactly the same. And so as a play-by-play commentator, I really appreciate it. Thanks, Riot. Okay, Humbug is just going to try and make up for lost time as he stuns Puddock into the wall. Morgan taking a bit of damage, but I mean, this Ashe is dead. And Morgan is going to grab that kill. Humbug and Morgan already building that synergy.
I mean, this is massive because, I mean, the Ashe already lost a decent amount of farm from coming back to lane so late. Didn't end up getting the first blood. Remember, they got the kill, but it didn't go to her. It went over to Peter. So Puddock didn't get that money. Now he's not getting the minion experience here. And look at where the wave is as well, where Morgan is holding it close to the turret. So, I mean, Puddock is losing so much from this. And take a look at how this happened. I mean, it's just a gank from Humbug here. Puddock is trying to push this one in, trying to match the power that's obviously shown at the top side. I mean, there's not much to break down or explain here. Puddock is flashless and is just going to go down and lose a ton of money. Plus, a Renekton getting accelerated. 10 CS up over Casting, who's just trying to catch waves on the top side.
Ooh, Zinni. Gonna take a bit of damage there. Closer actually utilizing the chains to get himself out. Kind of cute. As Morgan is relatively low, does have Cull the Meek. As Puddock gets minion blocked a little, needs a couple of autos, gets the flash, almost gets hit by another turret shot as Zinni. Going to avoid one set of chains, but can't avoid all of them, and the ones that do the most damage did hit him, and that's not great. Closer actually just laning really well on this Silas.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Bro, just in general. Morgan wanted to trade aggressively there against Puddock because Puddock just came back to lane, remember, has very little farm. Morgan has teleport, so he could just come back in here and continue to put that pressure on. So even though he almost died and had to flash, I think ultimately it's very worth for him because now they're swapping lanes back. He can teleport back topside and catch most of that wave up there. And he's got that extra kill over Casting and start to put the pressure onto the Ornn. We'll also have to teleport, so Bro just in a great spot overall. Humbug is significantly behind on this Skarner, but already made an impact. You know, it doesn't take farm to make early ganks happen as a Skarner, and it looks like he's looking for maybe a second one here, grouped around Dragon.
Already picking up an assist, kind of huge. As Peter's clone is going to get spotted, Humbug going to be starting off this Dragon as Polo moves on over to help out. And so Dragon going to be taking 40 seconds until the grubs are up, and it looks like Bro should be able to contest for that one if they'd like to as well. I think one of the biggest issues is this bottom lane. I hadn't looked at that. Double the CS for the Kalista, I think, is good.
Yeah, and it hasn't been a nice shot of this bridge, by the way.
Really nice bridge.
Beautiful.
Big fan of it. Clean desktop as well, and so I think someone was very proud of themselves, and I understand why.
Sure. Post that wallpaper.
Covered in stuff, you know. It's like folders there, and it's like I don't know where to save something, so it just goes to the desktop.
Yeah, I've got a few folders that I try to organize, but they have like 2 files in them. I'm like, this is my documents for this one thing I have to do.
Yep.
It's not in my documents folder. Anyway, this is a product. Hold up.
All right, in goes Humbug. He gets delivered to the turret. Zinni actually playing that one real nicely. Not going to be able to get a kill back, but I think Humbug is going to you know, ask the question before he goes for that one next time. As the flash forward from Closer, trying to pick him up with the hijacked ultimate. Not going to quite work out, as flash for flash is going to be achieved here by the Silas.
I don't think Hambach is happy with how that went for him, but I think ultimately the flash trade does favor the Silas here in this matchup. So Closer almost still getting Xeni there. He just barely was able to avoid the Emperor's Divide. Still feels nice.
Yep, level 5 for both of our top laners as Hambach gets knocked up. Youngjae going to get stunned. Wind becomes lightning. Hambach's able to move himself out. Some grubs now being taken here by KT, and it looks like Bro are going to give those ones up. And I think it makes a fair bit of sense having Hambach pushed out like that. Not going to quite work. And Hype is just getting the job done. Towards this bottom side, just pushing this lead ever further.
I feel like this is, you know, when I'm winning in the AD carry role, this is what it looks like a lot of the time, where your jungler helped you out.
I'm alone in the bottom lane.
You're alone in the bottom lane. Like, you're like, well, I can't really push my advantage across the map that much. I don't have teleport or anything. So he's going to go try to, you know, maybe help out on grubs and get something, and I'm just going to keep pushing. I'm just going to keep getting plates, and you know, Hype here is just stacking up more and more money. And what I was going to say before that last fight broke out is this is just a product of how the lane swaps went very poorly for the side of KT. And he's just sitting at 20 CS the advantage, plate gold in his pockets now. And this Ashe really not in a good spot.
Oh, Bellows breath on cooldown here. So Morgan knows that he can fight casting for a little bit and be able to get stuns off and stuff like that. Morgan just able to do whatever he wants. Of course, this is a war of attrition for the Ornn. He just wants to stay alive. Right now, Morgan is actually farming very effectively. I think effectively enough to say that this is definitely a win for the Bro top side. This is, of course, Morgan's Renekton. Like, this is this guy's champion.
Yeah.
We didn't even mention that earlier on. I actually feel terrible. I'm the worst Morgan fan ever. I have all of his trading cards, but I don't talk about his, like, iconic Renekton. I'm terrible. I'm a terrible person.
Yeah, you said his Camille was iconic, which is also true, but...
Yeah, I saw the Jax being banned, though, you know?
Yeah.
So that's why I was talking about that. Oh, man, I've been out of the game for too long. It's like a month and a half. Oh, God. Over the hill.
Tough times, but, I mean, look at the lane state top, the CS difference there and then in bottom lane, and then look at mid and go... But that's also a problem. And
yeah, the
it's
fact
just
that Closer is winning by this much is, it's telling.
And all three of our games today have kind of been the team that got advantages in lane, whether that's just from laning alone or from lane swaps and jungle ganks and stuff like that. The team that got the snowball rolling has just kind of dominated. And if you have losing lanes and counter matchups are going, oh, nice.
Oh, he got it.
What a god. But if you have this kind of game state, it doesn't matter that your Skarner is sitting on 2 Giants belts because... you've kind of already done it. You know, you've kind of snowballed this so far that you have a dragon lead as well.
Wait,
you dictate the pace.
You would need extra belts, though. He needs a third one, right? Because he's got 6 legs.
Oh, that's a good point.
And so you'd have 3 pairs of pants.
That's a good point.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see whether Hambach can get another Giant's belt to really make it thematically correct. As he's driving towards Zinni. Zinni just does it again. This time the turret not going to be there. Chain's going to connect. Really nicely done there from Zinni to get himself out, though. The Pop Blossom onto everyone as Closer with the Kingslayer is going to be able to keep himself alive. He gets bailed out as well, but it's not enough. And Bro are going to have to back away. Man, that was heroic from KT.
Yeah, Peter's ult was fantastic there. Without that play, I think Bro could have turned this one around. They would have had enough damage there. The Renata ultimate from Palu really staving off some of the pressure, but ultimately still going to be a win here for KT. And KT, they needed that win so badly. They need something like this to go right. And when you look at the initial setup here, like Palu's clearing this ward, but Hambach's on the rotation. Hambach does not have vision of Peter here initially when he decides to go in. Once again, gets Emperor's Divided back, and then Peter bides his time here. Look at Closer, gets the chains in, and then this pulls him forward, so Peter actually gets the triple here. And yes, the Renata ultimate is good, but too much damage is done. Look at Closer, gets all the resources, has the ult. The Xin Zhao ultimate has the bailout, but it's still just not enough at this stage in the game.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. And man, it was beautifully played by Peter. He used the shape splitter so masterfully.
And so patiently.
Yeah, to make sure that he was like stealthed right before that Pop Blossom goes off. The stolen one does absolutely nothing from Closer. There's circles everywhere. And Bro just don't really connect anything. KT understanding exactly what they need to do. Zinni actually playing with aggro exceptionally well in that fight at the same time. And it's going to even things out, Bro. They are 2 Drakes in the lead. It's going to be a Chemtech Soul. So Orcs, as it turns out, is not watching, which is a bit of a shame. I was hoping that he would, but
he's on vacation.
Definitely not paying attention.
Youngjae gonna take out these grubs. I want to call them scuttle crabs for some reason. They already have 3, so each one is valuable here. TP to the top side.
Yeah, there's the Ornhorn. Closer going to be hijacking that one away as Humbug getting a crash into the wall. Here's the real call of the real Forge Guard, but Young-Jae is just dead. That's the first kill for Hype. Morgan gets bailed out, but it's not quite going to work. 2-man going to get struck there by the Pop Blossom as Humbug, they both flash away. Hype keeping himself alive. Doesn't have another rend though, as the handshake is actually beautiful. Puddock just trying to get in range, and he should be able to get there. There's the volley to finish it off. And even just hawk shots for fun at the end there. And that is 3 on the ground for Bro. KT just fighting their way back into this game.
And now Zini is so big. 3 kills on this Azir. And I think there's just, the eyes were a little bit too big for the stomach here for the side of Bro. They don't want to give over additional grubs here, but look at how quickly KT retreat. Flash avoids the knock-up here, and then Young-Jae buys some time. But once again, Peter on the flank is the real difference maker here. Call of the Forge God comes through, get the knock-ups, and then wait for the re-engage. Look at Zini also all the while doing so much damage. His ultimate isn't the big impact maker, but it's the damage that he does on the side here, and Hype chasing so deep in when they have so many defensive tools. Handshake almost able to help get him out of there. It actually kind of ironically pushes them closer to him, but he either way is going to go down. He gets slowed and gets hit by the volley.
Barely missed the stun onto Puddock, which was really unfortunate because it looked like they were sharing pixels, but didn't quite work out there. I also think that the Fate's Call, like, just really didn't do anything at all.
Yeah,
it was really interesting because Hype picked Polo up, and I was waiting for the knock-up, and it just, nothing happened.
They just kind of, like, backed out on it, but they went so far in. It was a very tricky fight, and they didn't have a lot of vision. Like, they didn't know where Peter was. They didn't know about Zini over there. And, like, Zini, obviously, his ultimate, like I said, wasn't the game changer necessarily, but it was big, and the damage just from his from him flanking there, and his Sand Soldiers started to stack up, and now he's just so massive. And casting, I'm going to get a Demolish proc down here on the bottom side. I mean, you look at the gold, and it looked like moments ago we were like, oh, Bro just has too much control over this game. The Ashe is too far behind, but these kills are really just putting KT in the driver's seat.
They really are. And we already illustrated that this should be terrifying for Bro because KT, this composition ages like a fine wine. It is looking beautiful later and later on, whereas Bro's a little bit more like, you know, McDonald's. It's just once it gets all soggy, it's just not as delicious as it was previously.
Yeah.
So maybe not necessarily quite that bad. They've got a Silas that can do a fair bit of work, but you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
I feel like you look at Ornn and Zinnia's. No, yeah, I was going to say, actually, no, McDonald's is delicious after 3 hours. Yeah,
like, you know what? I will pull some back fries out later. It's actually okay, but
honestly, there's enough, you know, sugar and preservatives and stuff that you won't get sick. At least there's that. All right, Morgan going to be flashing on top of Puddock, who misses the arrow. Oh, dear. Morgan sets up the kill for Hype. He's going to be able to lock that one down. Zinni's still going to be getting 600 gold, though, as first turret does go over to KT.
Man, this game is so wild. I mean, it's just, there's chaos everywhere. I mean, while Puddock is getting caught and collapsed on as they want to get Herald, Zini is greeting hard and gets the top turret and gets away with it. So he's got his Haunting guy. He's actually very close to Leandri's now. We'll be able to get it on his next back here if he just farms a little bit more. Casting is also going to grab a second turret here. So yes, they did get Puddock, and yes, Puddock has been really far behind this entire game, but you know, that doesn't necessarily matter if you have a secondary carry in this Azir.
Yep, Searing Charge does absolutely nothing. Neither does the Q, but still Morgan not going to try and get through the massive amount of health that Casting has. Of course, he's got Sunfire Cape and a Bramble Vest, which makes fighting him just not very easy for a Renekton. And so he's just going to back away there. I don't think a Bro are out of it.
No.
They're not even 2,000 gold behind just yet. They have 2 dragons, so I guess there's that. But it's just the fact that KT have been able to skirmish so much better that really is surprising.
They're playing the map pretty well on top of that as well. And you know, in terms of the grubs, like, you know, 4 actually went to KT, so this Azir and Aside, if given some time with the turret, is very difficult to deal with because he has that Nashor's Tooth, which allows him to destroy those so quickly. And Puddock, even though he's significantly behind here, he's not like a whole item, or he's not going to be 2 items behind like we almost saw in one of our earlier games. And he's still a lot of utility. His slows are valuable into the Silas, into the Renekton. His arrows are valuable for setting up fights, especially setting up the Azir. So Pop Blossoms and things like that. So the Ashe is very relevant despite a deficit there on the bottom side.
Yep. Well, you can see Peter looking for an opportunity here perhaps, but Not going for it. Humbug going to be giving away the dragon. Looks like Bro just going to utilize these first 2 drakes as a way of getting some control around the map, not looking to actually snowball towards a soul point at this point in time.
I thought perhaps they were going to commit to trying to drop Herald in the top side in return to look for a crash onto that turret to trade Dragon for turret at least, but they don't commit to that. Zini has teleport, so he could just come up there and shut that down, and they're putting up so much pressure there in the bottom side of the map trying to push Morgan out of lane, and finally they will commit.
Well, let's kill an Ornn, shall we? As Call of the Forge God goes down, not going to be able to be interrupted here as Humbug moves his way over. Closer tanking the turret for a really long time. Hostile takeover does absolutely nothing. As Shelly, she's going to slam her skull into the turret. Stun does come down. There's the chains, and that is going to be Zinni shut down. And they take the turret as well. Bro back on the board.
If Peter had been here, I think this is a smart play from KT. It's what I called out just a moment before. You know, Zinni has teleport. You can come up there. They have the Ornn horn. It's a tanky Ornn, so diving this is going to be quite tricky. But Peter just wasn't there. You see where he is. He's backing right now along with Zinni, so he just can't get here in time to impact the play. And casting just goes in here, looks to clear the minion wave as Zini's teleporting over, but the teleport actually keeps this minion alive, so the wave is cleared. They can destroy this turret very quickly, and then Zini just sticks around too long here. Is stunned just barely before the Emperor's Divide pushes Morgan out of the slice and dice there.
Yeah,
or not slice and dice. The what's the W?
The W, the ravenous,
the stun.
Yeah, it's the stun. It's got a really dumb name.
I figured you would know it.
Doesn't really mean too
if
much.
Anyone.
I do actually. It's in there somewhere. I assure you. But it just does not sound like what it does. It is just stun.
So it's a huge
ruthless predator.
That's right. Yeah, ruthless predator. Yeah. So, like, Zini commits teleport. They lose the turret anyways. He also dies. So this is a huge swing of momentum now back into Bro's side of things. And that gold difference is just gone now. It's all deleted.
About 300. But Zinni going to be able to pick up this wave. That's going to help KT get a little bit more back in the coffers. Is now Polo in trouble. He's going to flash. Gets himself out of the way. Puddock finds an arrow. As they're committing to this, Fate's Call does come out. Trade of ultimates. Not too bad. I think KT making sure that button is on cooldown. Very, very helpful. Making sure that Hype is as vulnerable as he can be.
Interesting teleport here from Closer to potentially try to grab this inner.
The drive-by was very cute.
And he doesn't get it, and then he has the Ash arrow stolen. But
I thought he was going to do the classic, you know, the Season 1 tech where you throw the arrow and then teleport onto where it's going to be.
Yeah.
But he didn't actually do that.
Yeah, so I guess that's just going to be, you know, Morgan, you're relieved.
Yep.
This is my top lane now.
Well, they do manage to clear out the minion wave here towards the bottom side, as Polo and Humbug not with the most wave clear down here. Still, it's going to be a fair bit of pressure being put on. As you can see, Closer was able to get another wave crashing, and Casting going to have to sit up there and take that one down. Ornn, though, is just really starting to get to a scary place. Look at, like, the CS numbers have not dwindled for this this Zinzel.
They certainly have not been kind to Humbug either, obviously, because he had that rough late start, and you know, he's been behind on the plays. Did make that gank happen onto Puddock earlier, but otherwise really hasn't been the most impactful jungle player that we've ever seen. Like, Skarner often dictates the pace on the map everywhere, but the scarier part really is the scaling his ear. 2 items now. Leandri is completed. You can see he's 1,250 gold ahead, nearly 1,300 ahead here. And shutting him down, dealing with him, and stopping Zini from being a menace in these late-game team fights with so much other ways to set him up with the Ornn, with the Ash slows, Pop Blossom setups. That's going to be the biggest concern. And I think Closer can do a lot to get on top of him. Obviously, a Fate's Call could maybe set something up there. But Zini, got to keep your eyes on him when we get to these team fights and how much damage he is going to apply across even these tanky members of Bro.
I agree. And it looks to me like Bro are trying to go for some sort of like split push style of play here. It looks like it's going to be something like a Lich Bane coming in second for Closer. Does a lot of turret damage. Morgan can find some angles in side lanes, although Ornn is just going to start winning, is what it feels like later and later as the Thornmail is already completed. It needs to be Closer finding a lane with the Ornn in it if they want to get something done. As now picks up the ulti. from the Xin Zhao actually going to be a decent one. Crescent Guard, very, very strong.
Zini, if he can actually demolish this turret here, I don't mean literally with demolish, this could be huge.
Yep, Arrow going to connect. The handshake is going to connect there as well as Polu keeps himself alive. Humbug stands in the way. Hostile takeover is decent. Fate's Call keeps him alive, but Humbug, he's just dead.
Yeah,
There's nothing they can do, and Polu still dies.
Yeah, and I mean, you could see Morgan split pushing topside, but he didn't come to assist. The turret dies, and that's the power of Azir. He just gets on top of that turret, and he says goodbye, and he puts a Sun Disc up, and there's no more play you can have there. Like, even if Morgan teleports in, he's not going to be able to make a significant impact in that fight, so he just decides to continue to push, and he will be able to maybe trade Baron for Inner here. His casting is going to actually come and interrupt that, so he's even going to deny that turret take here as Morgan runs out of minions, and KT just playing the map, I feel, way better than Bro are in utilizing this Azir so incredibly well. Watch what happens when this minion wave crashes here as Zini gets on top of this turret. He's just like, nope. He like basically 3-taps it, it goes down, and then it's just easy to follow up here. Palu does get Fate's called, but ultimately still dies.
Yeah, he gets thrown down well and truly away from everything, but incidental damage going to be enough to destroy him as Zinni is the man in the middle of your screen, and it makes a lot of sense. He might be down in farm, but who cares? 4, 1, and 3 on this Azir. He's got the 2 items that really mean anything at all, and now he's got the utility of the Arm Guard at the same time. A second Chemtech Drake now going to be picked up here by KT, and I don't really see comeback mechanics. We mentioned already. This is Ornn and Azir. The artifact, the ornaments going to start coming in, and then I don't know what happens that Bro can do to make it better.
I mean, the thing is with this Baron buff, I mean, we're talking about 2 full minutes left on it. I mean, they do so much with Zini. If they take this turret out here, it looks like they're not going to be able to get on this wave. I mean, if they did, then they just go bottom and get a second one. Now, this is going to be a crazy flank attempt here from Closer.
This is a from downtown
This
level
is a pull
of
bay flank.
Yeah, it really is. But unfortunately, he's going to be spotted on a ward immediately. Closer is going to slink back the opposite direction. They're going to lose an inner turret. And then what can happen? Now he goes back, and he's just going to not be able to do too much of anything at all.
Really bizarre flank, or teleport rather, we've seen from Closer this game. Maybe he can punish some recalling stragglers?
Perhaps. Trying to get over a wall here, but doesn't really manage to as Zinni's already flashed. Hostile takeover going to come on through there. Does connect onto 2. Pop Blossom not really doing too much as Morgan gets into the back line, but still KT get into position. The Emperor's Divide, gigantic, and Bro just melts. Closer is pretty tanky, and there's 2 kills here for Morgan. Casting in a little bit of trouble. You can see there's a couple of ashes on the map, but Casting may not be able to get out of this one. And the Wombo combo looked fantastic from KT. And Closer is going to be able to get there and execute. Flashes forward. Putup trying to get the kite happening. He's able to do it. Now Morgan, the last man standing, has to flash a volley. And in the end, it's 4 for 4. An even trade, Wolf. Don't you worry about it.
Well, I just want to go into the history of these 2 rosters for a minute. Remember, Closer did replace Pool Bay, technically.
There you go.
There's so much history between
flanking.
these teams and everything we're talking about. But, I mean, ultimately, the flank isn't successful here initially because he just can't enter the fight. He's trying to go over the wall and hit onto the Xin Zhao, but he's unsuccessful. This ultimate here actually ends up setting up a really nice play here for Morgan because they're all stuck in here. Do end up getting Zini into the Hourglass here, or the Arm Guard. And look at how much damage he does regardless. But once he's dead, there's no carry here. I mean, Ashe isn't that strong in this game, but she's just physically not here at the moment. And once she does show up, once they buy a ton of time, Casting plays this incredibly well to buy time. Peter's trying to get some roots here to allow him to flash over the wall. Then Podok does show up here, and Closer can get that kill. It picks up 500 gold. Will ultimately go down, but picks up a second one. KT end up kind of salvaging this play. But as the dust settles here, I think, Bro, that was the best fight they were ever going to get. End result, they're still massively behind. I mean, there's still a lot of issues here, and Podok actually picked up some much-needed gold. He's no longer massively behind this Callista, and the ornaments are coming. I mean, the Leandries is already upgraded. Zini can buy a Leandries fairly soon. He already picked up his needlessly large rod, so
yeah,
you're going to need another one of these Hail Mary fights to work before we can really have a conversation about Bro coming back.
Yep, I think Closer needs level 16 as well. I think he's going to need 2 hijacks in an extended fight to really make this one happen. Morgan is still ahead as Closer is getting hunted down by an Ornn, but obviously not going to be able to find the knock up there, and there wasn't too much helping him out. The Ornn is just starting to become immortal
Yes.
From what I can see. Starting to build some magic resist as well, so it makes Closer's life a little bit more difficult. As now Gen.G getting run of the jungle, going to be able to walk on in. He's a level up. Should easily be able to steal this one away. Does so. Humbug, not anything he can do about it. As Arrow's going to connect. Hype off on a flank angle. Could possibly try and help out if they were going to overextend. But look at this. The rest of KT just going to move on over towards this inner turret. Look to try and take this one down. Ornhorn does come on through. Humbug likely to die. Does get an impale off beforehand as Peter finds 2 in the backline. The pop blossom on a 4 though from Closer. Can this be enough? The answer's no. He gets bailed out, but there's no one there to save him. And KT just so much more coordinated. Morgan finally showing up, but it is way too late. And KT, it seems they can do no wrong as far as where they are on the map.
No, I mean, they're always at the right place. I mean, it was an incredible effort from Closer, and if the game state was a little bit more even, or if his teammates were able to help follow up and get him that bailout, maybe he could have been able to secure 2 there, but he's just left out to dry. It's all he could do is to set up a huge Pop Blossom, but it's not going to be game-changing at this stage, and that should just be the game here. Another sub-28 minute here.
Yeah, well, all the games seem to be ending at a very similar time as Morgan dices his way into an Emperor's Divide, and now Humbug wanting to avoid this game ending right now, but it's just not really going to happen. Hype going to go down as well. Morgan just saying, no, take him, and I'll just stand under my Nexus turret. They're going to wait for some more minions to come on through. You can see Gen.G healing more than Closer is dealing damage until now, as the Crescent Guard is stolen away and utilized as the chains are going to connect. Okay, we might get a bit of a turnaround here as there finally is the knock-up. Zinni just does so much DPS. And Polu, he's the next one to just trundle out of the fountain and look to try and defend this Nexus. It's not going to work. And KT are going to take down Bro. The fans knew. 90% just knew, way better than us, that this team was just good enough.
Well, there were a lot of things that went right for Bro in the early game. If we went back to our first 2 games where win lane, win game, snowball game, those kind of things were working well. There were some mistakes from KT, like Zinni teleporting topside and then dying and then still losing the turret. And they didn't have dragon control early as well. That was Bro's. But they just played the map better. Even when we were seeing picks and they were chasing Poduk down and killing him, turret goes down topside. Turret goes down bottom side. They're playing the map so incredibly well. Closer with some bizarre choices of teleport when they needed to really grab firm control over the mid game, deciding to go top side there, and then just kind of being like, well, okay, you back, Morgan, I'll handle this, and kind of wasted a lot of time, and time was against them with the scaling composition here of KT. It's no surprise to see Zinni also the carry. Once again, 1k DPM here on KT Rolster, nearly hitting 30,000 in this one. With that early Nashor's Tooth, destroying so many turrets, picked up so much money. And also, Poduk, despite being behind, ended up catching up.
Me. Yeah, like, how is he on 20k compared to the, the 12 of this Kalista? Of course, low range against Azir, very, very difficult if the Azir gets ahead for a Kalista to do damage. But still, Poduk was getting crushed in the early game. And it turns out that doesn't actually matter as well. The kiting in the late game. And we know this Psyduck just, you cannot mentally rattle him. He just goes, sigh, and then everything's absolutely fine. So really nicely done here from KT. And I'm surprised. I'm kind of baffled that KT looked this good with this roster against Bro that came with the main comp. Like, this team doesn't get better than this, right?
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Also, considering some of the players that we're looking at here on Bro, and some of the experience that they have. Like, Gen.G has experience, right? I'd say more than really anyone here. But besides that, like, a team that you would think would play the macro a lot better, it's players like Closer who made big errors of judgment. And he's the most experienced player out of all 10, I would say, in terms of playing at the highest level. So just kind of bizarre to see how this one kind of just shaked up through the mid game. Just some really unfortunate mistakes from Bro. And I think the Bro played the early game well. They had a draft where that was going to be the game plan regardless. And I think they hit the win cons until they started to kind of fall apart and took some poor fights and some bad map movements.
Yeah, and it was a difficult draft to make work at the same time.
I swear this only happens when I'm on cam as well.
He did actually have it in throughout the entirety of the game.
And then the guy came and fixed it for me, and then I just...
We'll cut this one out of the VOD. I promise we'll cut it out of the VOD. It won't be in BNK versus Quandong Freaks, which is what we have coming up next, from what we saw, you know, there was some promise from B&K, but it wasn't exactly the greatest, and Quantum Freaks really wanting to bounce back after getting brutally obliterated.
Yeah, I just sort of pretending like I'm constantly getting an update. I'm like, hold on, I heard that
Yeah.
the fourth series is up next.
Actually, yes,
Atlas.
this just in. It's time for us to go to a break. We are going to go to a break. When we get back, Wolf is going to fix his stuff. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. It is time to get into almost the halfway point. It is the fourth game of the day, and this time we're starting to get into some of these rematches, starting to get into some teams that we have already seen. B&K gets another chance at glory, and we'll see whether they're going to be victorious or whether it's the Quantum Freaks that can finally get a win.
That's right. So both of these teams are sitting at a 0-1 scoreline in the group. And unfortunately, both of them were kind of stomped, right? Like, we had our third game with Bro and KT be the most interesting one of the day so far, but both of these teams did get destroyed, B&K's case by DRX, and then for Guangdong Freaks, Chinese Taipei, crushing them in the bottom lane in particular. So we'll see some draft adjustments, you have to imagine here. Both of these teams struggled because their laning phases, they didn't draft for early game, and then they got rolled over.
Yeah, and we'll just have to see, because I think that a lot of adaptation is going to happen. Remember, all of our teams have 3 games today, and so we will be able to see a little bit more out of them moving further forward. And I think for both of these squads, we're hoping to see a lot more. Not even a little bit, especially from Slayer.
Yeah.
I'm just really hoping that this guy gets himself together, because this is, yeah, everything else was fine, it felt like to me, on the Quantum Freak side. And it was Slayer that was really struggling. And so Envy is the one up against him this time around. Can Envy mirror what Betty did, or will it be an easier matchup for Slayer? That is the question, and one that I have an inkling of an answer for, but we'll just have to see how it goes.
And we'll have to see. Daystar's not looking as optimistic as the rest of his teammates are here. Career had a decent start, I feel, in that game, but unfortunately just became the punching bag of Yehu on his Aurora later on, just because he was super squishy and they didn't have a lot of vision, so he was often the one targeted and blown up first in fights. So, you know, it's time to kind of rally here a little bit, because obviously you do have a long group stage, you know, and it is going to be a lot more matches before they are eliminated, but at the same time, you don't want to start off 0-2. The same to be true of this team. Doive had an incredible start. Obviously, Punyan had a decent start in his lane as well, and then they played through top side a lot, but it was the problem that Slayer's overextensions in the bottom lane, playing into Woody, and just constantly getting caught by that Renata, losing his flash early, and just not able to play the game. That was the big issue down there in the bottom side. Quantum has a ton of experience, obviously played a lot in the LCK, hasn't really laned with Slayer that much. This is a new duo here in KeSPA Cup, and you know, potentially what we might see at some point in the LCK, but not likely. So we'll see how long it's going to take for these two players to kind of gel with each other throughout the course of 2025. But so far, looking a little bit nervous, this team. I feel like not playing up to their potential.
I would agree. I think the bottom lane especially were, like you mentioned already, Slayer had a rough one, but I felt like Quantum wasn't really hitting anything at all. And so looking forward to seeing them find a little bit more success moving into this game. And of course, up against a lot of players that they have, you know, a lot more tape of, you know, a lot more understanding of, and maybe with a little bit more comfort, things will be a little bit better, because the Chinese Taipei roster are no joke.
They really aren't. And I think they might be the favorites based on what we've seen so far, and that we've seen basically all of our teams.
Yeah.
They might be the favorites to get out of this group in first place. It's looking likely. We'll see how the rest of the group shakes out. But it's interesting to see how Guangdong's kind of always had this bit of a revolving door as an org in the support role, and players get promoted out, go to other teams, and new players rise up. With Quantum's in and out. We had Moham in the past kind of in and out, right? And ultimately went to D+. So Quantum's the next guy in that spot, and we'll see if he ends up moving into the LCK roster or joining another LCK team in the future. But he's shown us he has a lot of potential. Like, we were not super disappointed with his performances when he played against some really strong teams in the LCK, but we were disappointed with his individual performance today so far.
Yeah.
So I think he could definitely bounce back in this best of one here.
I would agree. Quantum Freaks also with 87% of the fan vote here as well. So maybe knowing a little bit more than we do here, because, you know, both of these squads looking like they have been struggling a little bit. I imagine a bit of a slugfest. I was thinking a little bit closer to 50-50. But it is time to jump into pick and ban for the fourth game of the day, the second for both of these squads, both of them coming off a loss, and so looking to try and bounce back, as another of these Zyra bans going to be thrown out here. This time it's Quantum Freaks that is issuing it. And one of the coolest things, and something that I guess you may not have heard the news of just yet, is that Quantum Freaks have changed up their coaching staff as well.
Yeah.
And so Rapid Star has moved in, CV Max has moved out, And so maybe a lot of the vibes of this team are going to change moving into 2025. Of course, that coaching staff hasn't actually, really taken off just yet. And so expect to see some changes moving into the next year.
Yeah, I do think that things will look very different for Kwangdong Freaks and perhaps a little bit more standardized, which is what I think the roster likely will need. But this is, of course, not really our full LCK roster at all. So we'll see if that trickles down into this tournament or not. As Skarner is taken away, Aurora is gone, Corky's gone, Callista's gone. All the big names are off the table here. And so in terms of first pick here, I mean, we could even see something as standard as a Sejuani, like super safe here, but looking like they're hovering the Varus for Envy, which he did play last time around.
Don't know whether we're really enthused by a Varus first pick, but we'll just have to hold out and see what they do decide to lock in. It looks like it is going to be the Varus, though, so locked away. Lancer can take something like a Cassante here. There's a lot of very, I guess, solid options that you can go for.
Yone and Sejuani are both open.
True.
So I wouldn't mind to see that. It's obviously going to be a very different look for Doiv on that pick versus the Lilia who played with the Yone last time, but I feel like that's a really safe rotation here. You don't need to lock 80 carry right now. Cassante is the other big pick, like you mentioned, because that's what Sobero used last time with this Varus, and it's just a very safe pick in general right now.
You can just go Cassante Yone if you want to.
Yeah,
it feels very physical damagey, but I don't think you need to worry about it too much.
You don't have any more counter picks if you do this, and you're leaving everything wide open, but you get two of the best, safe solo laners just locked up right away. So it's not like there's much of a counter for the side of BNK. We might see Gnar to come through or something like that. They're definitely going to say, well, I'm not giving you Sejuani with this lineup.
Yeah, that has to be locked in. It is going to be picked alongside Nazir. It doesn't feel like a whole lot of permafrost synergy as we've seen in the past. But now Doiv, we'll see where he decides to go. I really like something like an Italy. The Lilia he could go back to, though, because he looked so good on it last time, and it abuses these tank junglers really, really well. Instead, Pangyon just going to be taking away Slayer's Ziggs. And if your AD carry has a rough performance, there's a good way to hide him, and that is behind clearing minion waves the entirety of the video game.
Yeah. Obviously, he has a little bit of added safety with the satchel charge, so it's not going to be as much of a punishable pick either. The Gnar is going to get banned away. That's not surprising. One of the best answers to the Cassante.
I think Gnar and Jack's probably likely to go.
Besides the Zyra, there's so many AP jungle picks that Doiv could play here, so it becomes tricky to actually target him. Like, are you going to ban the Lilia and the Nidalee, and then he goes to something else? Like, he could play Karthus. I don't know how much you necessarily need an AP jungler now that you have the Ziggs in this comp, though.
Yep.
So they go to the bottom lane instead, which I do prefer.
I think if you ban Leona and Rel, it does make things hard for Quantum Freaks as far as finding Engage is concerned. So that might be where they decide to go.
Nautilus, too, could be another strong ban, I feel, because it also deters dives onto the Ziggs, where it can be sometimes vulnerable. The Leona is just the best pick with Ziggs. We've seen that throughout the course of the last 6 months. Poppy, more interesting ban here.
Don't mind that one. Via consideration now, and of course, you don't need an AP jungler if you've got a Ziggs, so you may as well lock this one away. It gives them so much brawling power towards the top side of the map. And so Doiv going to be taking that one. So fighting around Grubs, I imagine that's what Quantum Freaks want to be heading towards.
Let's see what the top lane pick is going to be here. The Nautilus is taken away, looks like, here for career. Into this Cassante is the big question. In the past, we'd see something like a Vayne maybe or a Twisted Fate we've seen, but we're not really living in that meta anymore. So if Sobero wants to, he could also play Ambessa here, which he's actually going to hover. And this matchup is definitely playable. It ends up being a bit of a really fast wet noodle fight, but a wet noodle fight nonetheless. And there's that Rel you were talking about. So this draft it started off with a lot of question marks and then kind of solved itself in the end in a very basic and uninteresting way, but I think both teams end up with something that's pretty good here. For Kwangdong Freaks, though, I think they're so reliant on the Ziggs really coming online in the mid-game and getting some plate value, so grub control is going to be very important for them on the top side of the map.
No, I would agree. I think they are set up for getting some grub control, but I'm just worried about Kwangdong Freaks getting back-to-back demolished by Ambessa twice in a row. Like, that doesn't feel good. No. That's never going to feel good. And we'll just have to see. It's Sobero that's going to be playing it this time around, so the top lane variety instead of what we saw from Maple in the previous game, which was more of the mid lane style. And so not going to be a counter to the Yone, which is what we kind of saw and instead going to be taken up against the Cassante, which makes so much sense. For me, Ambessa and Cassante are like chips off the old block. You know, they just dash around all the time and do ridiculous things with overloaded kits.
And when you get the auto attacks getting canceled and stuff with her abilities, like setting up permafrost is actually so easy, and you can do it the way you want to because you can guarantee you're going to hit those autos and set up the permafrost because you're just so sticky. Cassante is going to have that one dash, that one unstoppable to get away from you, but then ultimately will get permafrost. So there's some pressure there on the top side. I do think that, you know, when you look at how last game played out for Doiv and Kwangno Freaks, topside was their strong point. Pungyan looked really good on the Yone. If you can put the attention topside, shut down the Ambessa, get grub control, set up the Ziggs to then have those, you know, ideally at least 4 grubs to then demolish turrets and get that gold so they can explode towards the mid to late game. Kwangno Freaks have a great draft here, but the early game is always the question, and that has been the story of this KeSPA Cup. Only Bro really messing it up when they had a lead so far.
And Bro have been in a team that have been very impressive with the things that they've managed to mess up in the past. So I could imagine that they're more the exception than the rule. I've got a bone to pick, Wolf.
Yeah.
We are almost ready to jump onto the Rift, but we've got Vi and Ambessa both in this game. Vi used to have an ultimate called Assault and Battery. It is now Cease and Desist. But it was sort of changed because it sounded too aggressive. Ambessa has an ultimate called Public Execution. Like, really? So I think to honor Vi, we can call it Assault and Battery in this game because she deserves to have her old name back if Ambessa's allowed to have this one. That's what I'm going to say. If you've got any rebuttals, let me know on Twitter or something if you'd like to.
So if we're going to change Assault and Battery to Cease and Desist, right? We change Public Execution to, like, Cease Living. Like, what are we going to change that one to?
Yeah, or maybe like...
Cease being alive.
Does it have to... So, like, Cease and Desist means not the same as Assault and Battery at all. So maybe we can just change it to...
Don't do bad.
Maybe it's like Out on Bail.
Out on Bail, yeah.
Or something like that.
That's a bit on the nose these days, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Cerberus up against Lancer here. Let's see how this matchup is going to go. Right now, Lancer is taking damage and otherwise not really offering too much back. But,
so, you know,
Cassante,
Showmaker's been very outspoken about his mana costs. With the Ambessa, they just kind of took the mana away. They were like, yeah, she doesn't have that. She just kind of has energy as well.
Going to connect already onto the little wizard. Slayer taken down below half health already. He does have a short fuse and is going to be able to do a bit of damage to Korea, but otherwise, things continuing down a bit of a low ebb here for the Kwangno Freaks bottom lane.
Yeah, Slayer is just unfortunately getting engaged on consistently here.
Oh man, another one. This one onto Quantum. That was so close. Quantum had to stand in the way.
Yeah, Quantum actually did him a solid there. Otherwise, he has to flash, or he probably gets hit, then flashes, and potentially dies as well. Like, Slayer's got to really work on that positioning into these engaged supports. Otherwise, we might just have a repeat. And I mean, Varus is a very punishing champion, even at level 1, level 2.
Oh, man. Lancer is taking a bit of punishment himself. As speaking of which, Piercing Arrows connecting here as this laning phase. Certainly, I'm putting it in the cons column as far as Kwangno Freaks are concerned. Outside of the mid lane where Pungyan has been doing all right from downtown as Korea does take a turret shot, and so that will deter him from diving further. But as we can see, health advantages across the board here for B&K, continuing to keep them on the ropes.
Yeah, I mean, if Slayer just doesn't get hit by some of these dredge lines, then he's sitting at a much healthier health bar, much more comfortably CS. He's not going to lose too much farm out of this, but it's very frustrating.
Just don't get hit forehead type situation.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Smash Bros. Thing, but yeah, I'm not super impressed with how his first 2 games of this tournament have gone so far.
Cool. So we're taking a bit of damage here from Doiv. Decides to do all of that dashing and button pressing and is ultimately going to lose out on the trade. We can see now Korea moving towards this mid lane. Pungyan in very defensive stance right now. He's going to be able to catch this wave as it looks like Doiv should be able to secure this Rift Scuttler as well. So not too bad. Decent start here for Kwangno Freaks outside of the bottom lane, you could imagine. And obviously, like, Ziggs is going to have a rough time anyway, right?
Yeah.
He just wants to sort of sit back, farm. get to the point where you can wipe out these waves very effectively, and then, a laning phase won't actually matter at all. It's a good way of sort of dodging playing the game in the early stages.
You can see Saburo is just trying to bait Lancer's Qs and then dodge them while using his shield to trade effectively. They trade shields, goes back in. This time, Q3 does land for Lancer. Saburo's just sitting here at full energy saying, the wave's coming to me.
Yep.
I'm chilling. Gonna get a small CS advantage here. We'll hit level 5 in just a moment. And yeah, it's fun to watch like the top lane matchup here between Kasate and Mbessa because they're very different champions, but very similar in a lot of ways. As in longer trades, as Saburo keeps getting the better of him, eventually can wear Lancer down like this, but does have to respect when Lancer's got his Qs stacked up. He has to wait, and Saburo's doing a really good job of actually playing around this, dashing away, going to catch this wave, and Lancer's just going to try to opt to back here.
Yeah. This skin of the Mbessa as well kind of looks like her weapons aren't actually on chains anymore. They kind of look a little bit like flubber arms, yeah. Or like Alawi tentacles.
Yeah.
I kind of love it.
A little stretch action.
Yeah, I kind of hope that like the Stretch Armstrong vibes continue as we move to other skins on the champion.
So Ziggs swaps top, by the way. Slayer's up there, and this is. Ideally, how you want to secure grubs is to put the Ziggs up top side, see if you can get some extra damage on this turret, but the speed at which they rotated, which is not really there, like, they ended up getting the top scuttle, right, and then he came over, but look at the CS difference between him and Envy. Envy still leads.
Yep.
And, this isn't necessarily... Ooh.
Gets the flash out. Korea is taking names on this Nautilus.
He really is.
It's a magnetic hook he's got lined up.
He's had a good day overall. I mean, he messed up some of the Renata fights in the first game, but his early game was pretty fantastic. The Slayer's going to get some gold here, and let's see if B&K actually do get the contest. It looks like they're going to try to Hex Flash in.
Whoa, another one, and the hook is going to connect again. This Korea guy. Oh, man. Okay, ulti comes out from Penghyun, as now he jumps over the Emperor's Divide, able to dash back. As Daystar didn't exactly have a good way to get out there, as now another hook is connecting. Quantum's the one in trouble, and that's the piercing arrow from Envy to lock down the kill. And this time, Envy is going lethality. We mentioned last time that was the kind of Varus that he can actually play, and he is actually playing it.
He certainly is, and that's going to be Grubs going over here to B&K. This is pretty massive for them to deny that from the Ziggs. The Ziggs lane swap top, got the plate, but otherwise is pushed away here. You can see in the bottom lane, Lancer is just, continuing to tussle with Mbessa's. Okay, hold up.
Okay, that is Doiv going to have to flash away. That's a nice angle for a flash. So he's able to get himself out. Another knockup does come on through there, and Penghyun actually finding a lot of value here. Quantum, not so lucky as he does back away. Still, that is some grubs going on over, at least one of them being able to be locked down here by the Quantum Freaks. Is now going to check this one out one more time.
This is a really nice wraparound here. Doiv, unfortunately, a bit isolated. Career just locking down Quantum, so there's just no way out for him. Doiv is cut off, so there's just not much happening. Remember, we had that mid-fight as well between Penghyun and Daystar, so both mid laners are isolated. You have topside control. Career Hex flashes the wall and starts setting up those slows, or really, rather not slows, but slowing their retreat, getting the root, getting the hook, so that follow-up can come through. And, we're looking at a, even gold here situation, but denying the Ziggs those grubs is the real win for B&K. Plus the fact that they were able to get the dragon, looking really good for them right now.
Certainly is just a bit of a monopoly on these neutral objectives, as Bonnie going to be returning the favor. Of course, the blue buff was stolen away by Doiv. Doiv now going to be able to move in, does spot this one out. Let's see whether he does secure it. Looks like the answer is no. Cease and desist does come down, the assault and battery, I should say, and that is going to be enough to be able to take down this Sejuani. Lancer actually collecting that kill. Should be able to help him in a side lane at the same time. Good little clapback here from Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, it does feel nice. I want to kind of take everyone's attention to the top side of the map, though, where Saburo is now laning into Slayer, and Slayer is not getting any pressure on the turret, as Envy will get a plate here, bottom side, I believe. Looks like not quite, in fact. But nearly got that plate, had he. Point would have still stood, but he doesn't get it. But it's the Ziggs that's been shut down. No grubs, no ability to push. He got that one plate earlier, but this is the thing you're always looking for in a Ziggs composition, is how much gold can the Ziggs generate against these turrets. And now he's got some help up here, so maybe with this wave crashing, he'll get a little bit more damage done. Really got to keep an eye on that, though.
Yep. Let's see where he does get to. Nice little knock-up onto Daystar, as Penghyun having a better time this game is what it sort of feels like. as Lancer taking a bit of damage. And Envy now looking to try and line up an ulti perhaps. Does have that level 6 as we can see. Mitigating a fair bit of the damage there though is Lancer. Nicely done.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cassante staying on that extra armor versus the serrated Dirk isn't going to be too phased by the damage coming out from Envy at this point. Now, here's some damage to the turret. Here's a demolish.
Should be able to get it. Sober really not wanting to give that one up. As nice little shattering strike, and the bouncing bomb going to connect there as well. Looks like Slayer is having a much better time on his Ziggs than he did on the Ashe in the previous game.
Doiv's here.
Yeah. Does not quite have the ultimate back up and available just yet.
If he sits on this for another wave, I mean, there's a huge opportunity.
Well, it's making its way in. There is the ultimate to come through from Soboro. But wasn't all that public. It was kind of just by himself, so the execution wasn't exactly there. And now it's certainly not public, as Doiv is the one in trouble. He's going to get flashed on its Bonnie that throws the flail around and locks him down with the Winter's Wrath.
Soboro's probably like, man, I have a dash coming, man. I have like 3 of them. Like, just let me get the kill. You thought he was going to get away? No, he's not. You don't need to play for that. But yeah, at the end of the day, another kill goes over here. And it was so, oh man, career almost does another. It was so close to being a huge win for Guangdong Freaks. If Doiv has his ultimate, if they can lock down that kill, crash a few waves, the satchel comes out, boom, that's a turret down. That's first brick for Guangdong Freaks, and then Slayer's completely online, but sadly shut down. Really good plays from the side of BNK, reading that situation incredibly well. And it's not that Slayer is out of the game or anything. He's just not as accelerated as he'd like to be, and how accelerated he almost was if that play had been successful. Yeah, exactly. We're sort of waiting for that time where the Ziggs gets out of control. As now Korea could be in trouble. Cease and desist was up and available, or the assault and battery, as I'm supposed to call it in this game. It was up and available, but he decides not to go for it. Instead, there are some grubs on the map. That is going to be the first port of call here for the Guangdong Freaks. If they're able to lock down these 4, that is Void Mites up and available here. So certainly a great idea. But Daystar moving in. Bonnie, a little bit late. Oh, I actually hadn't realized they got the 1 earlier. I thought all 3 went to BNK. That is actually pretty massive. Yeah. Pangyan going to be able to get a knock up here as well. Throws out the ulti. An interesting direction as he was just out of the turret aggro. But Pangyan going to be flashing. There is the depth charge, and he is really dead. Well, I mean, he's not really dead. It just takes a while, and then he is dead. They do manage to take the grubs off the back end of it, but that was odd. I just felt like Pangyan could have just got out north and been alive. He didn't have full information about where everybody else was, but I think they had that ward to see that people were rotating over. Let's see again. No, he didn't have a ward there to see where everyone else was, but yeah, just pretty bizarre. Like, he wanted to ult through the turret and then maybe look for a kill onto Daystar, but if he just, I mean, he could have literally just walked away. Yeah. And I think it would have been fine. So this is quite bizarre. Maybe trying to buy time for the grub clear so that the team doesn't collapse in. And also he was ulting towards his teammates in theory, but I mean, Doiv was never going to get off the grubs because that was a great objective to pick up. But his career, it's what used to be Quantum making his way back home. Haven't had a second dragon in a while. I feel like this Chemtech Drake has been up forever. It's definitely been up for a little while. Do see a group for it now as Slayer clears the mid wave and is heading over. They drop down this control ward to clear vision out. And I mean, Pungyan doesn't have his ult up just yet, so this is quite a dire situation for Guangdong Freaks to fight over. See whether they can actually make something happen as Bonnie does get locked down. Does have to flash as there is that cease and desist we were talking about. Mega Inferno Bomb eaten by a shield, but mostly gets the job done, and Daystar is going to fall down. Pungyan coming on through. The ulti comes down here from Soboro, this time very public because all of Guangdong Freaks are here. And so he is just going to die. Pungyan going to be able to lock that one down, and this is the Guangdong Freaks that we wanted to see in the last game. Really nice, decisive call there. Single target CC is lined up there. Doiv sets it up. They're also going to grab, it looks like, an additional plate here for Slayer. Wants it. Should be able to get it. They should. And, there it goes. Another hook is going to connect, but there's not a lot of damage with these two. Satchel Charge comes on down. They do get the Permafrost, and now Envy comes in. Now they've got damage. Daystar's going to turn up as well. Just the edge of the Emperor's Divide, and Slayer will be taken out. Nicely played. BNK getting a couple back. Yeah. You really wanted that plate, huh? Well, we're going to get one as well. Split between 3, but the kills are the more important part of this. So they'll actually grab 2 additional plates. They're going to grab the whole turret. First brick is going to be there. As you can see, Punyan calling. He's going for top, but it's got a lot more health. And that is going to be the end of that. Is you look at this fight on the... Oh, we're not going to watch the fight on the dragon. I'm going to go back to this hook here. Quantum gets picked up. This really funny satchel charge where Bonnie just like flies up and continues the momentum forward. And then the teleport comes through here. And look at this from Daystar, just on the edge. But he knows he has the Nautilus ult to guarantee that's going to connect.
Yeah, it was beautifully done by Korea to hold on to that as well. Just kind of knew they had them exactly where they wanted them. I think Orcs would have been pretty upset about the satchel charge usage.
Yeah.
Just because instead of hitting it on an opponent, you can use that to keep yourself alive. And they just decided not to do that. Pungan now going to be fighting against Bonnie as Quantum in the area as well. It looks like Rift Herald just going to be taken in the meantime. It still feels like Quantum Freaks have a fair bit of control of the map. They still have a slight gold advantage, and they now have the Rift Herald. So despite those couple of follow-up kills that were picked up there by B&K, it feels like an uphill battle here for the squad regardless.
Certainly does. I mean, the gold is basically dead even, but Kwangdong Freaks have bounced back in a few ways, right? I mean, they were able to win that last fight. They were able to punish. Daystar didn't have his ultimate. That was the replay I really wanted to watch rather than the Nautilus one, because Daystar was so close. He was like 3 seconds away from his ult. It could have definitely helped disengage and then won that fight for B&K, which is why I was so confident for them that they'd actually win that fight on Dragon. They lost it. But then, you know, overextension bottom side comes through. Slayer gets picked. Quantum gets picked. It's a very back and forth game. It's not the cleanest League of Legends we've ever seen, but when you zoom out, you're like, okay, Varus has 2 kills. The Azir is scaling. The Ziggs is online, has a lot of plate gold he's picked up. And we're going to a mid-game that's pretty even. These next few fights are really going to dictate the pace as to who starts to take a lead, who starts to get map control, because both of these comps can be so oppressive.
And if it's the solo queue that I've been watching, it's the Ambessa team that's just going to win, because that champion is ridiculous.
Does have the Eclipse online now.
We'll just have to see whether the Assault and Battery is going to beat out the Public Execution in the end. 400 gold is nothing. And so we're looking at possibly the next Drake fight. Not going to be Baron, but right now it is going to be a Rift Herald being thrown down. We'll see whether a charge and a satchel is going to be enough here to take down this turret. It's going to be very, very close, in fact.
It looks like not quite enough, and he's not in range, but a few more minions hit it just for a second. I think he will be able to take that out at his leisure if there's ever a rotation away. It's going to be tough for him to do it right now, as Quantum is in a fairly dangerous spot, but we'll be fine. He is also really playing with fire here. I feel like no one is being safe this game. I'm like, whoa, 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 hold on. Don't
I mean, Pungan is just playing Yone, so he's always safe. So I guess we shouldn't be worried.
Sure. Well, remember what happened in the top side fight?
Yeah, true.
He should have been fine, but he wasn't.
I think he was just, it was limit testing, and it turns out if you walk towards the enemies forever, you do end up dying. If there's too many of them. Another hook going to connect from Korea. This is just what we expect from this guy right now, as somehow that one landed as well.
Yeah, it looked like he was
Envy.
out of range, but I guess just the tip will connect there. And Kwangdong Freaks,
master of that.
Yeah,
all right.
he certainly is. I mean, look, they were so close to satcheling that turret, and then B&K rotated over just in the nick of time. Career's there. Turret is saved. As Slayer is super frustrated. He's like, I'm so close to killing this turret. I've been so close for the last 3 minutes.
And, I mean, there's no plates, so it's like you may as well just chill. Be patient. You will eventually be able to get it. It's just if Ziggs is ever in range, it's probably going to die. So don't worry about it. It's going to be okay. 40 seconds until the first Cloud Drake of a Cloud Soul. We'll love to see it.
Finally
it's our second
got
one of the day, I'm pretty sure. Was it not? Do we have another one?
I thought...
Maybe we didn't. Maybe we just had a Cloud Drake and I got overexcited.
I think maybe it was a Cloud Soul in the last game. Either way.
Sometimes.
We had an Ocean, I remember. And that's all
we had
I
an
remember.
Ocean, we had a Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, Chemtech Soul. Yeah, I think we had one Cloud as well.
There were 3 other games.
Yeah,
so,
I think the third game was Cloud.
Let's just call it a Cloud.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to do so. As another one, so that means 50% Cloud Soul rate. You love to see it.
It's the highest what we have.
Mm-hmm.
Serpent's Fang here for Envy, by the way. Picked up as the second item, so nice little tech there.
Yeah, into Vi, who shields herself all the time.
Cassante
doing the same thing. Yeah, no, exactly. Everyone, in fact, has shield
A
options.
tier on Slayer, you never know.
Right?
This is an optimistic setup here for Kwangdong Freaks. They don't have a ton of control, but let's see how this flank goes.
Yep, the dragon going down relatively slowly as Doi not even in the pit, and as you can see, they find him. Diving into the backline goes Pongyan, as now Doi might have found his way out. The Glacial Prison doesn't do anything, but Pongyan is just dead. Slayer possibly just by himself in trouble.
Doi?
There's the ulti. Into the backline goes Lancer, and Daystar actually managing to survive this. Quantum trying to get himself out. Lancer just finished someone off, for goodness sake. It doesn't happen, and it's of course Korea that locks down another phenomenal hook. These health bars were so low, but Guangdong Freaks could not finish a target.
The whole game plan for Guangdong Freaks for that dragon fight was based on Doive's flank, and they had an idea that he was there, and if the jungler is on the flank, then it means the secure of the objective is just so difficult to pull off. So B&K knew they weren't really under any time limit here. You watch this from Doive as well, like he's on the edge here. He's like, okay, if I get a pick, if we can set up something to Envy, maybe Pongyan goes over the wall, we take out Envy. That's the idea. But they find him first. Envy is engaged on, flashes away instantly. Really nice reaction there from Envy. Pongyan fails the flash to get over the wall and gets taken out here. The whole game plan was kill Envy, we get the dragon, and it all goes awry. You can see Lancer still puts up a fantastic fight here, and they're almost able to take Daystar out, but Doi has to get out of dodge, and Daystar does a ton of damage here as Career locks down that final hook you mentioned. But yeah, this is just a disaster here for the side of Guangdong, and a very optimistic setup, if I'm honest. I mean, I think the idea is good, but it just relies on them not checking their flanks, which they did, and they were aware.
Yeah, and I think Doi also using the Vault Breaker to, like, get into a position. Like, if there was a ward there, he would have been even more, like, ruined by the whole play, but didn't even, wasn't even required.
Finally got it.
Yep, there it is. Satchel going to be able to lock down that outer turret, as we were talking about. That is going to even out the gold. But honestly, it just feels like B&K are fighting better. The woes of the last game continuing here as now Quantum wanting to try and get himself out. Going to be interrupted. No crashing down over that wall as now Korea gets satcheled, but it doesn't really matter too much. Magnet Storm isn't magnetizing anyone, and that is going to be another kill going over to Envy. 3-1 and 5 now on this Varus. Stacking up over and over again as Pongyan he's done. He's like, I'm staying in a side lane for the rest of this game.
Yeah. I can understand how he's feeling right now, and I mean the dominance we're seeing here in these team fights is just going to start to really hit a point where, as Daystar now has 2 items online, it's hard for Guangdong Freaks to outplay. The build here for Slayer as well, we'll see what ultimately comes of it, but he ended up getting what I like to call the burn urn here early. Yep. He's got a tier, and he's also got just an extra amp tome, so I'm not entirely sure what his game plan is in terms of what he's building, but he's not going to have a big 2-item spike here to where he's bursting people down, especially with the game state as it is right now. It's hard for them to find people. The gold, relatively even. It's only 700, 600 gold between the two, but B&K just have so much more map control, so much more pressure, and so much more ways to dictate the fight. So this is the Andres that finishes now.
Ooh, cease and desist coming on through there. And that is a big ulti from Pongyan. That's Daystar really dead. He does manage to ult from the grave, but Bonnie, even if he ults from the grave, I think he's still going to be dead. Korea going to land a hook coming up here, and that is going to connect. But is it going to matter? That's the question. Envy says absolutely. Mega Inferno Bomb coming down, though, to try and help out. As Soboro, I don't think he has high hopes for how this one's going to go, and that is going to be Korea going down.
22.5 minutes here. I mean, Leandri's on the Ziggs actually going to be pretty relevant here. May be able to rush this Baron down. Fairly risky, though.
Yep, Soboro diving into the brush. Going to be finding a Pongyan.
He has his ult still.
Yeah, and these piercing arrows really going to start hurting. Lancer going to have to play really up into the face of Envy to stop them from getting poked out. This Baron down relatively low. Bonnie just wanting to get in there. Lancer knows what his job is, and that is stop this Sejuani from getting into the pit. Bonnie does make his way around, and now Doi is dead. They have no possible smite for this Baron, and now Bonnie's going to make his way over. Slayer is just dead. There goes Lancer as well. Pongyan, he is going to try and get out, but it's not going to work. And what was that, Guangdong Freaks? I mean, when was that going to work?
The second time in a row they make a risky call. Can Korea stop it?
Korea definitely stops that every day of the week, but especially this one. It's been one of his best games I have seen. And now it's, it's B&K's turn.
So, I mean, there's this time it's safe though, because this time there's no Guangdong Freaks members up. I'm not a huge fan of Slayer's build because you're like, oh, I'm going burst, but I'm also kind of going a little bit of damage over time, and we're going to eventually burn through these health bars here. bizarre build. He ended up finishing Laundries, which we knew was likely going to be the case, but we're still puzzled by it. Not going to help him out too much, but watch Soboro play this out because Envy is doing so much damage here on the flank. Soboro, by the way, blind. Knows he just has to hook into the center of this, then he can get on top of Slayer. Because if he gets into the middle of the fight, he's got 17 dashes. So he's eventually just going to get on top of Slayer, who he knows is relatively low. Yes, he sacrifices himself in order to do so, but the Daystar shows up, and Envy is just untouched in this fight as everyone else has to get out. It's a complete wipe. It's a complete wash. Take your W's where you get them, Kwangno. I get it. You want to try to push that lead even further, but this is a higher level play, I think, than they really give credit to B&K for. They are gonna play aggressive. They are gonna deny your Baron. They're not just gonna go, oh well, I guess we lost it. They have the tools to shut you down, and they will absolutely use them.
It was really well played. And even the wraparound from Bonnie, I think hats off to how he played that one out as well. And it's just been more intelligent positioning in team fights that we've seen. As Doiv, where are we going? What's happening here? As Quantum now also finding himself in a little bit of a rough spot, but that does mean that he distracts them from their jungler that's now wrapping all the way back around once again. Chains of Corruption going to connect, and that is a very dead rel. Quantum was there for a second. I'm sure of it. Well, then he was gone.
Punyan is just hoping he can trade a turret here in the bottom lane, and I think he will be successful. Well, this is going to go down so fast. And
they might even get another one because that's with Baron as well.
I mean, it's one Yone versus 5 players with this Azir being so fed Baron, as you mentioned. I mean, they might even be able to go for the inhibitor turret here. They're wary of the Doi flank, and they're not going to over-push their welcome here, but I just don't even think Doiv can. I don't think you should take that, yeah.
No,
you should walk away.
He's getting the heck out of there. Looks like it is going to be Soul Point going over to B&K as well, unless Pungyang can do something absolutely heroic.
Well, last time he tried on the Baron in their previous game, it did not go well. Let's see how part 2 goes.
There is certainly information available. And Hook going to connect once again. This is just them getting caught out of position. Ooh. But the Great Magnet Storm is going to fly in. The ulti down as well from Pongyon. But he is just going to explode. And it looks like the wallets are starting to get a little bit too hefty here on the side of B&K as Lancer goes all out. But unfortunately, it's kind of all over at this point in time, unless something crazy can happen. He survives a lot longer than I was expecting, but Ambessa doing some Ambessa things, and that is going to be a triple kill for the top laner, finally getting off the ball as far as that is concerned. 4-2-10 in this game, and I think B&K, that was kind of the last nail that they managed to put in this coffin.
And I feel like the back of the camel was broken a few straws ago, but this is really, like you say, the coffin, not the backbreaker. I mean, you look at this, it's so ambitious from Quantum Freaks, but they know they're super far behind. And this was kind of the story of their last game, they had against the Chinese Taipei team is like, okay, well, we lost this one, but let's go for these Hail Marys. I appreciate the attempt, obviously career, coming in here, cleaning things up, but it was a nice Magnet Storm there, and the follow-up is good, but you kill Envy, he already did most of his damage. He's Lethality Varus. He's just like, all right, I hit my abilities, did the AoE, cool. And then there's an Azir to deal with. Okay, you killed the Azir, but everybody's dead because he did so much damage. There's 2 carries to kill, whereas Punyan isn't going to output the same amount of damage. He just doesn't scale as well. He's not as big of a damage threat. Look at the damage difference between the two of them, 10,000.
Yeah.
The difference, and like, it's like, okay, we got a Cassante, he's doing Cassante. Well, Ambassa's got a cleaver, and she's Ambassa, and she will just clean up house. Like, she's kind of a third carry that cleans up as well. You have to deal with all these threats, and there's just not enough money to do so.
Yeah, they can't really afford it. I think you're absolutely right there. Also building like a whole bunch of health alongside more damage. It feels unfair when you get to build items like this, like what Ambessa does have put together. And does sort of make the Leandries make more sense as Soboro is going to try and get out. Doesn't quite work there as Doiv's going to punch him back. And now Soboro decides that he's just going to fight. Might be a good idea as now Pongyon going to be able to avoid the hook.
I think
the first person that's able to do so is I think Soboro could have won that.
Yeah, I actually think if he goes in, he probably kills Doiv and then can kind of kite back to his turret, and there's just nothing Lancer can do. I don't think he fully wins. I mean, it would take a long time to do so. Maybe he could in a longer fight, but like he definitely could have gone for the kill on Doiv. He's actually thinking about it. You can see on the minimap, he doesn't chase all the way. But yeah, I mean, the other thing about the Ziggs is it's good at wave clear, but it just doesn't do consistent damage.
We got a teleport coming in. Decent Magnet Storm there from Quantum to try and keep them in position. Chains of Corruption going to catch onto Lancer, though, and he's just blowing up. Envy now back into the fog of war. Doiv just trying to lock him down. All Out does come through, so Bonnie should be dying here.
Wait.
And Lancer almost dies as well, but not enough damage there as Korea also going to fall. Quantum Freaks maybe finding an angle back towards this game. I didn't say into the game. because I just don't think that that's quite there yet. However, an opportunity.
If there was a Baron up right now, we could have a conversation about it, but it's not going to be up for another minute. And you know, Ziggs here in situations like this, he just thins the wave, like he basically clears it out here, and there's a teleport right next to the rest of B&K, and Lancer's in a position to where he's like, okay, taking a ton of damage here, but I am very tanky, and they just over-chase onto him. Like, the Q3 pulls Bonnie out, and you've just way overstayed your welcome, and then coming in here, his career is just trying to deny the rest of the team from going down. He sacrifices himself, but it's a small win here for Kwangdong, as you say. Ooh, small win for our feed as well. It's all good.
Indeed, we're back. So, you know how there's games that feel like, oh, man, I can't believe one of these teams has to lose because they're being played so well. This feels kind of like the opposite of that. You know what I mean?
I can't believe one of these teams has to win.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's not fair.
Because it does feel a little like they're struggling to really ride this snowball effectively on either side, but especially B&K because they're the ones that have been winning for so long. Another Doive trying to find an angle here, but he'll just get chained up and destroyed.
Pungyun buffering the Sejuani ultimate is definitely
nicely played.
Yeah, really well done, but doesn't mean it's a trade of ultimates here. They're just going to go straight to Baron. Look, what I'll say about your comment on that one is I feel like Career and Daystar deserve to win, all right? Like, they played some really good League of Legends in this game overall.
Yep. And
I'll give them credit. You know, is it the best team effort we've seen macro-wise? Not necessarily, but some good punish plays to come through. Envy is also playing a pretty good game.
Yep.
And when he's playing his lethality Varus, that's what he's more known for, as you mentioned earlier. Is, oh, look at that max range ult.
Yeah, Pungyun just going to get collected here by Sobero. That was pretty public. Absolutely. And so now B&K going to be able to walk up the mid lane. They grab a pick. They grab another one and a Baron. And this should be the end of the game.
I think so. It's our longest game of the tournament so far.
This is what you do, though, Wolf. You just complain about, you know, the performance of a team, and then they tidy it up. That last passage of play from B&K, absolutely beautifully done.
I mean, it's just they got Pungyun's ult, and he still doesn't have it, and Mbessa says, I gotcha, and then it's GG. Maybe a flank would have been possible if Azir couldn't drop a Sun Disc, but now they're just going to go straight to Dragon.
Ooh, Doive needs to be very careful here, as Bonnie knows exactly where he's going.
And Doive and Closer today just think they can flank anybody from anywhere.
Yeah. Poolbay has been giving them a lot of information about how this one's going to go. As the ulti from Lancer does come on through. Let's see whether Sobero can find it. There's the public execution, and now Lancer just not tanky enough by the looks of things. The Dragon goes down, and Sobero just demonstrates that Mbessa is pretty silly. Let's see whether Quantum's going to suffer the same fate. Because he's extended quite far. Doive is following.
Can he kill all three of them? He might be able to. Like,
he's
I think
level
Doive's like
17.
Maybe
he's
he
6 levels above Quantum.
I mean, Spear of Shojin is so strong for her at this point. It's a huge spike.
Well, he's going to get stunned up and takes no damage. Doive is dead. Yeah, Sobero, I think, now knows that he's just able to kill him. There's the flash forward. Secures that one. Quantum's like having a look at his levels, and he's like, I don't have any. And now we've got Nexus turrets being taken down very, very close. In our future, that is going to be happening, as Sobero are going to be able to deal with this inhibitor turret. And some Glacial Prisons flying out there. Pungyun going for a last opportunity, but going to miss the ulti, unfortunately. Mega Inferno Bomb does some damage, but Quantum just gets evacuated from the game. It's just he's not going to be respawning in this one, I don't think, unless they are unable to take down these Nexus turrets. So it looks like they are going to be falling very soon, though. It's B&K. Their health bars are low as, just sidestep.
Career
is Pungyun. It's just, Career has been toying with them all game long. I was a little bit critical. I take it away, not to Career. This guy has been a god all game long. It's been absolutely amazing. Doive, he's going to fall down one more time. And B&K, I mean, this last, 7 minutes, gorgeous. Gorgeously played. I take back all of my bad things that I said.
Yeah, I mean, Career having a bit of a redemption game as well after rocky mid to late in their last game, second of the night on the Renata. So B&K going to 1-1. It'll unfortunately be Kwangdong Freaks dropping down to 0-2 after their second game. I feel like a lot of this game was decided based on some really aggressive calls from Kwangdong Freaks that weren't the right ones. Trying to force fights on the top side of the map around that objective. The Dragon fight that they tried to force. They were falling behind. The Ziggs build I didn't really like. And, you know, when you're going Ziggs, you have to have either, somebody else that could do damage, then you can Leandres, you can burn, and you could be like, all right, we're poking, we're chipping away. That's fine. If you have Tristana Ziggs, for example, you have another really long-term damage threat in a team fight where she's consistently pumping damage in. But you have a Yone who's kind of an engaged bot, and if you're winning the fight, yeah, he can do some damage and some cleanup. But if you're losing the fight and you have a Ziggs, he like presses abilities, and he's like, that's it, that's all I can do. Whereas they have a Varus who's poking constantly. They have a Azir who is going to do massive damage, and we got 1k DPM every game so far. This time, it's Ambessa.
Yeah, and it's the second time that Quandong Freaks have lost to her as well, which is just a little bit of a shame. They're the only ones that have fallen prey to Riot's new thing. This time coming in towards the top side of the map, and Lancer is the one that has to suffer. So maybe we're going to see Quandong Freaks start to ban this champion, and no other team.
Yeah, maybe. I got a feel for Kwangdong a little bit here, but I think their draft, they didn't play to its win cons very well, and they tried to put the Ziggs top and try to go for those grubs, but they botched that fight, and you can see the gold was really close for a long time, and actually Kwangdong held a small lead for a lot of the game, but it never really felt like they were hitting their stride, and the Azir was scaling. Envy was getting stronger. He was getting that damage online. His lethality started to hit a critical mass. The Ambessa 2-item spike with the cleaver hits a critical mass. And then once you get the third item, the Spear Shojin, I mean, you hit 3 abilities instantly because you're just flying around. You're like, oh, it's already there. It's stacked up. I'm doing so much damage. It doesn't matter. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I do legitimately believe she could have killed all 3 1v3 in that
I know.
top
I feel
fight.
like, Sobro just wasn't. Like, he just didn't need
He's
to.
like, why are they coming at me? They must know something I don't know. Maybe there's a fourth person coming? I don't know if I could do 4.
And I think it makes sense. You know, he was sitting on a huge bounty, but, like, still, that champion is pretty ridiculous. It's time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, we're going to have our 5th of the day. Do not go anywhere. Oh, not yet. Never mind. We're just going to dance for a little bit. Do you want to keep the...
There's no music though, so I don't really know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we're doing either. We're gonna have highlights relatively soon. I just got a little bit overexcited as far as that was concerned.
Here.
Next one gonna be KT versus DRX, and yes. All right, it's time for highlights. Let's go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. We are over the halfway point, and we are ready to get into our next match. Thank you for staying with us. I know some of these breaks do seem long, but we do need to allow everyone to calm down after the exhilaration that you experience after each of these games.
It's an online portion of the tournament, so everyone needs to have fixed start times so they know exactly when they need to show up and be ready in their team houses and stuff like that. And obviously, all of these teams are playing multiple times on the day. They will tomorrow as well and for some of our upcoming days. So got to make sure that they can be ready and be ready and prepared like between games to like recover and all that stuff. So we got to have these long breaks. So thank you guys for being patient. I've noticed the viewership is kind of going up, just like the scaling of ears we've seen in a lot of our games so far. You guys are scaling, we're scaling, and it's been a fun day so far. I mean, we're halfway through, and now we're here on the back end.
Exactly. The international win rate of Ambessa as well, going well and truly up. And in fact, actually, no, it's not. It's stagnated because it's 100%.
But the wins have doubled.
The wins have indeed doubled. It's now time to get into KT versus DRX. These are two teams that have shared a lot of players as far as the LCK orgs are concerned. And we'll see how they are going to do when they dive onto the Rift to face off against one another here today. So far, I think that KT have been the most surprising, and DRX definitely looking really good in their first match.
Yeah, and like our last series where we had two teams, or series, last game where we had two teams sitting at 0-1, now we have two teams sitting at 1-0 facing off against each other. So we will see who is going to take that 2-0 lead here in the group. Next to Chinese Taipei, I feel like DRX has looked like the strongest team so far, but here is KT's roster, of course. And, you know, looking at a team here that has a lot of potential, and I think that obviously it's KeSPA Cup, right? It's early days. These players don't have a lot of time spent together.
Yep.
But a roster that I think really can, you know, is it going to do as dominantly in challengers as what we saw from KT over 2024? I don't think we can assume that yet, but definitely could continue to grow. And it has a lot of players that have lots of LCK experience. Gen.G, Peter, Casting has some experience. Paddock has more experience than Casting does, even playing in the LCK. So. Yep. These guys have kind of lived through a lot of ups and downs. Zini more on the upside recently, obviously, with his performances in 2024. So hoping for big things for this team. I think this team is likely to get out of the group.
I would agree. The Azir also looking real good from Zini as well. We'll see whether Yehu does decide to jump on that one or whether he's got some counters up his sleeve. As we know, he kind of does. Frog and Sponge going to be there towards the top side of the map. Lazy Feel, our first Vietnamese import, playing real well. This guy looked great in their first match. Of course, Yehu kind of stealing the show a little bit, but I don't think he'll get Aurora again. And so we'll just have to see how they're going to play in an honest game of League of Legends, you know, without that Freljordian witch.
I assume that we will see the Aurora ban this time around, and I do think we'll see a more honest game of League of Legends, like you say, but time will tell, because that ban gets traded for something else, a Skarner, a Corki. We haven't seen Corki yet. Out of all the kind of like OP first 6 ban champions, pretty much everyone else has gotten through. Kalista got through. So Corki is the one I've really got my eye on to see if we're going to see that champ actually come in, as LazyVeal's been spamming games of Corki and Varus. I mentioned it earlier in solo queue. That's kind of the only champs he's really playing right now. Looked at his account yesterday just to see like what's he doing ramping up for this tournament. It's a big event for him to play on an international stage, so to speak. Coming from Vietnam, has been playing in Korea with the academy team, not the challengers team, but the academy team, basically throughout 2024. So he's been here for a while, but this is kind of a big step up. You know, he's got big shoes to fill. We'll see if he can continue to find that consistency.
Yeah, I mean, so far, so good for the guy, and we'll see what's going to happen as we move towards the second match for him. Here in the second match for both KT and DRX. DRX just feels well-rounded. I don't know. There's something about like the fact that Frog, Sponge, and Yehu are all here still together, forming that sort of core, and then Platter is just good. And so you could imagine that Lazy Feel is just kind of happily able to fit in with a squad that already has a lot of.
Well, what did the other 76% of people think is the real question, Atlas? I think it's probably 89-11. I think it's probably a bit of a typo there. I think it's 89-11.
Yeah, I don't know, but we've been wrong. Like we were wrong when it was Bro versus KT, and I just feel like the KT fans are getting really excited. But unfortunately, for the memes, that didn't affect KT at all in their first match. In fact, they were able to take down the Bros. So we'll see whether it can happen once again, whether they can topple DRX. I mean, it's surely possible. Let's dive into the pick and ban already.
Wow.
We got a whole bunch of bans coming through.
Corki's still not banned yet. Probably going to be banned by DRX in that final spot, especially considering Callista is also banned.
Yeah.
So that'll probably come through. I'd love to see Corki just because I want to see how these pros are going to build him. And we know likely how they're going to build him, but I'd like to see it. And
surely it has to be, right? Because they banned
so
many other AD carries. You wouldn't just give away the best one and then have nothing else to pick, right?
Yeah, what's the game plan here going to be?
Let's see where they do decide to go. It's going to be Skarner taking away.
Okay, so we're finally going to see it. We got to see basically all of them, all the top. Or Aurora's also open. But maybe LazyFeel is like, okay, we'll trade Aurora for Corki here.
So now you can get Corki and the Yone, and that feels all right.
You can also get Sejuani first, so that
True.
you guarantee Sejuani and Yone. So for those who haven't been paying attention or haven't really been watching what we've been talking about, Corki is now being played in the bottom lane, very strong down there, unlike where he was most of the time being played in mid in the Corki Tristana meta throughout a lot of this year. So we're expecting this is going to go into LazyFeel's hands, almost certainly, as that's a snap lock of the Nocturne. And Mbessa coming in hot. I think there's still some flexibility here. Like, you could play Aurora if the matchup calls for it in the top lane, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, they could actually flex both of these. As we've seen already, Mbessa is being played both top and mid. That's going to be Rumble locked in, so not exactly what we were expecting.
No.
But still is going to do okay. We've seen, you know, the Sejuani and Rumble do extremely well together. So that's certainly some synergy that they can lean on. But I expect that we're going to have the Yone band away and things like this in order to shore up the matchups.
Should be a Yone ban here. So you have Caitlyn, Varus, and Callista gone. The Ashe is also gone. Only other thing I'd think of banning here is Draven, potentially, to deal with this Corki. We'll see if that's going to be the pick they want to go for here. And Lucian historically was a pretty good counter pick. Jhin, I can vibe with it. I think that's a fair ban.
Yep.
We'll see what Padak is going to be playing with here, because you want a high damage AD carry that can match Corki during his Gatling gun, kind of weather the storm of that, then constantly out-trade him because your autos do more than his autos when he's not Gatling gunning and phosphorus bombing you.
I think it's Twitch. Twitch has to be it, right?
I mean, I'd love to see it.
You know, it's like the I'm hiding, and then you've got the Nocturne throws down the ulti,
Okay,
you know.
this
Ezreal
is
locked in as well.
wild.
Okay. So yeah, who's playing Corki? We've got mid lane Corki.
Or
Mid
mid-lane
lane
Ezreal. It
Ezreal.
could be. That's really unexpected, especially considering everyone is spamming Corki and solo queue in the AD carry role right now.
Ezreal also avoids taking damage from Aurora's ult really well.
Yes.
So that's a reason why you could pick it into her.
With the Kai'Sa counter pick into the Ezreal, the expectation for KT is that Ezreal is going bottom, you have to imagine. And it's also fantastic with their comp already. Like, you have so much dive. Mbessa, Nocturne, Kai'Sa follow-up, and the Rakan just to lock it all in.
I mean, it's kind of a finesse comp. I know we like to talk about these drafts with those words, but there's not a lot of tankiness. There's just, like, Mbessa is the tankiest that you've got there, and she's not going to be building any real tank items.
Yeah, right? If you mess up the early mid game as KT, there's really just no longevity in this composition. It falls apart. It has to be winning from start to finish, basically, through the mid game. This is such a weird draft in general. We also get Maokai jungle, or top rather.
Maokai support.
Or Maokai support, rather. That's
counter to the Rakan, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know why I was saying top, and then I'm like, oh, it's jungle. Yeah, it's definitely support.
Where are we? I mean, it has been played in all of those roles.
Well, I was just
you're absolutely fine.
This whole time I'm thinking, well, Corki goes bottom, and then Ezreal comes out, and then I'm like, well, Rumble came out super early in this draft, but it makes sense. You know, you're expecting Mbessa. Mbessa comes out. That's fine. But then the Maokai, you know, is great into the Rakan, helps set up the Rumble really well. This is a challenger staple. Usually it was in the jungle role where you have Rumble Maokai, but this time going to be in support. So I was going through all these iterations of how, like, these other champions work together, but we got this version of it. Yehu has played a lot of Corki throughout the Corki meta in mid. And it is still pretty strong, and it can trade really well, especially in the first few levels with the Aurora. But is going to be, you know, somewhat vulnerable. Obviously, we get to some of those mid-game fights before he hits his 2-item spike. Isn't going to be farming in the mid lane once we get out of the laning phase. That'll be LazyFeel who goes into mid lane. So we'll see how Yehu pilots this, as I think it's a risky pick right now. And part of the reason why we're seeing Corki in bottom is just because he trades against some of the best AD carries in the game really well, and they took all those away, the ones that could beat him. So I thought for sure that's where we were going to see it, but no, not in this case, especially because LazyField's been spamming the champion so much.
Yeah, I was really expecting that one to head towards bottom lane also, but Yehu has played a lot of games of this champion, so you wouldn't be too upset about it. Going into his hands, it's just not where it feels like it belongs. It does give them double Trinity Force power spikes alongside a Rumble that does spike pretty heavily on Boots one item. And so fighting around things like second Drake and first Herald and second Grubs and things like this is going to be something that DRX can really look towards to start like putting the screws in. I think having a look at where these champions all spike and seeing how well that synergizes is a really good thing. I think level 6 is going to be extremely important for KT, but not going to have as much of that jungle presence, at least in the early game, as we know. And I think KeSPA not quite going to have the same level of threat against DRX in the early levels as well. Of course, KeSPA doing decently into the Ezreal, just in general. You can understand why they picked that one up, but then the Rakan into the Maokai doesn't feel as good.
So we mentioned Yehu playing a lot of games at Corki. It's his second most played this season at 8 games. He's 1-7 on the pick, but he has played it quite a lot. We'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, it doesn't sound super great, but this music does, so there's that. We've at least got a little bit of positivity here. And the Skinergy is also there as well, as we can see. The sweet dubstep as well. What the heck was going on there? That was going real hard. I like it.
Sometimes you got to press the dubstep button and go into the game.
Mm-hmm. At least someone's picking up a dub, you know? It's not going to be both of these teams, but it is going to be both of these teams.
Every single one of these champions for DRX has been played, in another role fairly recently. Like Corki has been hold up, level 1 here.
Yeah, Platter
gonna be crazy.
I just like that we zoom in on the DRX Maokai skin. Shout outs to Juhan.
Yeah, I mean it's DRX situation, so. But I was gonna say Corki's been played bot a lot recently. Ezreal's been played mid, but he's been played like jungle in the past and stuff like that. But recently been played mid a lot. Maokai jungle and top, Rumble jungle. Sejuani's been played top, fairly recently as Frog.
See how he goes. It looks like things are kind of okay. Of course, Rumble should be all right, even though he's not as strong as he once was. It's not going to quite be as good. Level 1 into level 2.
The thing about Rumble into Cassante or other tanky tops is they usually have just one movement ability, so you kind of see when that's off, and then you kind of space it, you Q, you Flame Spitter on them, burn them a little bit, and you kind of trade like that. Whereas Ambessa, she's kind of always coming to get on top of you. You can't just go, Harpoon, and then I've kept you at arm's length, and I win. It doesn't quite work that way. It's going to be a little bit tougher than a lot of those top matchups have been historically for Rumble, especially with some of the nerfs that have come through over the last few months.
Wow. Yehu is getting demolished in this lane, as we can see. Zinni does miss one of the creeps, though, so I guess that maybe balances it out. Peter doesn't find the quill. And so far, things looking good for KT.
Yeah, Peter's had some pretty good Rakan games. I wouldn't say it's his most famous, but definitely one of the champs I trust him on.
Yep. That and his Yumi, of course, that he was so famous for. That you mentioned already.
Yeah.
In our previous match. Yehu I don't want to look at this. I just feel like Aurora is unfair with the way that she trades.
Yeah, I figured this matchup would go better depending on how level 1 goes for Yehu, but we just didn't see how that went down, and he must have just taken some extra Q damage, and then, Zinni went Comet. It's not like he's going Electrocute Aurora all in, but can continually apply that pressure. Gets a tier off this first back with the refillable, so feeling okay about staving off the pressure here for the next few minutes.
Ooh, Frog getting an overheat and finding some autos there in that trade. Really nicely done for him. You can imagine that this could be a pretty volatile matchup.
Oh, absolutely.
If trade's taken at the wrong time, so it's nicely done. Every Harpoon is going to count. Casting struggling a little bit.
Now Frog's starting to really settle into this lane, and he can hold Q for a minute and get the overheat.
Okay, Frog's just flashing on him. Casting's going to get solo killed unless... not going to be hit by that last Harpoon. Flash for flash there towards the top side of the map. That is a teleport going to be necessary very early on.
Uh-oh, Peter's here, though.
Yeah, Peter actually getting that rotation over. Can Frog actually find the kill is the question. The answer's no. That's going to be first blood going over to Casting. He 100% did not deserve it. That is rude. This was a mano y mano, and he did not obey the rules.
Yeah, I think the first, tell there for Frog that something wasn't right would have been that Casting did not, in fact, fully commit to the back.
Yeah, when he walked back to the lane, it was probably a tell.
But he just didn't. I mean, the engage range of Rakan, especially with the flash knock up there, is so high that Frog was like, well, I mean, if there was somebody coming, it'll take a little bit longer to get here. But Peter, we gave him some praises on this pick already, and it's a really nice trap there that was set by Casting.
Yeah,
Yahoo is still down teleport, by the way, and Zini hasn't used his yet, so...
Oh, good lord.
Zini is just like, thanks for the freebie again.
It looks like Yahoo is going to be able to go back on at least somewhat parity. It's under a wave that he's behind, so not too bad. We'll see how close to a Hex Drinker he's going to get. No magic, so not that close, as it turns out.
Yeah, he's still pretty low eco because he had to buy that refillable, which didn't help him too much, and the tier, which he's going to need for his Muramana later. Slow that Hex Drinker down quite substantially. Null Magic will, in itself, be relatively useful, but not going to save your lane. He's 10 CS down. Down teleport means that this wave's already crashing. And Sponge is like, well, I kind of want to do Dragon, but I don't have a mid laner, and this is very awkward.
Well, Sponge is just going to back away from this one. Does a lot of damage, does the good old Hex Drake.
Yeah, it's not the one you want to be walking away from taking damage.
Yeah, a little bit late on the sweep as well. Sponge, unfortunately, not going to be able to find that ward that was in the Banana Brush. Young.G going to move on over and try and convince Little Miss Piggy to move away. Peter is going to get out of there, and Young.G just says thank you very much. Zinni's going to get here. I think they could actually fight for this.
Looks
or
like
at least take this away.
Yahoo is trying to just push mid instead of coming down here, so...
He's like, I can finally get some farm.
He's like, let me play the game.
Yep.
You guys go do your little dragon delay. I'll get some minions.
Well, they did manage to delay the dragon, so that doesn't go down.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this went a lot better for DRX than I thought it was going to.
Yep, Sponge moving in. Zinni as well. Oh, doesn't quite find the first button, and that is very important. Peter moving over. Go over the wall. So KT just testing the waters. Looks like Young.G at level 6 now is going to be able to go for these grubs. And Nocturne very, very happily able to do so. This time going for a Phage first instead of the Tiamat.
I'm feeling really good about the fact that he has 6 as... Oh,
that is going to be a public execution. It might just be exactly that as Frog gets the scrap shield and stays alive. The equalizer comes down. That's going to clear out the wave. And so Casting not even going to be able to grab a plate off the back of this by the looks of things, unless he can get another wave to crash on in. But it's going to take a while to get here.
Good that Frog escapes there, but it's still a huge win for KT Rolster. And Young.G being on grubs there means he's basically in ult range of Frog if he tries to make any move. Casting's got him on lockdown. Ult's there just to guarantee the grubs go over. They got so much control. I mean, look at this. Yep. Pushing now into Raptors.
Sponge going to get feared up here eventually. Slowed down momentarily as Yahoo does come in to offer some support. But Zinni, he's down as well. Puts everyone into the Thunderdome. And then nothing happens. As True Shot Barrage is going to do a lot of damage, but not enough to finish off the Aurora.
And the objective's already done. I mean, they came over, they put some pressure on, got some deep vision into this jungle, but really not losing anything here. No trade-offs for KT. LazyField going to back here, grabs his Sheen. Went Boots here. Didn't go for Magical Footwear this time around, so we'll have to spend 300 on that and head back to lane. But, you look at Paddock's situation, just going to crash this wave. LazyField not able to take a massive CS lead off of it. Free backs all around. It's a small gold lead. I mean, it's 1,000. That's significant at 8.5 minutes here, but the way KT have played out this early game feels so much more planned than what we've seen from DRX.
Not to mention, I feel like their composition just runs with a snowball so effectively.
It needs to snowball, and so far, they're hitting the benchmarks.
Yeah. Just feels like the game gets so much easier as well. We talk about this a lot, like compositions that need to snowball. But there's also compositions that just very comfortably snowball. And I feel like this is one of those ones, right? Like, you turn the lights off and then everyone sort of presses R buttons and they can kind of get there. And it just feels really, really rough. So hitting these breakpoints in order to get that one to work, because diving in on a team that's just more rich than you is probably going to be a bad thing, right? So this is just feeling really good. if you are KT. Not getting excited or anything like that. We're just saying that it's a pretty positive situation for where they're at in the game right now. As, okay, this could have been an actual curse. This casting might be in trouble. We'll see how far he pushes forward. It looks like Sponge not going to stick around. Casting will be okay.
Control word here will spot Sponge when if he does decide to wrap around. And Mbessa is just going to be able to dash her way away. Ooh, a bit greedy, though.
Yeah, Equalizer going to come on in there as he does pick up the shield from that W. Sponge moving in. Can you find the ult? Decides not to even look for it as the ulti is going to be blocked beautifully. And there goes the kill. Nicely played here. In fact, it was a last hit by a Glacial Prison. You love to see that.
Yeah.
As now Zinni's rotating up. They're going to have a Paranoia up and available as well. Can they actually get vision on where they are? Is okay. There's the flash out. Gets out of the ulti as well. Nicely played by Frog. Does have to flash, but Sponge also gets out.
Yeah, it's definitely worth. Now they are going to lose some plates here, but it's in trade for Yehu grabbing one in the mid lane. He TPs up here to top side. We'll be able to get some of that extra farm. So DRX turning that situation into, I mean, obviously it was their push, it was their power play top side, but then turning the retreat into a positive measure there as well. Grabbing that plate mid, catching the wave top side with Yehu's teleport that he had. Zinni didn't have his, so played out very well. Now going back to this, the only thing that casting can do is flash this Arctic Assault here from Sponge, but then he gets Glacial Prisoned anyways if he doesn't, so he's basically doomed. I like the ult here to try to buy that additional second of time here. That's the Glacial Prison. The aggro also juggled perfectly there as well with Frog and Sponge so that nobody ends up dying to the turret.
Yeah, it's really nicely played. And also, like, with the kind of awkward fact of Mbessa, if the ulti hits anyone on the way, you're going to stay there. All you need to do is put someone in front, and she just can't use that as any sort of way to escape. So nicely done. Still going to be able to get towards the Eclipse. Also had that first Blood Gold as well, so things still looking fine for casting towards the top side. But Frog is getting towards that one item, right? This is what we were talking about. We're looking for double Trinity Force as well as Leandries and Sork Shoes on Frog. And then they're very, very happy to scrap and skirmish, right? So
absolutely.
3 grubs on the side of KT. We'll see whether DRX can utilize these early spikes in order to grab some grubs themselves as they have just spawned. And DRX already onto it.
I'm going to go ahead and take these out. 3 grubs, the lead for KT right now, but DRX looking to even this away. Products over here really playing with fire.
Indeed. First grub should be going down here as Yehu able to get a big load of burst damage onto Zinni. That's important as Peter now looks for him in the back line. Yehu just going to flash out of the way, and they just destroy Youngjae. Frog comes in, Equalizer goes down. Puddock, he should be dead. They throw down the ulti. Zinni's health bar is still so incredibly low. And Frog is a monster. Casting dives in. Sponge is in trouble. Ulti to try and get himself out of there, but Pleta just follows. They get the knock up. Lazy Field, perfect positioning. And now Yehu, can he survive Puddock? That's the question. The answer is no. But can they stay alive in the fight? That's the question. Lazy Field just needs an arcane shift to get on forward. It's not quite enough. Sponge takes down the AD carry. That's one way of doing it, and I'm not even sure who won the fight. I think it was DRX, though.
Yeah, DRX won. I mean, Peter survives with a sliver of health, almost a 3-for-2 there. It still ends up being an even trade. But in terms of the grubs gained here, DRX 2 of the 3 as Zinni is really playing with fire coming over. And
yeah, Youngjae going to throw down the Paranoia. I believe this is a very dead rumble, and it is some weirding going on. And man, that ability has never been named so well.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, I thought this was going to be a slight win for DRX, but, you know, we'll talk
After
about
that pick, maybe it
I don't think so anymore. As, I mean, you can see the plays here from Lazy Field. His flash was fantastic. I'm not 100% sure about the equalizer choice on the Puddock here instead of just denying anyone entry through this choke point. Might have been the safer way to play it, but they saw blood in the water. They wanted to kill the Kai'Sa. They do ultimately eventually do that as Sponge chases him down here. But they chase so far here. The health bars are so incredibly low that when we do see the Aurora teleport back in, he's able to get that pick. And this is a really greedy call here from Zinni. I mean, he teleports back in so quickly, he's not even at full health. You can see he can kite back. Peter also surviving here is kind of insane. Zinni takes the harpoon for him. Sponge gets this kill here topside. At this point, you're like, okay, pretty worth for DRX. But they do end up losing that additional kill as Zinni gets the catch onto the Rumble. So...
And they lost the extra grub as well. So instead of it being 3-3, it is going to now be those Void Mites available for KT. Kind of bigger than we may have expected. Zinni starting to struggle, as it turns out, into Yehu. Yehu not even on the Infinity Edge. Sorry, not Infinity Edge. The Trinity Force spike just yet. As Young.G starting off this Rift Herald, and DRX not wanting to give this one up. Pleta just doing some battle here, as he does have his Rumble up and available. We get the full zoom out as Sponge possibly on his lonesome. Yeah, we're going to walk in on full vision here. 4 versus 4 right now. As we do have Zinni and LazyFeel making their way in. True Shot Barrage gets a lot of value as pop goes Peter. Equalizer is down as well. That is the Rift Herald secured here by KT, but can they stay alive? The answer is yes, because Puddock gets into the back line and just rains the Acathian down upon them. He'll be able to grab the eye as well, as now DRX are making their way out, tails between their legs.
Casting.
And Casting is going to get caught on top of a ward. The chain CC, is it enough? The answer is yes, as Frog is able to limp away, scrap shield in hand.
Kill goes to Sponge.
Oh,
they're not done yet.
Yeah, it's not over just yet. There's a flash out, and now it is.
Okay, this game is just...
High octane?
Yeah, there's a lot going on. I'm not sure if it's always really well planned out. Like the early game here for the side of KT was stronger, but now it's starting to get a little bit messy. The Maokai ultimate here is pretty low value. Like they end up getting the pick onto Peter here, but Zinni is still unrestrained, right? And he's able to help take out LazyFeel here, casting doing an insane amount of damage. So once the Ezreal is gone, you're like, okay, there's just not much that can be done here. Puddock also picking up the double is massive here. Casting isn't stealing the kill away, even though he did most of the work. Pathing this way, a little bit of a strange choice. I think Zinni's call here. Zinni may be thinking he's stronger than he is this game. I feel like a lot of the time we're watching Zinni this game on the Aurora, he's acting like he's like on 3 items, and he's not. He's walking forward. He's like, I got this. And I'm like, well, you're not quite that strong yet, but does attempt there to grab the kill and turn things around, but ends up kind of throwing that one away. So Young.G also down a flash, down his ult after that attempt there on the top side. So very messy. When the dust settles, though, that 1,000 gold lead for KT still remains. They get 4 for 6 of the grubs. They were able to pick up the Eye of the Herald, as you mentioned. Puddock grabbed that. And we don't know what the soul is going to be just yet. That's the one thing DRX really are holding on to, is potentially a 2-dragon lead here when this next one spawns in 2:30. Ezreal and Porky both have the first half of their 2-item spike. But we're still not quite online just yet. And the fact that Sponge has 4 of these 6 kills does not boom well for them.
I was about to say that. Doesn't feel fantastic to have all of your money sitting on the Sejuani. Although now, with Randuin's and Zeke's, both of them feels pretty good. Doesn't have any shoes. But I guess, you know, you don't wear too many if you're riding a boar. There's now Pleta looking for a little bit of an angle here, as Puddock able to get himself out of there. Peter as well, but they do have to utilize a fair bit in order to do so.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate that that's committed there and gets nothing out of it. We'll be up for the dragon, of course, but doesn't feel great.
Yep.
Young.J's just spell shields in front. There's nothing to hit him with. Doesn't care. They're really trying to force something here. DRX,
yeah, what are we
but
fighting for,
I don't think they should. Frog's finally going to buy his first item. He's the only non-support in the game that doesn't have his first item just yet. We'll get the Leandries now, at least, so he's finally somewhat relevant in terms of how much damage he can put off in an extended fight.
Yeah, Peter's moving on up here towards this top side of the map. And Young.G going to clear out some vision. Pleta comes on over. Sponge is there as well. And Sponge has to be so careful because, like, he wants to play frontline and he wants to, like, soak damage for the team. But if he dies, he gives so much gold to them, as now, speaking of which, might be what's happening, but instead able to Arctic Assault his way out. Zinni possibly in trouble. The burst damage here from Yehu, no joke, especially with Trinity Force now complete.
Yeah, every single rotation of those Gatling guns is something that Zinni has to be careful of. Can just Valkyrie towards him and look for that big damage. Does it the second time, then he's got kill pressure. And we'll avoid that one, at least for the time being. Yep. You can see Yehu is trying to stop his back. Will be unsuccessful, it looks like here. Yep.
It's really slowing down, though. This 30 seconds before the dragon. That is all I will allow. I want fighting immediately after that, okay?
Well, I think you're going to get your wish. As you can see, LazyFeel is halfway towards that Muramana. His tier's nearly stacked. Yehu's nearly stacked. They would love to have those 2-item spikes, but we're just still a little bit too early into the game for that at this second dragon. Well, this is going to be a really huge fight. I mean, it might be game deciding depending on the outcome. This might be the turning point.
Well, see how they do go. Pleta just trying to threaten here in this mid lane. Yehu moving on over. DRX are set up. Rift Herald is going to come down just to try and alleviate some of the pressure that DRX are putting on. And should have her eye poked. Not going to be able to get a charge, so a little bit unfortunate here for KT. They're not even able to get very much vision in this river or anything like that. It was Yehu that was rotating up first. Casting, though, will be able to secure this top lane outer turret. So there is at least that. First turret blood going over to KT. A little bit more in the coffers.
I mean, DRX are set up really well here. They have Frog in a position where he can deny entry with Equalizer. Ezreal adding that chip damage. Lazyfield just constantly harassing. Now it's to clear this wave, though, so there's a timing window here for KT to try to engage, but it is closing, and it's closing fast.
Yep. There is the paranoia here from Gen.G, but not really going to utilize it. In fact, finally does dive in. He's on top of Sponge. They know where the money's going to be, but the Nature's Grasp comes down. It's Gen.G that locks down the Dragon, so they even up that front, but the bottom lane is just melted. Frog not going to be flashing over that wall, allows Gen.G to live for now. But it's a 1-for-1 as far as Drakes are concerned, but 2 free kills could be a big advantage here for DRX.
Yeah, committing everything to try to kill Yehu there. He does have to flash, but he does so much damage. He does escape as well. And you'll see the pivotal point here is when they try to collapse onto that Corki, trying to get vision so desperately. Poduk tries to send out the Void Seeker, and they just get vision. A Sponge goes on to him, then turns the attention onto Yehu, but Peter unable to get that knockup because of the flash. Even with the charm here, Yehu just kites back and takes out those 2 big threats. The Rakan is down, the Kai'Sa is down. And arguably, Frog could have flashed the wall and tried to chase for more, but he wants to keep that valuable summoner spell. They lose the Dragon, but that's a lot of gold going over the side of DRX here. And you can see, even though a lot of the gold is on Sponge, Corki's money is starting to really stack up.
Yeah.
And he's almost at that 2-item spike now.
Going to be doing a lot of damage as well. Also, just went for the Merc Treads instead of collecting the Hex Drinker as well, which I kind of like. Just means that you're allowed to get to that 2-item spike a little bit quicker. The Muramana and the Trinity Force always so big for the Corki.
Yeah, I actually didn't check to see if he went Jack of all trades or anything like that, but you know that any sort of boot, like even if you go for plated steel caps, is going to be helping out in terms of grabbing that one and getting your extra big boost of 80. And we'll see what happens next year at this next upcoming fight. But I mean, you know, you hit the 2-item spike for both of your 2-item spiking champions here, your 2-item spiking 80 carries as DRX, and then these fights become a lot easier. You can see a lot of damage dealt there by Aurora in this game in general with the Malignant's burn, but it's not as impactful as the Corki damage that's really helping take out these targets directly.
Yeah. And now Zinni actually hit towards this bottom side. That's a Glacial Prism. Beautifully played here. Zinni having to flash to get out of the way. Able to step back into the wall. Very clean. Zinni still has to use absolutely everything in order to stay alive, as now Yehu actually fancies a battle 1v1 against the Ambessa, and he likes it. He'll be able to take that 200 years compared to 1. That's what we got.
Yeah, that was kind of wild. I'm actually a little bit surprised the Corki damage was that high, but I mean, that's the 2-item spike. That's the moment. And, you know, I think Casting is just kind of misjudging, going, look, I got into melee range with him. I'm a melee champion. I'm Ambessa. I'm kind of tanky. I'm on 2 items as well, but ultimately not quite able to take him out. I'm pretty sure she did have the Spear of Shojin in that last fight.
Yeah, I don't know whether that was bought after the death or not. But,
I think it was before, but I'm not 100% sure. Either way, it's not enough damage. The Corki wipes her out there, and I mean, this is just starting to become a huge problem here. This is going to be a turret going down. Frog picks this one up with his overheat. And we're looking at, yeah, it's a 1-1 Drake split here. Both of these Drakes are relevant, but the Soul is less relevant. It's really about where the gold is on these champions. And yes, the Kai'Sa is starting to become quite large as well, but you're engaging into this annoying Maokai who can just instantly lock you down. Obviously, Sponge can do the same. They dove super hard on that last dragon. It backfired. They're going to have to pick their targets more wisely, and not having vision makes it so hard to play this comp. We talked about how it can lose steam so quickly, and I feel like we're on the edge of that. I feel like there's still a chance here for KT, but
Lazyfield trying to go aggressive here as the Equalizer goes down. There's Peter getting caught up. Does manage to grand exit from this one as the ulti does come through, but the circle doesn't really do too much of anything. Bramble Smash to bring him back, and there goes the Aurora. But they do take down Lazyfield. Frog not going to be able to fight Poduk, but he's not able to take down the Rumble. Why was Frog allowed to survive?
One more auto would have done it, and he just walks away. He's silenced.
Void Seeker! And he finishes him off.
That's the worst feeling ever for Frog, the best feeling ever for Poduk. at the same time. The dichotomy of that moment, pretty real.
I guess he just knew that he was, I'll finish him off later. You know, goes into the brush and he'll be fine. As casting here towards the top side is
that's an inner.
Sorry, yeah. Was that bottom side? It was.
Yeah, bottom inner goes down. Pretty massive amount of gold. I mean, look while this fight's happening, look at how much damage Ambessa does. Like, the bottom turret's still up. She's like, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. And this fight ends up going so long, and she can't join because she doesn't have teleport, so she gets a ton of work done while all of this is happening. Look at Paddock. I guess he thought it was going to be enough there, was scared of getting turned on, but then still gets the snipe with the Void Seeker, so ends up being a 2 for 2. Cancels the back and just blinds it.
Wow, it was actually just blind. That's crazy.
I was pretty sure it was because there was no vision there.
Well, we're straight back into another fight, though, as more circles are on the ground, but so is the Equalizer. The giant Band-Aid of death is going to be able to take down the Aurora. Turns out fire beats ice. We learnt that from Pokemon, and that is going to remain true here. As DRX, they just take down 2, and now they're going to take a Baron. Wow, it was looking like KT were finding some sort of angle back, and now it looks doomed again.
Yeah, I mean, after Ambessa got all that money in the bottom side and cleared out the inner, I thought, okay, well, they've got some decent map control. We'll have to look at the replay to see exactly how that fight broke out, but it looked like KT might have been the aggressors. We'll find out in a moment, but either way, backfires in a huge way if that was the case, and DRX now pick up 2 kills and the Baron, so a huge gold injection, which is going to get them a significant gold lead for the first time in this game. Moving up to, you know, nearly 2,000 gold lead. It'll likely balloon to that. All right, let's see how this started off. Is KT just trying to hard commit to get this mid turret? Unsuccessful. And then this teleport flank here is the real story. Yeah, Frog comes in, casting's overextended, and then Peter re-engages. And this is kind of where we came in, where we're like, oh, I guess they thought they could turn that.
Yeah, I think Peter probably thought he was going to get the quickness on more than just one, but unfortunately just kind of whiffed it. And so they all went into the circle, but they were all able to move around in the circle just fine.
If they had just been like, well, I guess we don't get this turret, we get it later, and walked away, I think the game state would be back to where it was, you know, fairly similar. You can't make errors like that with this type of composition, because once you lose that momentum, like we've been talking about so much, it's really hard to get it back.
Yeah. And talking of momentum, like the way that they were going to get it back is by killing Sponge, but Sponge has just continued killing them. Except he's giving the money to the rest of his teammates now. So 4-0 and 6 for this gigantic Sejuani. And you don't really want to try and focus her down, right? Especially not anymore now that all of these items have come in for the carries. And so Sponge is just going to be gigantic, sitting on this huge bounty, as well as casting now being in so much trouble. Look at how much he can tank. Like, Sponge is not in any trouble at all, and the turret is hitting him about 1,100 times. As Paranoia comes down, the turret is going to be taken out as well. Into the backline goes Gen.G as Yahoo, keeping himself alive for so long, still going to be taken down. As now LazyFeel in the backline, it's a triple for Paddock. Okay, never mind, KT are going to win.
Okay, this is a bit of a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster, and we're on it.
Like,
Sponge
what?
is still alive. But at the end of the day, I mean, like, Zini, he's up here in the top lane, just teleports over. He's going to trade this for an inner, or not trade this, but take this opportunity to get an inner after that fight. It looks really great when it looks like, okay, they're going to catch casting here, but he actually ults back, dashes away. At this point, DRX could just take the turret and be happy.
Yeah.
This is kind of the story of this game, is like, okay, just take your small wins. And then everything is committed here to try to kill Yahoo. Like, Gen.G goes in, has to flash back, then Peter goes in. But it's really the follow-up damage here of Paddock when everyone's low that cleans everything up. And if they had just walked away, it would have been totally fine. The crazy part about this, too, is there's so much peel for Yahoo. So I can justify for them why they thought, oh, okay, we'll be fine. Like, Yahoo might be a bit of a target here, and he was in that last Dragon fight we mentioned moments ago. But, you know, just walk away. Like, it's okay. Like, you don't have to get an inhibitor off of this fight, off of this Baron. Instead, it's a negative Baron power play, and KT take the gold lead back.
Yep, it is a KT Baron power play, as it turns out. 13 seconds left for that one to drop off Sponge. But very nicely done here from KT. Try and get things back. And this game is very quickly just kind of going into crazy land. I'm still not even sure who is favored.
I think KT are... Like, when you look at, again, where the gold is, and you see the fact that the Sejuani is holding so much of this, it's like the massive winner of that last fight was Paddock, obviously. Now look at his items. Like, he's looking at a Void Staff here soon. Now they can actually use Poke for objectives instead of just only diving, so there's a lot more variables in this composition. It's actually much more multifaceted now and flexible. I kind of feel like KT have an edge here. The question becomes, how much damage can Frog do in these fights? Like, can Lazy Feel also match some of that KeSPA poke? You know, we're heading into those objectives. Who gets vision first? So that if Nocturne doesn't have vision, he can't ult somebody, can't get in the backline. But if they have vision, then he has a lot more opportunities. Like, there's so many variables here that I give KT a slight edge, but it's anyone's game to take. Even though for the last, like, 10 minutes, I was like, oh, now KT's winning. Oh, now DRX is winning. Oh, now KT's winning. Now I'm kind of like, KT edge, but we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm honestly just not going to predict anymore. Maybe if the fans play any role though, it's still like 85% KT favored, right?
Oh, I thought it was 11. I thought it was 11-16 or whatever.
Yeah, something like that.
It's
But
11-16,
I rounded
yeah.
somewhere. I rounded somewhere. It's still, people think that KT are going to win by a lot. So I guess we should factor that in, and maybe we give it a 55-45 in KT's favor. I don't know. DRX though do still have a lot of tools. But unfortunately, like, the spike is kind of wearing off, right? Like, and yes, still Ezreal's going to do massive damage in the late game, Corki as well. But now it's about, can Puddock just insta-kill someone? Is Zinni at that point as well? And is casting just unstoppable in a side lane?
If you take a look at the setup for this dragon, first of all, neither team has to care about this dragon that much. I think it's more valuable for KT because it starts to threaten Soul, which is quite valuable for their composition. But like, when you look at the dragon fight, who's closer? Who has vision set up? Like, there's a little bit of vision here, but it's getting cleared now by KT. KT's on this. Like, they have full control, and casting was a huge part of that. You mentioned his side laning. He can just go teleport bottom side. So he pushed out top a little bit, goes bottom, pushes that one out. And DRX just can't contest this. I mean, it's just not viable to do so. They need a little bit more time. They can't poke with Lazy Feel. They're just completely blind here. And KT should be able to get a pick here and start this one off. Casting is on a long con flank.
He really is. This Drake getting started off on spawn, as we can see. Yahoo and Lazyfield, though, are just going to move up the mid lane. They will be able to take this inner turret. If they can give this Drake, and yes, you give away Soul, but if you manage to get an inhibitor for this as well, that's, I'd probably say that one's worth. We've got a little bit of a battle starting off here, but Sponge and Pled are both very tanky at this point in time. Paranoia comes down, but the Equalizer is stopping any sort of approach. And into the backline goes Youngjae, but unfortunately, the rest of the team just aren't there. They throw down the ulti. Can Youngjae be avenged? The answer's no. Lazy Feel with a double already. The KeSPA gets one. The Acathian reigns massive, and it's only Frog that's left alive. The burst damage from this team is just ridiculous.
It's so silly. This game is dumb, Alice.
Yeah, it's really dumb.
All right,
the inhibitor didn't go down as well.
Yeah,
so
no, that's
they
the
get
thing.
2 turrets and a bit of a fight.
So I feel like the only right decision actually for DRX was to just hard push mid, because if they tried to force a fight on the dragon, then it's just going to be a disaster. Now, this decision to hold this brush as well next to Raptors is also correct, because if you just let that one go, then they collapse on you, right? But it's the follow-up here, the massive charm from Peter on top of the Aurora ult that does enough damage here, and then casting is just able to help clean up. Zini is doing big damage as well. And yeah, we traded basically everybody, but at the end of the day, they don't get the inhibitor. It's sole point here for KT. KT still has a gold lead. And it's going to be, we're back to square one on Baron. Like, who gets vision first? Who has the better setup? Because I don't think this time DRX get the leisure of just going, oh, okay, you guys are doing Baron. We'll push down the inhibitor. They need to get up here, get set up, start putting some vision down, any wards they can. Saplings will also be valuable here at trying to control that vision and take it away. In terms of teleport, Zini has one here, so could look for a flank. He's on the top side of the map, though.
Yep, there is, I mean, this Baron is going to be a big deal. We did see that when DRX got it last time, didn't matter at all, but maybe it'll matter this time.
He is going to, looks like, get his Zonias. Yeah, Zini's got Zonias. He can teleport in, but it looks like he won't necessarily have to. He can just walk up.
Yep.
They've got mid-push. Like, KT have so much control. It's not about the gold necessarily here. It's just about what DRX can't see. And it's so hard to play this one out when the waves are crashing through. Bottom side as well is going to be a threat. Casting is heading over there.
Now, it doesn't have teleport, though, so that's a big deal.
If they identify that he's down there, which they just pinged him, there's an opportunity for DRX to try to strike first here and maybe cut him off. That's exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, a little bit of owie as Puddock takes a bit of damage, but there's a Paranoia into the back line. Flash out immediately there from Youngjae as now the circle is starting. Peter going down very, very low, but Casting's taken down the Corki, and now the gigantic KeSPA getting into the back line, but it's all a ruse, and it's Casting that's blowing them up. a triple to start the fight, a quadra to end it, and Platter is in the mid lane, just doing his best Marin impression, trying to hold the minions.
Yeah. Sitting on that Maokai, hoping for the best, you know.
That was almost a clean ace.
Yeah.
Like, what?
I mean, it was almost a pentakill. Oh, boy.
All right, Peter and Platter just following each other
Well,
around.
the game is over. Make no mistake, Platter, nice try, but you can't block this wave. And that's it. I mean, there's just too much mobility in this comp. Like, Young-Jae ults and then flashes out, but he did his job. He allowed the rest of the team to close the gap. That's GG.
That's it. That's going to be KT 2-0 on the day so far.
And I think arguably against two teams that most people favored, that were favored against them. Like, they beat Bro, who has that solid LCK roster.
Yep.
DRX looked really good at the start of the day. I think a lot of people are expecting with the synergy that's already been built up on this team, they would take KT out as well. KT beats both teams, you know, just once again subverts expectations as KT always does.
And they do have one more match, right? Is it up against B&K?
Yeah.
That is their
after
last
next.
one. And so, looking fantastic, to be perfectly honest. There is going to be another day of groups where we get through the rest of the potential matchups. Of course, this is the brunt of it here for Group A. KT looking like forerunners here against the Chinese Taipei roster, I guess, as far as second in command.
Yeah, and I think a day after tomorrow we'll see that match unfold. But, I mean, consider that Zini was massively behind this game. Like, he had a good start in the laning phase, right? But then eventually we did see Yehu overtake him in gold. He was like 1,100 gold ahead. He was sitting on like 1-4 for a lot of the game. Wasn't actually doing that much in team fights. And then later on just really became this force to be reckoned with. His ultimate, even though it wasn't like getting the flashy big kills or plays, helped zone. It's like Nocturne ult goes in, then Zini drops his ultimate in, then Kai'Sa follows up and deletes people. And when Kai'Sa goes in, yeah, she also instantly dies, but then there's this really annoying top laner who's just spinning around and flying through the team fight. You can't get away from her. And I mean, KT, they brought the mobility in this game. Like, it was dive, it was constantly diving, constantly fighting, constantly forcing. And DRX, I feel like oftentimes thought, we've got enough peel for this. We're fine. But there was just always one more champion who's going to come in.
Yeah, they just weren't quite. And even though, like, Aurora, not the same champion that she used to be, it's not like, I'm going to trap you in here. It's just she does way too much damage. And the amount of control that she has of the battlefield just seems to be a little bit too much. Because Zinni, I feel, was being abused most of the game. And then did the most damage in the end.
He just pressed R with a really big circle when it mattered most. And
yeah,
his jungler let him get into position to do that, and it was just good play from him.
It was really nicely done. So KT 2-0 here at the KeSPA Cup. And once again, I feel like the fans were overly excited, and KT still did well. Like, what does it mean? This is the question. We now have the Chinese Taipei team up against the Bros.
That should be a good one.
Yep, Giga Chads in an international matchup. We'll see what that's going to mean. And, of course, you guys want to stick around for it because it's Maple in his last tournament of his career. And, you know, we all want to wish him off. Playing alongside Caster as well. It's all just really, really cute. But now it's time for some highlights, and then we'll have that game prepared for you immediately afterwards. Don't go anywhere. Oh, not quite yet. Never mind. We can dance again, though, if you like.
When the music comes on, we dance until it's time to go to break.
That's what we do. We can still have a conversation as well. You just need to make sure you're bopping along. That's all you really need to do. I think we can just do some highlights now, though.
Okay, bye.
We'll keep dancing. Bye-bye. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup, where we rediscover old metas and say hello to the new ones. So far, there's been a lot of rediscovering the old, but we've seen some new stuff. You know, Ambessa has come out and she has won everything thus far, and maybe teams will start banning her. Who knows?
Maybe. If you're just tuning in, we're 5 out of the 8 games through, so we have 3 left, 6, 7, and 8. We're starting to get a bit of an idea as to how this group is likely to shake out. The exciting part about our next matchup is Chinese Taipei is playing again.
Yep.
They came into this group as one of our big favorites. They're playing against Bro, which has a really solid roster, so this matchup should be good. But KT has solidified themselves as the big challenger for first place in this group. So expectations expectations are that Chinese Taipei will match KT and go up 2-0, but we've had our expectations subverted a little bit a few times today so far.
Yeah, and even KT are kind of the ones that are really throwing out a lot of those assertions. But having a look here, you can see that the name cards are in fact correctly placed. At this point, Casa is now Casa, Maple is now Maple, and Betty is in fact now Betty. So good to see. But this Chinese Taipei roster is terrifying, and Betty was the one that was really doing most of the fearing in their first game. He was just massive, and we'll see whether Hype can actually stand up to it, because we like to think that Hype is a really good player. So we'll see whether Bro can get themselves together, maybe draft something a little bit more simple to play that they could possibly go toe-to-toe with.
Aja looks like he wants to sleep.
Yeah.
He is yawning. He looked like he was asleep in his chair when the cams first came on. He also looks like he's being devoured by his headset right now. And yeah, we've talked about this team's history and its accolades a lot already today, but obviously our most renowned team here in the KeSPA Cup, and 2 of the oldest players, 27 years old, Carson Maple. A lot of experience between the 2 of those guys have played together so much since the LMS days. So
yeah,
a roster that, you know, just knows it all. Like, they have great mechanics. Even though some of these players are getting older, the mechanics still shine, but it's the macros, the decision making that I think some of the challengers players that we have in this tournament just aren't able to stack up with.
Yeah, it's sort of having a steady head as well, not being falling prey to some of these more desperate plays that we've seen. A lot of just patience to come on through there. Casa had a really rough early game. It didn't seem to matter at all. As Morgan looks bored, Hype looks even more bored, and Closer's head is just the top of his head. So I guess it's
his
just
hair seems healthy, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's that. And it's also like the Closer thing. I feel like Closer is the kind of guy that's really up close and personal with the monitor. So he's been doing that quite a lot. But we'll see whether they can get out of the funk. Certainly seems to be a little bit of a bro funk happening over here.
I see my man Edgar pacing.
Yeah,
he's not happy with the current record of Bro, but we gave them a slight edge over KT in terms of who was the favorites because of their lineup and the pre-built synergy that's there, and Closer being a pretty significant upgrade in the mid lane. Hambach also, on paper, a significant upgrade over Gen.G, who was on loan to this team, and Hype being a really new and strong prospect. But I guess, you know, when you look at the roster as a whole, some of the parts that have worked together are really Morgan and Palu don't have that much time. Like, it's top and support, like you couldn't be further away. And maybe it's just going to take a little bit more time for this roster to start communicating and gelling together, since the Stove League ended, like, you know, a few weeks ago. So this roster, you know, was finalized less than a month ago. And so in terms of scrims, I'm sure they're really starting to get the ball rolling leading up to KeSPA Cup, leading up to LCK Cup, which is coming in just a month and a half's time or so. You know, there's still a lot of work to be done, but we're hoping that this tournament will continue to see that growth, because I think the raw talent is definitely there.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think that it would be really sad if we didn't see this team go a lot further in this tournament, especially given the fact that this is basically, like, this is the LCK roster, right? Like, so if they don't make it further forward, I think it means a lot more in a negative way for Bro moving into next year. So this is a tough matchup, and we'll see whether they can get themselves together and make it happen. Of course, there is another day of group play after this, so it's not all over if you go negative too far on today. But, man, I guess the Bro fans really came out. Or there are just way too many KT fans. I think maybe that's what it is.
I think there's an element of both. I think there's also an element of, like, this is a Korean
national
team.
pride, yeah.
And this is a Korean poll, so people want to see Bro do well. They want to cheer for the Korean squad. I know a lot of the Korean fans are watching on this stream, so hello to you guys. We're glad to have you. I do think that when you look at how the expectations were for me going into today, I would have been like, I think this one could go 50-50. But after watching the performances of both teams, I got to lead Chinese Taipei.
I would agree, and let's see whether they can put their money where their mouth is as we jump into the draft here for our, I guess, the first matchup of Chinese Taipei versus Bro, but the 5th game of the day. Make that 6th game of the day. We did 5 already. My goodness, how time flies when you're having fun. Yone and Zyra both going to be taken away here by the Chinese Taipei roster, and the Skarner already removed from Casa. I think taking away utility is a good idea. Wouldn't mind to see Sejuani banned as well, to be perfectly honest. But we'll see what Bro does decide to do. As Corki, don't think we're going to see that one again. Even though it did just lose, it didn't look like it was going to for a lot of the game.
I also think that when you look at how Chinese Taipei drafted in their last series, they didn't go fully standard. They picked up an early misfortune. They grabbed the Rel alongside it early. And we saw Woody really be the MVP. His dominant lane performance punished a player who we've seen struggle quite a bit today in both of those matches. So, we'll see if Slayer is really the best litmus test, or if Woody is just actually that good. If he ends up getting another engaged support like the Rel. Final ban here will be the Ambessa. So finally, we're learning.
I like it. And I think giving a team, like one game to pick it, and then when they do and start winning, you're like, all right, well, let's never let that one happen again. And I think this makes a lot of sense, especially when you just saw Maple play it and you know that Aja wants to play it as well. So expecting to see her have a lot of priority when it comes to this particular team. See what they do decide to first pick.
Ashe is open. The Aurora's open. I was going to say Cassante is also open as well. Like, those are some pretty strong and safe first picks. The Cassante would be a little bit more reactionary. Like, you're on blue side, so you probably don't want to lock that one in, but you could have if you wanted to react to what Bro locks in before you get your own. But the Aurora makes a ton of sense. Not always open, but when it is, teams are snapping that one up in B1. For Bro, we'll see what the answer is going to be. I feel like putting hype on Ashe is a fairly strong move. That's what
I thought Master Yi was going to be a really good choice, but instead it's going to be the Ashe. Going to be hovering some Diana again.
Yeah, he did that last time as well. See what he actually wants to play here.
I think Freljordian is probably going to be the vibe.
Sejuani, even without the Yone on the board, quite strong. Threatens a potential Jax on R3. And it's just a fantastic pick when you have Ashe Air to set up. But no, pivot to Vi.
This means Closer can play Zari as well and feel pretty good about it. That's certainly opening some doors for Closer's champion pool, which does benefit from that quite well.
Hambach is an insane Vi player as well throughout his time on KT. When Vi first came onto the forefront of the meta, right after Arcane, everyone was joking about it and stuff. And then it became meta for basically, since then, forever? It has never not been meta, so a strong pick. And once again, it looks like we're going to see this misfortune. And I think if they want to get the Rel, they probably have to lock it here because I think Bro was paying attention, watched the last match, and will probably not allow Woody to have that pick a second time as the strongest support that pairs with this. But
yeah, but it looks like Poppy. It's going to be a flex pick between Casa and Woody, of course. Theoretically, between Aja as well, like a triple flex.
The Renata is still available here as well for Bro to lock in that third slot. So I don't know if you want to play Poppy into that, but they're going to lock it.
Okay. This was banned against Taipei last time around, so an understandable one, of course. There's a lot of players that are extraordinarily good on the pick, but that is going to be Closer taking away his Azir. Of course, this is a lot of comfort for this guy. Started off being one of these players that were like, oh, he's on Azir. That feels weird, but did really develop into quite the Azir player.
He played a little Azir in that KT match as well when he just kept stealing the Emperor's Device and trying to make plays.
Like 25% of Azir being played quite often, as we saw.
The Rel is banned. I think the Renata will be the ban here for Chinese Taipei to take that one away from Paulu. Their pick or their draft isn't as divey necessarily, so the Renata isn't strong as a anti-dive pick into their comp, but it is strong with the Ashe in lane, and that's been the most common pairing we've seen today. So down it goes.
Yep, makes a lot of sense.
Now things get a little bit trickier, though. Like, do you want to ban Leona here? What's the game plan? What do you want to do to deal with this Ashe in lane because it's very oppressive?
Yeah, and do you ban top laners now as well? Like, do you try and shore up Aja's top lane matchup? Because, of course, they could just throw counterpick over to Morgan, make things quite difficult. So that's another thing that they can look at. Nocturne Aurora going to be banned away. I do like denying that combo and not trusting that the Poppy is going into the hands of Casa as well.
Braum, we talked about earlier. You know, it's not necessarily strong in every matchup, but it can be a very strong level 1. And it's great with Ashe just because slows and then the concussive blows come through, and you have a lot of really strong power in the lane, but also just at level 1 to push people around the map the way you want. You can deny lane swaps and stuff like that. We'll see Palu lock in the Rakan. Great follow-up to the Arrow. Great follow-up to the Vi ultimate. So just a strong pick in general. Saves counter pick for Morgan.
Yep. It's been a pick that Polo has been very good at as well. As Woody going to be taking an old favorite here in the Nautilus. Champion that we saw Korea have a phenomenal game on. But we'll just have to see whether that's what Woody's going to be able to put forward. I imagine after seeing what he did on Rel that it's going to be quite comfortable for him. And where does Aja go? This is where we figure out the location of the Poppy.
Cassante seems pretty strong here. You have a really nice front line with that, but you don't have that much damage. You know, like Maple can do a decent amount of damage, obviously, on this Aurora, given the game state and given a lead. Going for the very safe blind Gnar here, though. Kind of expecting, I guess, that Morgan would go for Cassante or Ornn. I think the Ornn does fit the bill once again here.
Yeah, it's kind of okay. I'm still like, I'm a Camille guy. You know, I just keep thinking back to 2021.
Jax is also a strong pick for him, but not great into the Gnar.
Yep. We've seen, you know, like, if you go for, like, the Keen vibe, like he says that it is good into the Gnar and things like that, but who knows? That's a tree. So top lane Maokai going to be coming in here, unless it's jungle Maokai, top lane Vi. But the last person I saw play top lane Vi was Rusty from OCE like 9 years ago. So maybe not what we're going to be seeing.
I think that the Maokai here is also going to be quite tricky into the Gnar because you can close the gap onto the Gnar, but then he just kind of hops back and continues to auto-attack you and slows you and frustrates you. It's very tricky to play, but works well with the Vi if you can start getting through those early levels and start to get some items online, start to get a little bit tanky on the tree. It does help set up a lot of what Closer's going to want to be doing on this Azir. There's so much lockdown. There's so much CC. All 5 of these champions are going to make Betty's life difficult. It's going to be very difficult to actually bullet time unless they have the right setup. And this time they don't have a Rel. They have the Aurora, which can help quite substantially in terms of setting up a cone location for Betty to ult down. But I think this game is going to look very different than the one we saw earlier on, where we did see just an absolute dominance over Guangdong Freaks by Chinese Taipei, and Slayer getting wrecked in lane. Wasn't necessarily, you know, again, it's tough for us to really judge Woody based on that performance alone, but maybe he can have a similar one here against Bro.
Yeah, and look, we have seen Woody do some amazing things in the past, but like you say, that game kind of went out of control pretty quickly. The same can be said for Bro's game, right? Like, they lost first blood at like a minute and a half. The game became very difficult because Humbug was, you know, walking out of base when his camps were spawning, which made, you know, getting tempo back quite difficult. And we'll see whether Bro are going to be able to tighten up that early game, make things happen in a little bit more of a controlled fashion so that they can give us a closer one moving into this. Because it's going to be hard, right? Like, playing Rakan into Poppy, like, he picked that face up. Polu must still have a lot of confidence. Let's go into the Rift and see how it is going to all shake up. Man, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna put on some Skrillex, dude. That's what I'm doing.
I have actually been listening to like only dubstep recently. I don't know what
Really?
it is. I don't know what happened.
That does not sound like you.
I'll tell you guys this weird thing. As long as nothing happens to Humbug here at level 1, I found this song came on my recommendations by a guy called Mport called Level 9, and I was like, "What is this?" And then I just rediscovered dubstep. It was crazy.
Oh no, they're doing it again.
Oh no,
they're doing it again.
Well, it's okay.
Never mind.
This time
They'd
it's
already
just
left.
Aja.
Oh
Yeah.
man, that scared me a lot. All right, Closer taking a bit of damage here already from Maple. Otherwise, it is absolutely fine. We do have a little bit of some swap shenanigans going on, as we can see here. Hype making his way up towards the top side.
Morgan is still up there, so he can obviously teleport down to the bottom turret, but maybe he just wants to clear this really, really fast and then head over there. In terms of runes, everything looks pretty standard at the moment.
Yep.
And Paulo is just hanging out in mid lane. Support's kind of got to follow, and when lane swaps like this happen, you're like, well, we'll see what's going on. He's going to see Aja's mid. And, I mean, technically speaking, you know, Morgan doesn't have to TP bot, but I think he will to deny further plates going down because the protection is on this top lane. So I'm just saying, probably go over there. My boy Morgan, my lord. My lord.
My lord. He is actually
Please
going to
return
do
to
it,
your post.
as we can see here. But he
yeah.
couldn't teleport too early because Polo wasn't quite there yet. And so Polo is going to make his way down. Caster is in position, though, to try and go for something. As now Hype could just be dead as Aja is chasing him down.
This is actually insane.
Yeah. Flash is going to have to be used. There it is. And takes a house to the face
I almost
as well.
wonder if Aja all flashes, you might be able to kill him. As
Yeah,
over
we're
here.
going to dive here towards the bottom side at the same time as Morgan's going to be able to claim that one. This dive is horrendous. That is going to be a kill onto the Nara as well. So Bro just hammer back.
Yeah, this was... Thanks, Cass, for the sponsor, by the way. This is a... I don't know, 2 plays that almost went well, but actually backfired miserably for Chinese Taipei, where you can support the theory on both plays. And the timing of the teleport for Aja, where he gets up there, has his Narbar set, and tries to kill the Ashe, was fantastic. But Hambuk reads it, comes up, gets the punish. I don't know which one we're going to go into. Okay, so look at where Hambuk is on the map. When he sees this crush forward, he just instantly starts coming up topside. Ashe can buy some time here with slows and offers a lot of damage back. Yeah, if he doesn't flash here, he's dead. The flash timing is good, gets hit by the house. But now you're just way too far out here as Aja. And he's just like, well, I can't kill Ashe because of the slows, and I can't get out, so I'm just dead.
Yeah, really nice hawk shot just to make sure that there was no brush juking as well. Nicely played. And Bro just looking good. Outside of like whatever's happening here, this is looking a little bit rough. I take it all back, actually. Humbug is going to be here. There's a flash forward. Caster going to have to flash to respect it. Maple going to miss a few buttons. Still able to get some damage onto Humbug.
Humbug's playstyle, you know, is very similar to a player like Lucid, a player like Canyon in the past on his Dom 1 days. I feel like he still plays like that sometimes on Gen.G, but it's a very different version of Canyon because he's so multifaceted. But he's an extremely aggressive player. He very rarely is kind of the cleanup jungler who's fixing all the problems. But right now, man, he's the plumber and dealt with the pressure there in mid lane, was able to turn that top side play into a kill. And then the backfire there bottom side as well really hurts. Morgan gets that kill, so he's sitting pretty comfortably on some gold. Is going to back right now and spend it.
Yeah, Maple finding some buttons here onto Closer, who is just trying to delay his back for as long as he possibly can. Get an item that he would like. You can see that coming on in. Does have fleet footwork, so that's going to help keep that health bar up in somewhat usable territory, but he's still going to go for a relatively early teleport. First Drake going to be a Cloud. Makes me sad, but that's okay. At least Cloud is on the map. You know, that's the main thing.
That's the main thing. Morgan, with that first blood, decide to pick up just some Lucidity boots here. Get him back to lane relatively quickly. Won't miss any of these minions here. Gets the full wave, despite not having teleport, so that's a big boon for him.
Yeah, Lucidity boots is an interesting buy.
Yeah.
The fact that he is going, I assume, just going to go full tank.
I think so. I mean, he went Grasp, and I imagine he will just be building tank items from here on out. I don't know what that's going to look like in this patch with Maokai top, because that's not normally a thing, but might build a tier and go that route, or otherwise just go for some additional armor.
I think we did see... We saw a little bit of Maokai top at Worlds, right? Like, it was sort of starting to become a little bit more of a thing.
It was very niche.
Yeah, it certainly was not exactly the assumed role for the Maokai.
There's the tier I was talking about, so he is going to go Fimbulvinter.
Yep.
That's what I expected, but you know, I never want to call the build early when it's the first time in a tournament and look like a fool.
Yep, could just be Archangels. You never know.
I would have felt pretty confident to say it wouldn't be, but you never know. Like you say, you never know.
The good old Seraph's
Nashor's
tree.
Tooth coming in here.
Oh, you love to see it. It's all right. Polu not going to quite find the grand entrance, but still a lot of damage onto Aja. The hook going to be respected here by Hype. Very nicely done. Almost baited in by this mini Gnar under the turret, but a wraparound here from Humbug is possible. 40 towards that bottom side. Caster is going to be rotating over, but I don't think he'll have a Krug camp to head towards. As we can see here, it is just going to be punched.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I just want to make it clear. I want to make a public statement. We do not condone top laner abuse, but You know, the players do have to do what's best for them to win the game. As hold up.
Yeah, that is a Hex Flash. As Humbug is just going to get ulted on here. Still going to be trying to get his way out, but Steadfast Presence means no Vault breaking over that wall. And Bro do lose their first kill of the game. That is going to even out the gold by quite a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Substantial, only 100 in it now.
Very, very close. A lot of the gold in this lead here that Aja has over Morgan, who hasn't been able to farm as efficiently because he had to walk back to the top lane. He's in trouble.
Time for the bullets. But Betty's just trying to put on as much pressure as possible. The Lord will not be deterred by something like that.
He's got to be careful, though, of getting hit by those double ups a few more, and then, you know, maybe Betty actually can do something here. Is trying to bait him. Seen this once before.
Yeah, honestly, Morgan might just press his R button.
Yeah, I mean, he's got it available.
But there is Woody moving up, and so that is going to provide some safety here for Betty. So nicely done. Chinese Taipei just continuing to have a pretty good foothold in this game. Speaking of which, that is another wallop on top of Hype, who may just have to flash this time. Does have his barrier, uses it pretty late, then has to flash. Aja still looking for a bit of an angle, but not going to find it. Gets 2 summoner spells from the AD carry, and you'll say that that's all right.
Yeah, Hype didn't have it last time, but it came back up. Aja used his flash that he didn't use in top lane when he was killed earlier to then escape when they went for him earlier. So we're having a lot of action, even though the kills are still only 3 kills here at 8.5. I mean, that's a lot, but it could have been more if some mistakes were made or some really good counterplays didn't actually go off in some of these skirmishes. So Hype will head to the top lane now, and we're just trading. You know, Maokai's going bottom. Morgan's like, all right, I'll catch that wave. Since you can't TP, you run top because the wave state is better there. Really just maximizing who can get the most minions as Bro. But again, it feels like they're kind of bailing water at this point in time.
It is. There's a light at the end of the tunnel, right? You've got a lot of consistent damage with this roster, a Baron damage especially.
Yes.
Which will be something that they can get behind, as well as a lot of tankiness. So tanking the Baron not going to be a problem, killing the Baron not going to be a problem. So Bro fighting around that objective later on in the game should be something that they can sort of lean back on. But if you lose full map control and you get snowballed on, it could be a real problem. So that's why you can see Bro moving up to try and protect this outer turret towards the top side.
And Karsa, you know, he did get that kill earlier, but as otherwise, you know, we haven't seen him on screen a lot. He's been very quietly putting a lot of pressure on around the mid lane. He's been hiding in that brush a ton, supporting Maple so he can push that in, and he set up a lot of deep vision, like that ward that spotted the rotation there up with Bro. So they've always got advanced notice about how many players are coming up, where they're coming up. Obviously, he wasn't able to stop Humbug from getting that pick earlier on, but since then, they've kind of been able to know exactly how far they can push the envelope here. Betty doing just that here, grabbing a plate. Wanted to, will be denied, but look at all the wards, you know, that they have up here on the top side of the map. So much good coverage as well of the mid lane on the bottom side, where there's a little bit more of a question mark there. So I really feel like Chinese Taipei that is to say, have really covered their bases here with how they've played out this early game, and it's a very, very even game in terms of gold.
Well, Carson now moving back towards his top side, has some grubs on his mind by the looks of things. That'd be 6 for them if they're able to lock this down. So Bro not quite able to get towards this Baron pit as effectively, but Humbug is in position. The rest of them can rotate over both mid laners. Pretty even, but you can see that Closer does have the shove at this point in time. Carson looking to try and take one though. Bro have to move over here. No, it's going to be 4 picked up, and they can just get out of here. That is already a huge win here for Chinese Taipei, and a little slow from Bro.
Yeah, certainly. There's an element of, you know, Bro having the much significantly better scaling composition here, but if you give too much over, then it just gets so hard to get there.
Yeah, Polo going to be out of Grand Exit, and that is going to be 5. So Bro only able to claim themselves one of these grubs. It's good for, you know, Humbug getting some experience, things like that, but outside of that, it is not great news, because the snowball can really start rolling fast with all the extra turret damage that they'll have available.
Maple's going to catch this wave. We're looking at, you know, some of the CS numbers that felt somewhat significantly larger at the beginning of the game. Like we had a big lead for Aja over Morgan. He's only, you know, 6 CS a whole wave behind at this point. Morgan is. They've evened up a lot of the gold. I mean, they were like 200, 300 gold behind just a moment ago. Now actually basically dead even. And I do think something's going to have to give here. Chinese Taipei will have to pull the trigger on one of these upcoming fights, be it this Drake here or perhaps the Rift Herald, and really try to get a large lead and try to set up something for this Misfortune, whose ultimate is still incredibly powerful, even without a 2-item or 3-item spike, like a lot of the other champions in this game that they really rely on. Otherwise, bro just comfortably kind of sit back and bro, as they're known to do.
Yep, bro and brew, as you are well aware of. As yep, that's why Polu's not going to be too excited about having a Poppy in this game. But here is the turnaround. That is a really dead Maple. I don't know what he was quite doing there, as Morgan is going to be able to find that twisted advance. And one after the other, they are just dropping. Bro able to grab 2 swift kills. They should be able to get themselves a dragon as well.
I mean, teleport here is going to deny further plates from going over. It's still some money going over to Aja, but they end up really dropping the ball. They fumbled this play so much. I mean, Aja had his TP online, just wasn't able to set up the fight the way they wanted it. And I mean, now his Narbar is expiring.
Well, Closer should be able to press his Shifting Sands, and he does so.
I mean, I hope we get a replay of that fight, because you'll see that Bro had full control here, and when you watch it back, you're like, Karsa, yeah, he's like, oh, okay, I'm going to push the buyback in, but like, she just goes straight through the ultimate, denies it, and the Maple flank is, you mentioned it in the play-by-play, like, it's so bizarre, it just doesn't make sense. Like, they're all there, and they seemed pretty aware of it, so the fact that Aja was almost at Narbar as well and didn't TP in, and yet they still committed is just a bit bizarre, the decision-making. It's not that you game losing point, but this is a fight you wanted to force so that you could actually have relevance heading towards the mid-game, and you've just done the opposite and given Bro faster scaling. This Hype is in a bit of danger, potentially.
Yep, Polu is going to be able to turn up in the nick of time. Humbug there as well, and by nick of time, I mean just not quite quickly enough, or he wasn't enough people when he turned up by himself. And so that is going to mean that Hype is very dead.
It's a common thing, is I've been playing a lot of AD carry recently, even though it's not my normal role, like to want a barrier instead of flash and hope that's going to be enough than flash if you have to, because the cooldown difference is so massive. But if Hype maybe flashes that stun, then maybe he actually gets the extra turret shot off. Maybe they can live there. But instead he is going to save his flash, but won't save his life. Poser does have that Nashor's Tooth, so is going quickly to work on this turret. Won't quite grab that plate, though.
Was very close.
I think the last plate was gotten by Betty, who was being greedy by trying to get it to deny minions, but I actually don't know if he got the plate or not. We'll find out soon.
It would have been very, very close, because we panned away and then immediately saw that the turret lost its plates here in the top lane. So might have been that he wasn't able to get it. We'll just have to see. As Bro will look to start off this Rift Herald. It's going down very, very quickly, as Closer does a lot of DPS. As Humbug's going to be moving in. Arrow will connect there onto Casa, as Polu just walks his way in. That's one way to hit the Poppy, as now the Emperor's Divide comes down. Woody going to be taken out, as well as Casa. Betty just going to be avoided here for the moment. Aja and Maple off to the side. The Bramble Smash, so much value, as Polu gets in there, finds the grand entrance, and that is 3 on the floor here for Chinese Taipei. Make it 4 here as another one. Maple going to be taken down. Morgan is making this Maokai top lane look so good.
I mean, it's just so much utility in these fights, and you know, half of life is showing up, and Maple is really taking that quite to heart in some of these fights, because when you see, again, it looks like maybe this is a better setup here for Chinese Taipei, because they have 4 players, but with the arrow buying time, with Morgan's teleport flank, which they weren't able to check for, Maple just kind of shows up and presses R, but the fight is already lost, you know, maybe just cut your losses and get out of there. As soon as Morgan's TP flank goes off, the fight is basically won here for Bro. And again, without that information, without the information of that control ward that Morgan teleports to, you look like you have the advantage, but yeah, they're just faster on the rotation. They had the pre-setup. And Bro kind of running circles around Chinese Taipei in this game. And once again, our expectations somewhat subverted here.
Yeah, and it's not in like macro decisions and stuff like that. I actually think the Chinese Taipei have made really good calls as far as where to be on the map at all stages. It's just that Bro are team fighting way better.
Yeah, it's
like
so
every
disjointed
time.
what Chinese Taipei are doing here as well. It seems, you know, like some of these fights seem like they're like, oh, we force this, we win this, and then, you know, Maple shows up late, like that flank we saw on the Dragon earlier, and then showing up to this fight, trying to change it with his ultimate when it was definitely going to be lost. I mean, I don't want to blame him too much for it, because he's just trying to be Aurora and do Aurora things, but I'm just not able to judge the fights well enough.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. Still, going to be able to steal away this blue buff by the looks of things, as never mind. Humbug just going to be able to walk in and press the smite button. That'll do it. And now Closer moving on down towards this bottom side, where Aja is being a nuisance. So 0-2-0 on this Gnar, but he is getting towards that Trinity Force very, very quickly and farming up an absolute storm. As okay, Heroic Charge going to come on in. 2 versus 2 though, as Cease and Desist comes down. And now Polu turns up as well. Aja is going to be snared up, but Woody is going to arrive as well. Casa going to be taken out first, as target selection, pretty good here from Bro. Woody going to be the next one to go down, and Aja's walking the wrong direction. So Closer deals with this, and then Humbug takes down the Gnar. So that is 3, again, just 3 swift kills here by Bro, and not a lot of responses. Now, Betty, I think that he's going to win that one, so Hype, just get out of there.
Yeah, he is going to leave.
Hype does do that.
He does have a BF sword extra worth of stats there, and he is a misfortune, so I would respect it. No, the weird thing about this is they knew, because they saw and they showed on Vision that they were backing off here, then they were split, and, you know, without Karsa being here, I mean, sorry, not without Karsa, without Woody being here until late because he backed away, this is just, you get collapsed on, and Aja also going for the TP here. It's just... I don't know what's going on. Like,
was he like just barely out of the brush as well?
Yeah, I think he was. Or perhaps
I mean, I think he was definitely dead, but
yeah.
that was even more sad.
I mean, I guess they predicted the TP because he was in the brush and didn't show on the minion wave. Either way.
Well, Karsa is running. Doesn't have steadfast presence all the time, unfortunately. Is that Vault Breaker absolutely fantastic, but it might be a little bit of a bait. Never mind. He's out of there. That is going to be Karsa disengaging it. I don't know whether Keeper's Verdict was all that necessary at that point, but maybe, not sure about that one. Closer is just going to get beaten up and taken down. Bro, maybe getting a little bit over-enthusiastic, perhaps.
Yeah, some brover enthusiasm. We're starting this one early. It's not even 2025 yet, but yeah, I think... getting a little bit juked there by Maple, obviously. Maple looked like he was in a lot of trouble, but then he just goes to the other side of his ultimate, and he's like, I'm cool, I'm fine. They are going to try to take the dragon, meanwhile.
Cease and assist does come down. That is going to be Polo, able to follow that one up. Very nicely done. Now, Humbug going to move immediately over towards this dragon. Remember, it's a mountain, so this is a really tanky Drake.
Yeah,
and Humbug gives him the thumbs up. Not going to find the Vault Breaker, and oh dear, is that Soul Point? Yes, it is. Karsa, he's not going to be able to make it out of this pit. And he'll be taken down as well. Nature is grasping. It's not going to find anything else but a Bramble back. I mean, and Maple and Woody in mid lane.
They didn't have control in mid. Like, the wave was pushing in, and Betty was in danger. Like, he was out there exposed, trying to both push that in while his team is taking dragon, so he can come over there and help out, and then they just get engaged on. And I guess the idea is like, okay, well, if Humbug goes in and goes for that engage, then he won't have ult for the dragon. But it's like, you know, it's Mountain Dragon, as you mentioned, so fairly tanky. And look at who's damaging it, a Gnar and a Poppy. So, you know, you just don't have the speed to take this one out. And, you know, some of the bizarre decisions we've seen from Chinese Taipei that all game long are just kind of continuing here. It's like they took one cut off of the stick of butter. They're like, we could put this on the whole loaf, baby. It's like,
yeah,
saying that they tried to spread too little butter over too much bread, I feel like is not quite, like, it's not enough of the saying for what happened there.
Yeah, not quite working out. But it's fine. We'll see whether they can tidy it up. And remember, there is still a lot more of this tournament to be played, and they're 1-0 at this point in time. So nothing to really worry about.
Yeah, no, so, I mean, look, this team is still, I think, one of the big favorites in the group. It's just been a bit of a rocky game.
Yeah, and I think it's really good to see that Bro are demonstrating that these players are actually really good. I felt like against KT, we sort of just got denied our ability to see that.
Yeah, you and I were so, like, we were pretty high on the Bro hype train, and then we were like, it's so Brover, and then we're like, we're so back.
Yeah, the Proctimism is well and truly back in, Wolf. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah, I mean...
I was never off the Bro hype train. Don't you worry about it. Like, I'm Giga Chads for life.
Well, you know, if I want to spin this in a more negative way, not about either of these two teams, but maybe it says more about Guangdong Freaks' roster, which was dismantled pretty harshly in both of their losses around the bottom lane, right? I mean, so maybe we got a little bit too hyped about Chinese Taipei because they beat Guangdong Freaks, but only time will tell as we're going to channel this over the wall.
Yeah, and Maple is going to avoid the Vault Breaker. And Humbug is going to hold on to the ulti. Not too worried about it. So Maple just having a bit of the fear of death put in him, but not too much more than that. As the rest of Taipei just hanging around in their own jungle, milling about, not exactly getting towards this Baron anytime soon. 2.5 minutes on the Drake, and that is going to be Mountain Soul available for Bro. And this is what we were talking about earlier on. Consistent damage is a huge thing. You can see Chinese Taipei actually knowing that... this could be a real thing. But the problem is, They clear out that ward, and then they get back on it. Like, how does Chinese Taipei actually get here? And the answer is KeSPA just puts his face in there. Woody going to be taken down and paying for his sins is now Humbug getting on in there as well. Polu keeping them all busy. The arrow connects gorgeously onto Maple. And that is going to be a gorgeous little reversal, utilizing the ultimate there from Humbug to get himself out of there. Killcasts are on the way, and this should guarantee a Baron unless there is going to be more, as well as Betty and Aja, not anything they can really do about it.
I mean, you mentioned the Baron damage in this composition is so insane, and it is going to continue to be so here as they take it at 22 minutes. There's just no way to stop this. Even with the Narbar ready for Aja, he's just going to have to mega his way towards the bottom lane and take his consolation wave. They all get out alive. And look at the positioning here of Betty. Like, he's clearing the wave, and he's in this choke point, so it seems hard to collapse through because it's misfortune. And, you know, you're like, okay, I'm pushing forward here. If they try to collapse, I get back. There's just so much CC here, though. He doesn't get caught by the ultimate from Maokai, but it's just instantly interrupted here. Paulo gets on top of him while he's trying to channel the bullet time, and there's just so much follow-up dive. Aja didn't have his Narbar. It's not set. He's not in a position where that flank is really going to amount to anything. And it was just a really good play from Bro to force them to come towards Baron. They secure it after the kills come through. And this game is all but over, and we're looking at a 7,000 gold lead here.
That's insane. The Bros really coming back in a big way. You saw in the beginning as well, like, the looks on these guys' faces, I think that it was like a pretty stern talking to with Edgar, because we could feel it in the last game that they were playing with a bit of reckless abandon. This is not. This is business here for the Bros. And it's looking pretty scary.
It really is. I mean, the other thing that we saw was like some, I don't want to say complacency, but like some fatigue on the Chinese Taipei players' faces. They looked super tired before the match. They were like, oh man, that last game was boring.
Yep.
As Palu, I think he's ready to turn this one around. Maple with a very deep flank.
Yeah, Humbug is making his way in as well. And like you were saying, Maple, in he comes. Teleport is going to come down as well. Great ulti here from Aja. The bullet time on top. That's the wombo combo they're looking for, but no one is dead. Maple going to be taken down first. You can see Closer just goes gold and buys all the time. Emperor's Divide as well. And they take down Betty. Closer's still alive and flashing forward. That's a clean ace. And if Bro are going to win team fights like that, they may as well just kill the Nexus.
It's the fastest game of the tournament so far here. Bro absolutely dominate.
Look at Polu's scoreline, dude.
Yeah, I mean, look.
This is into a puppy.
If there is any place to have Bro Optimism, is there any place to have Bro Leaf, man? Just show people that team fight with Maple's flank, the bullet time, everything. Doesn't matter. Morgan handles it perfectly. Nobody dies, and Bro looking sick in their second game.
Absolutely amazing. They will all join together to destroy Woody, and then they'll take down the Nexus. All right, you may have been watching when it was KT versus Bro earlier on. That was just a warm-up for the Giga Chads. This is where they really shaved their chin and then used it at like the sharp object it is to destroy Chinese Taipei.
Like
Yeah, you know, chiseled. Also, you know, like
the way you were going, I was like, they shaved their chin. I'm like, yeah. Like when I didn't have a beard, I did that. And, and then they showed them they got a small gash and like they put a little like toilet paper
little
on
bit
it
of tissue.
Yeah, there's a little bit of tissue there, and then it
and
healed
then
the
they
next
were all
day.
okay.
And then they beat Chinese Taipei. That was a little razor burn, and the aftershave hurt a little bit. But guess what? Bros are back. Giga Chad's in the building.
Only Sigmas would understand. All right, let's have a look at the results here. As Betty did do a lot of damage, but unfortunately it was not enough to get them over the line. And the top lane Maokai, the fact that the Bros just went to like full team fight composition, throw Hambach on full comfort, and then that's what works out in the end.
I mean, look at the damage from Hambach. It's at 13,000. The damage share is so evenly split. You love to see that. It's so satisfying to see numbers like that, even with the tank Maokai pulling up a lot of damage going. Everybody contributed. Everybody was on the same page. Everybody was in these team fights getting high value. And I think as much as Bro looks super coordinated here, we do have to admit Chinese Taipei dropped the ball on a lot of these really important fights, and Maple did not have his best game. Aja, I feel like he played well in the lane. He was laning into an Ashe for part of the game, but just couldn't actually show up on time once they lost control of the map with his Narbar set and couldn't make the impact in team fights he was looking to have.
Yeah, and they managed to get 5 Void Grubs, but it didn't matter because they never got control of the game at any point in time. So with the fact that Bro were setting themselves up for a Soul coming on through, just really felt like Bro, after just handling skirmish after skirmish, it felt like they could do no wrong, and they didn't. They won every single fight, the entire game length. And it was It's just so weird because it's exactly what didn't happen against KT.
Yeah.
They just kind of looked uncoordinated and broken in that particular game. This time around, monsters.
And it's best of ones in this group stage. So, there's no opportunity for Chinese Taipei to be like, ooh, that was a rough game. We messed it up. We draft a little bit differently in game 2 and we bring it back around. We go to game 3. Like, you only get one chance against every team. So, unfortunately for Chinese Taipei, they're now 1-1. Bro will tie that same scoreline, getting their first win. And this group is super interesting. Like, we expected this group would be more competitive, I think, within itself than our group of death that we will see tomorrow. But that's living up to itself right now, or the group is, that is to say.
Yeah, I would agree. I actually think I thought it was going to be like a battle of a couple of teams, but now with Bro looking a lot better after their loss against KT, I think they can join our 2 more powerful options, especially after taking one of them down. So really, really cool stuff. Just have to see, they've got one more game as well coming up today. It's in our last one against the Kwandong Freaks. And if they can win that one, then they really do solidify themselves towards the top side. That was the last time we're going to see Chinese Taipei today. They will play 2 more matches in a couple of days' time. And that is going to let us know exactly how they're going to be performing as well, or whether they're even going to be making it out of the group stage. So really cool stuff. It is, I think, time for us to head towards a short break, check out some highlights. We haven't done too much dancing, so we could do a little bit of that. So let's do it. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. It is now the time you may have been waiting for if you're a huge fan of watching B&K taking on KT, or if you're just a KT fan in general and you liked seeing them winning their first couple of games, which they in fact did.
Or if you're a B&K fan and you want to hopefully see them bounce back after a rough start in this group stage and you're hoping they're going to take out KT Roaster, maybe this is the moment you've been waiting for as well.
Or maybe you're just really excited, and that means that thing's going to happen for all of the B&K fans.
Or
because
maybe you're just really excited because you missed us, because we were gone for like 30 minutes, and we're back now.
That's true. We were gone for a really long time. These breaks are actually quite long, but of course, we do need to remind you that they're all at set times, because of course, this is played online, and therefore, we want to give teams exact times of when they're playing. So if, bro just stomps the Chinese Taipei team, then we just have to give you guys a little bit of extra time. So there we go. That is that, and that is going to be okay, because now it is time for B&K versus KT. We'll get to see who's going to be able to take this one away. Whether it's going to be, Psyduck, or whether it's going to be Envy. Like it's kind of cool because there's also Bonnie taking on his former team, the team that he started off playing with in KT. Then went to China for a little bit, and now he's back, and we'll see how he's going to go.
See if Sobro can bounce back. He's had a bit of a up and down start to this tournament, so maybe he can find that footing in this third series, his last, of course, of the night.
Yep. See whether he gets some more Mbessa, or whether that is going to be denied. We did see her banned in the last game, and that might, be foreshadowing the fact that this champion is a little bit very recently released.
Career also playing incredibly well on the Nautilus, so looking forward to seeing him come back. It's getting a little bit later in the evening. Like, it's not super late here in Korea. It's about 8:30 p.m. But remember that this team played in the very first match of the day at 1 p.m., so they've kind of been on standby. It's their third match of the day. Been hanging around the PCs, watching games and stuff for like 7.5 hours, and they got about an hour left to go to play this game out. So, I think there's an element of fatigue that may have set in here, but the same, of course, is true of KT, who will also be playing their third match of the day. And KT could actually go 3-0 today if they win this third and final match, which is wild.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty, and I think that the fan vote is going to be KT's way. I think we can guarantee it. What are your predictions? I'm thinking it's like 86%.
I was going to say 80-20. I'll give B&K 20%.
Ooh, okay. I guess they are a Korean team, so maybe that is going to come on through. As well as, Young-Jae having quite a few fans. Peter as well. It's not just Valdez. I'm sure everybody else finds him very cute as well. And look, if you like Psyduck, then Puduk's your man, because that is just Psyduck in Korean. So it's really cool. Zinni's also been playing really well, and casting has been around the block for quite some time. Young-Jae, of course, the man on loan to Bro last year. Coming back here and is now playing for KT. So kind of cool to see some of these switch-ups. And this is not the KT that you're going to be seeing moving into next season, but it's a bit of a taste.
Yeah, so I actually recently learned, so Puduk is the thing that Psyduck, Korean Psyduck says, but his full name is Golapaduk. I didn't realize what that meant until recently, and Gor is like a word for like your head in Korea, and Gor Appa is like to hurt.
So it's
and
just
then duck. So it's like literally head hurts duck. Straight up, like
that's actually fantastic.
So that's really funny. I just recently learned this because I was searching some like Korean Pokemon lore stuff.
As you would.
You and I have been playing a little bit.
95-5.
Wow.
Wolf.
Okay.
How excited is too excited? 80% plus was not too excited. 95.
It's a little
might
on the
be.
nose. Yeah.
That could be too excited.
That might be.
What about you, YouTube chat? Do you think that okay, there's one guy saying that they are the 5%. Okay. Yep. Everyone's the 5%. So I don't believe you. If you're all the 5%, where did the 95% come from? Probably not our chat.
Yeah, you guys got to go get in the Chijizik poll, I guess.
Yeah.
I assume that's where this is taking place, but
we need you guys to have, the thing open on the other monitor so that you can throw in the votes, so we can, get B&K at least something.
Look at see the dots. Oh, they're gone now. The dots on the online prediction, if you guys are on YouTube, because you are, like, go back, like, they're also, like, about 95% KT, but, like, the top part is cut off, you know? Like, they're like, no, the top of the dots are also B&K believers.
Oh, okay. Well, at least there's that. Top of the dots. That's what we're going to be holding on to.
It's been a long night, you know?
It certainly has.
A little bit.
Yeah. Well, we are thankfully now into pick and ban. That might save your sanity there a little bit, as the first ban is going to be the Ashe. KT, what are we going to be taking away? Is it going to be some addressing the Ambessa in the room? It's not. It's going to be Zyra first. Zyra we've seen being banned quite sporadically. Haven't seen her played just yet, but has been banned in the majority of games. Not all of them, but most of them.
Yeah, especially against Bonnie. I think it's been banned against him all 3 games, if I'm remembering correctly. Wow, Genie going to get the Respect Azir ban. He was a big part of their win earlier on against DRX. So it's an interesting ban. It's not that tough to do on blue side. You can afford an extra ban there. Corki's going to be taken away, so we're looking at picks like the Ambessa here to be potentially taken away. The Aurora is also still available. Maybe KT just drops that one down here in this final spot. I don't think you need to ban Kalista necessarily with the Corki already gone.
I think with the Ashe being banned already on blue side, I like the Aurora ban here, because otherwise that would have to be the first pick, right? And now you can pretty freely pick up Kalista if you would like to. It's, of course, Envy. We know that he does like to play the champion, although
he's just going to play Varus again,
he's going to play Varus again, isn't he? Yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking is. That is going to be banned, so never mind. It should be Kalista, I guess.
I think it could be. I think part of why Kalista was so popular was because of her strengths into the Corki lane, but Corki hasn't played bottom. The one game it was left available was played mid instead. I think it's not a bad pick, and I think it is blindable, but I think part of this is that they already banned the Ashe, so that's one of the big issues of running the Kalista ultimately, and they do go for it. And now that the Varus is banned and there's no Ashe, I really do wonder, is it just going to be a misfortune lane into this? Yeah, what is going to be the answer?
Puddock does have a decently wide champion pool. We know that he's pretty good at just hopping onto a whole bunch of eclectic things, so we'll see where he does decide to go. I think you could probably save that pick for pretty late as well if you'd like to.
Yeah, it really depends on what they think the priority of the... Okay, well, you could just fight fire with fire and do this as well.
You can just Draven it. When in doubt, Draven it, I guess. The Yone now up and available as well. They could take a Sejuani for Young-Jae if they would like, but Poppy is going to be locked in.
Poppy is super good into Kalista, so...
Heck yeah.
It's probably going to be Peter playing this. We leave it as a flex, of course, but it is very strong in the lane into Kalista because Steadfast Presence just stops the Marshall posing.
Yep.
Skarner
also was left up.
Yeah, still up. That was one of the picks we didn't really talk about because the Varus came into that final spot, but Varus, or rather not Varus, the Skarner hasn't looked great today. Hambach having some trouble getting the value out of that one. We didn't really see any ultimates coming through, so I think in the hands of a very, very talented player, Skarner is really strong. Also, if you're winning, like, he has a lot more agency. See if Bonnie can pilot this one.
Yep. I also think that Skarner is a lot stronger when you have champions that are representing a decent amount of range. And a lot of the comps that we've seen the Skarner run in have been very sort of death ball-y, not a lot of range available. And so they sort of get picked apart before the value really comes in.
Yeah.
But that's going to be Cassante. It's a lot of beef here for this B&K roster.
The Skarner into this Poppy, too, is very bold. And yeah, there's a huge front line here. And KT, obviously, with the Draven, if you are given enough time and you have a little bit of a front line, even with your low range, you will break through that armor if you're given enough autos in the late game. But you're also very vulnerable because you are so low range that if the front line falls apart or if you're caught alone, you're just never going to be able to fight back. And if you get caught and lose your adoration stacks, it can be disastrous. The Renata was going to be the obvious choice here. I think it was kind of a mistake for B&K to grab the Cassante instead of the Renata here in this third spot, just because it's so incredibly powerful with the Kalista. And now you take it away. It's great with Draven on the opposite side. And I don't know what they're going to pick that's going to be able to match it in this lane, to be honest.
Yeah, this is the thing, because now KT gets to invest both bans into anti-Renata counters. And the first one, of course, being the Nico, we've seen find some success already today. And you could ban Blitzcrank, you could ban whatever you'd like to just protect this lane, make sure that everything's going to be all right. Maybe even ban Nautilus, just because Korea was so good at it last time around. Going to be the Yone taken away, though, here by B&K. And will they ban Ambessa? That's the real thing, because that one has been a problem. KT hasn't played it yet as Pike.
I think that's a reasonable ban. That's one of the only ones that can really has the high damage output and the potential to just get
they
past.
pronounced Korea as carrier by accident. It all makes sense now. We need to let them know that carrier is not playing in the KeSPA Cup.
I do think this is a strong ban, and it makes you wonder, like, do B&K Furex have a plan of something like super unusual, like Jarvan they're going to play here? Are they going to play Leona? What is going to be the game plan? You mentioned the Nautilus, also decently strong here. For the side of KT Roll, so that they haven't locked up either of their solo laners yet, can just get the counter pick here for casting and then leave the final pick for Zini if they want to, unless they want to grab something they're scared is going to be taken away.
Ooh.
Oh, it's just going to be Poppy Top, in fact, actually.
Well, it could also, yeah, so it has to be. You're exactly right. So Poppy Top is just going to be confirmed, of course, already. There is a Cassante there, but with the Pike ban, it does mean that Korea can just go towards this Blitzcrank, like we were talking about before. Yeah. Has been a great pick into Renata's in the past. Haven't seen it be able to be utilized just yet this tournament. Could be the first time that we will see it, and there it is locked away.
They really need damage for Daystar in this comp, though, I think.
Damage and range, I think, is important.
This doesn't hit for me. That's not enough consistent damage. It's one combo, right? And that's a lot of damage if you can hit it, but this draft is so hyper all in on like winning the fight instantly, or you never win the fight.
Yeah, and I look, Orianna does have decent consistent damage with command attack being able to be used over and over again and stuff, but like it still feels very low range in comparison to what we were sort of asking for. I was like hoping for something Hui.
Yeah, like what Hui, even like if they played Rise here or something, I'd be like, oh yeah, that kind of fits the bill for me. Good
yeah,
way
I guess
clear.
That's like, it's not range, but it is like so much damage that maybe it'd be fine.
Or like Victor even, you know, like I know we haven't quite gotten to the VGU on that one on live. But
how do you feel about that, by the way? Are you in the camp of like absolutely hating it? Like
I don't
lots
like
of people?
it. I mean, look, I actually been waiting to watch Arcane Season 2. I've been very busy this off season, so I haven't actually seen the show yet, but you know, I was waiting for the transformation of like what he's going to look like. I was like, oh, he's going to look like in game, and then I got spoiled by the VGU. I'm like, oh, apparently he doesn't look like he looks in the game, which is super badass. I mean, I'm not saying that like the new one doesn't look cool, but I like the old one. Like I like his weird like swagger walk and stuff. I'm going to miss it. Yeah,
I feel like, you know, like they did with Trundle, with Karma, like there needs to be the traditional skin.
Yeah.
You know? That's all you need, so that the people that are, you know, nostalgic or afraid of change can just have that to go to.
Yeah, that's what I need. Maybe one day they'll make that, but like, you know, when they did Jace, they like gave him his arcane skin, but otherwise he's the same, you know?
Yeah.
They could have done that. But anyway, I digress. It's going to be a Taliyah final pick here for Genie, which is going to be a lot of rotational power here. And if he actually gets ahead, I mean, the dives bottom lane that you can have with the Xin Zhao, pretty crazy. And it's also consistent damage in team fights, but engage. I like KT's draft way more, to be honest with you, Atlas. I feel like B&K's is super all in, and if it falls behind or loses map control, it's just not playable.
Well, I think it's just 4v5, because Envy just doesn't get to play the game.
It's going to be a rough one.
In any way, shape, or form. Not only is there a Xin Zhao, which is really, really good at getting into a backline and destroying an AD carry with the audacious charge, they have Steadfast Presence and the rocks. So how are you supposed to do anything?
Yeah, Renata can handshake you, can ult you, keep you at arm's length. It is really going to be quite tricky. There's also no sort of real, like, empowering champion to give Kalista a little bit more survivability in this outside of, like, the Orianna shield, which is very, very limited. So I'm not feeling great about this one for B&K, if I'm honest.
Yep, I think they've wholeheartedly lost the draft, which means I see them winning this game. Because in every other game, KT has come out ahead when we thought that they were perhaps going to lose. Not this time. See how it goes. Damn, I love that dubstep. It's really dope.
It's super good.
All right. Let's see. So far, not any early game shenanigans. No one face-checking this time around. That made me nervous in the last game, and more nervous in the game where it was just kind of over at like 1.5 minutes. This time around, not going to be the case, even with a Blitzcrank. Korea still.
I mean, look, if his Nautilus is anything to judge by, and we've obviously seen him play a lot through challengers, maybe the hooks will be fantastic again here, and little bit longer range could maybe get some bigger advantages. He's showing in mid, which sends light bulbs blinking here for KT that it is a lane swap. They know that Kallista's heading up. There's a ward. She'll be seen before she even gets to the lane. But
yeah, Korea doesn't have a button anymore, as all those pesky minions getting in the way of Zinni's threaded volley.
Consider that Draven and Renata are going to have some extra pushing power here. They got there a little bit earlier down the bottom side. And also that Soboro is not under the turret. Looks like he's going to be able to get there now, but the minimap movement was giving me a little bit of a fright.
Consider that also casting is playing Lollipoppy, so this guy is a pro.
Yeah.
I think real poppies understand that the most terrifying skin is Lollipoppy, and you're not utilizing the champion properly if you're not playing it. So already passing the biggest test in my personal opinion, which is nicely done here by casting. Puddock just hanging around, having a good time, throwing some axes, spinning them up. I think Puddock's played a few games of Draven, if I remember correctly, and wasn't actually too bad on DRX.
Yeah, I mean, Draven is one of those champs that if you have the confidence to play it in pro, you're usually going to show a good performance. And sometimes even when you lose, it doesn't mean you didn't play well. It's just a tricky game where you didn't get online.
I'm surprised Korea didn't go for the rocket grab interruption.
That would have been so huge, to be honest, because he was on a ward.
Yeah.
And then he just denies him from going top lane, and then Callista gets massive amounts of money.
Perhaps maybe they didn't want to give up the like the knowledge that they had a ward in there.
Yeah, but I feel like the value is super high. I'm kind of with you on this one. Like, maybe he
hit
used it off screen
well.
and he didn't have it. Like, I don't know.
It's a little bit weird. Anyway, Zinni here in this mid lane doing some decent work. Stand aside. Fantastic value here from Puddock. So they stack the wave up. Korea just looking for an opportunity for a hook. This is the problem with the Blitzcrank, though. If you aren't hitting hooks, then you're doing actually zero, which is bad, I guess you could say.
I mean, there is an element of, like, you can force positioning and, you know, like, you stand close to them and try to threaten a knock-up and stuff. But, like, yeah, ultimately, in the first few levels especially, if your hook misses, they're like, cool, I'm pushing you now.
Yep.
Now your cooldown is down. Now I can stand wherever I want.
This lane is doomed.
This lane is looking rough.
That is a very rough time to be forced out. Zinni going to have to walk the long way as well in order to get himself out of there. So down 9 CS, and the wave position is horrendous. You can see Daystar freely going back with that wave just sort of chilling there. And it's going to mean that Zinni doesn't actually teleport, just because the wave was so doomed. It wasn't actually going to be able to get him any value if he did. So finally it is going to be bouncing back, but as you can see,
he's Talia. He can surf
waves.
At least, you know. There's that.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, it feels really rough. And oh man, if Career can grab him here.
Yeah, if Zinni actually just dies to this gank.
I mean, even if he's forced to flash, it's already rough. Or if he loses half of his health bar lives, then it's like, well, I have to back again. Okay, he is going to play extremely respectfully. Good communication there that Blitz is missing.
Yeah, it's nicely done. Puddock and Peter are actually going to rotate up towards the top side. Grab this crash and position casting towards the bottom side. Dragon is here going to be a Cloud Drake, as that is some free damage. 2 turret shots actually taken here by Daystar. Zinni actually sort of just scoops his way back into the lane.
Yeah, for real. And now he's, I mean, look, that's half of Daystar's health. He doesn't have teleport anymore, so at least the timing for his back here isn't horrible, and he can try to speed himself up. As meanwhile, on the top side.
Yep, Soboro gonna try and defend this, as there it is, thrown around like a ragdoll, as we can see. Nice Q, and actually gets the pushback as well. Puddock is well and truly dead, takes down Peter at the same time, and flashes over the wind, becomes lightning. Soboro just outplaying them completely.
This is a massive turn of events, and remember, Puddock loses his stacks here as well. It's only a few minutes into the game, but that's significant potential gold lost here on the Draven. Down he goes. And like the fact that he had turret aggro there meant that the way they set this up wasn't exactly accurate. Like, let's see how this breaks up. So
I think it was he
just attacked first.
Yeah, just kind of badly done. I mean,
well,
Peter
flashes
Peter
out of it,
and
and he took it back. Yeah. You should have tried to guarantee that one for Young-Jae, because if Young-Jae takes aggro there, then he gets the kill at least. And they probably still lose at least one player, but at least then it's a Draven getting some cash in early, and he survives, he can keep pushing the plate, but the fact that he dies there is horrible for them.
And they also now lose these grubs at the same time, so B&K able to stay well and truly on the board. Grabbing the first 3 grubs as well as the first Drake and first blood, my goodness, this is a big advantage, even though it's not necessarily represented in the gold 100%.
And even
these
though
objectives are massive.
Genie got those 2 kills, or Zini, that is to say, got those 2 kills on, or the 2 turret shots onto Daystar, he's not able to turn that into a big advantage. He's still significantly behind in farm. And, I mean, everything is coming up B&K's way right now. Maybe we really did curse them.
We have to remember that it does sort of have to all be about B&K in this early game, because otherwise, when things get on an even keel towards a mid game, it's going to be very hard for them to play as if they have 5 people, because it's going to be hard for Envy to even play the game at all. So this is sort of necessary here for B&K if they are going to be able to take the win.
I mean, keeping the carries significantly far behind will just give them so much extra longevity and some potential power coming into these first objective fights where they need to find that success. They need to excel. So everything is going so far so good, but it was also kind of a big botch there from KT that allows this to happen in the first place. And a great play from Sobro, to be fair. I mean, his flash and his pushback into the turret were fantastic. As Daystar is really trying to push this edge. He's like, you backed again? You're going to lose some minions. And it won't be too many, but this is not a cannon wave.
Yeah, this is it's really well done. Of course, Orianna is one of these champions that has always been very, very good at controlling a wave state. But Daystar has shown that he is well and truly capable of managing it. And he gets Envy here towards the bottom side, just getting a shove in, and it is going to be standard lanes once more.
He gets Sork shoes in the final chapter after that back. So, I mean, he's in such a good spot in this lane. He's never going to have mana issues if he wants to keep pushing that advantage. So much damage early. And, I mean, you look at the situation here for KT, and they really need to make a proactive play. Zini's going to try to do just that here. This is the dive I was talking about. Level 6 for Young-Jae.
Yeah, Hook is going to come down. There's a hostile takeover to try and buy a little bit of time. Peter is likely to go into that bailout, and he does manage to get it. Peter keep himself alive, and now Korea in a bit of trouble. The Whirling Death doesn't really do anything, though, because the Draven is just going to die, and Korea is just toying with them. Lands another hook, and now the rest of B&K are coming on through. Here's the all-out towards the top side. His casting is very tanky, but he's not going to be tanky enough. There's the Keeper's Verdict, and heroically charges his way out of there. But still, it's looking scary on this top side. What else happened in the bottom lane, though, Wolf? Were there any extra kills? Yes, there are. They managed to wait as Peter just gets punched by a chainsaw. Ow.
So, I mean, this is looking really rough. I like the idea by Zini to just go, okay, I'm going to sack a little bit more mid here. I need to make a proactive play. When you see him rotating down, there's a ping, question mark ping. They don't know where Orianna is. They're like, okay, but we have enough time here. The Renaud ultimate is decent, but Peter loses basically all of his health at the beginning of this fight. Envy gets taken out here. Flash has to be expended. But then look at the follow-up. Bonnie comes down. He's able to lock them in. There's a turret here, so nobody can really get out. You shut down the Draven a second time. Was able to get that first kill at least. And then Peter just kind of comes back and sits around and then gets picked off. So it's a big win for KT. They were able to get something. They got a kill for Zini, so he's somewhat relevant in this game. They got the kill for Paddock, although with less adoration stacks than would have liked. But it's 1 step forward, 2 steps back. The Skarner getting a kill isn't ideal here for B&K, but it is still a really nice reversal of what could have been a game-turning play from KT.
Not to mention the fact that I think having a fed tank kind of works out when you're up against something like, a Draven composition that really wants to snowball with big damage. If Bonnie just hits critical mass, then what's Draven supposed to do?
Yeah.
It's going to be very, very difficult. So nicely done. That's going to be 4 grubs now built up, and it looks like there's going to be no contest out of KT. I say that, but maybe there is going to be an opportunity as, that is just a free Draven, and KT then decide that they are indeed going to give this up. Never mind.
Paddock is just having a bit of a rough one in this one, and it's not completely his fault. Like, the top side play, Peter dropped aggro, he picked it up. It's tough. It's tough in that situation where you're really trying to rush down a Cassante to manage hold on, don't attack yet, and set up that aggro, and still could have been a disaster either way. You know, dying in that last play, and then here just caught because they saw him on that ward, and they knew the timing of where he'd be, even though he had a control ward there, he felt safe. There was a ward he didn't check, they didn't know about, just to the right there. So, again, not necessarily his fault. It was kind of risky to go up there like that, but it's just good warding from BNK.
All right, Young.G actually looking for an opportunity here. Crescent Guard comes out. Envy, yeah, he can't play the game. As we said before, Heroic Charge is going to lock down one. Korea also in trouble here from Young.G off to the side. Sober are going to have to flash the flick back, and that is going to be successfully done. In the end, it is just going to be the one kill. That is Plate Gold going over to Daystar towards the top side. So actually more even than you'd want if you are KT, managing to find a few pick opportunities there, but still only 1,000 gold in it, and should be an evening out of the Drakes.
Yeah, evening out of the Drakes is pretty nice, too. They get the Mountain Soul, which would have been really, or sorry, Mountain Dragon, which even individually would have been massive for BNK's super tanky front line. So denying that is actually pretty huge. Bonnie can come over here and try to deny casting from getting us demolished. We'll just toss the Buckler at it and take his money.
Yep.
And, I mean, let's see, it's Infernal Soul, so that's good for both teams, and actually really good for BNK because it does give them some extra oomph if the late game approaches and they haven't snowballed this game far enough to where their comp can last. At least they get that extra damage, but they will need to get the subsequent Drakes in order to make that true.
Yep. We also have Earth, Wind, and Fire, which is absolutely fantastic. We love that. It's not September anymore, but it is, going to be again. And we always just like to celebrate. So very, very cool. Here towards the bottom side, it is pretty wet noodles. But I think that as long as KT kind of hold on, their composition will always be able to get stuff done, right? So I think as long as they keep their heads in the game, that's going to be the most important part. Another really nice seismic shove here from Zinni.
Yeah, the question that we'll have to keep asking is, okay, that's interesting ult there from Daystar. The question we're going to have to keep asking
I didn't even see it. Where did the ult happen?
He just ulted Zinni solo, like, just tossed it on him and then walked away. Maybe he was scared Zinni was going to chase him there and there were more people coming, so he wanted to buy some space while Bonnie came up.
Sometimes you just want to press your R button, I guess.
I mean, it's not like the worst cooldown in the world, and it's not going to be relevant for anything for a minute here, so I guess it's okay.
I mean, it's definitely not.
I mean, the Herald
can't be used.
Yeah, the Herald is up, but I don't know if they were going to fight for it anyways.
Well, that's a flash hook.
He got
nailed
that
minion.
Plus 20 gold, baby!
Yeah, Puddock not going to get hooked twice in a row. That is not happening. And so, unfortunately for Korea, not going to have a flash. But
the
does have Hex
positive
Flash,
is, Hex Flash unlocked.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we do like to say here.
Okay, they get the turret here. A bit slow to the Herald. There still is that Shockwave not available, and this is going to be a wall to deny.
Yeah, I just don't think it's all that worth it, though. As the jungler does leave, that's casting able to confirm that they will get the Herald. But Herald is used to take the outer turret mid lane. And BNK just got that for free. So it's kind of an even trade, but BNK get the objective right now. So tempo advantage in their favor.
I do like this for BNK, but at the same time, I think they wanted more. And the question I was going to ask before we started talking about the Shockwave and what happened topside is, the question we're going to have to keep coming back to is the lead big enough for BNK? Because it's there. It's 2,000 gold. And at the highest level of play, like if we were looking at like a T1 Gen.G or a Hanwha series or a Worlds game, quarterfinals, I'd be like, yeah, I think this is enough. 2,000 gold at that level. I mean, it's hard to recover from. They're getting a lot of map control. But at this, level where we got a lot of challengers players here, in full rosters.
Whoa.
Okay. He just throws those out, man.
And Zinni this time, recognizing that there could be some bad guys.
Yeah, this time it made a little bit more sense. But I think right now the answer is not necessarily, to finish the point, like not necessarily enough. I think they need more. I think they need to win a team fight here. I think they need to get this Kalista online because she's sitting 0-2-3. That's not really where she wants to be.
No. There's also the fact that Blitzcrank is going to become more and more useless, and Envy already is going to struggle to find value in this game. So you're right. I think that we do need to keep tabs. The Sobolo did lose a lot of his health bar here to this Poppy. Which is awkward. As Young.G looking for an opportunity. Korea going to smash him up into the sky as now Young.G just by himself doing as much battle as he can. I'm not sure about what the thinking was there or whether there was any, but whatever it was negative. As the Flash Impale going to come on through, you cannot stand that aside, and that is another very dead Draven. And BNK I'd say that this is moving in the right direction.
Yeah, we're starting to get closer and closer to like, okay, maybe the lead is enough. So that's going to push them closer to 3,000 gold, the advantage here as this wave is cleared. We'll pick up that cannon minion. Envy gets the kill. So, I mean, we're looking at very nice spot for them. A shutdown casting's attempt to push there and look for a pick on the Soboro top side. And there's just so much standing gold on the map for them, too. Like, this turret is still available, right? The top side turret hasn't been taken just yet, so there's a lot of money they can take off of one more team fight here. They can group for this next dragon. Daystar has ult back online. Soboro has teleport, so there's a lot of good things to say about how this next few minutes is going to go here for BNK. And if they win one more fight, I think that really solidifies their chances of being able to push this one over the edge.
I'm ready to say that they are in a really good spot. I'm feeling like moving towards 3K, sub 20 minutes, feels all right. And now that this dragon is coming back up and available, it's when they can start really putting this lead to use. As KT, they want nothing to do with the dragon. They are going to push this top wave and see if they can get anything. And it looks like BNK actually going to take the fight to them. Not sure about this one, as this turret is going to go down, but already Korea has found himself a hook. It's on to Gen.G, who can tank this up for quite some time. Wind becomes lightning. He gets himself out of there, as now you can see right into this Rift Herald once again, but Gen.G is already dead. Zinni is just walling his way out, though. And I feel like this snowball is just a little too large.
I mean, the turret isn't taken out in the initial crash of the Rift Herald. You put yourself in such a vulnerable spot trying to go for the play. They're going to get this turret off of you anyways. By the way, TP bottom side from Soboro. He had his TP ready for a play if it was going to be cross map. It's on top of him, so then he gets to use his teleports. They get 2 turrets off the play for 1, 2 kills, and KT just kind of opted in to a really bad situation here. And Paddock is 1-5 this game. This Draven is never going to be relevant. Like we were talking earlier about, oh, Callisto is going to fall off. Draven fell off a long time ago, and I don't think he's ever really going to get back on the horse here. And Talia can be a big threat later on. It can set up picks, but with how far behind the rest of the team is and how tanky the front line is, like, who are you really going to pick? You shove back a Skarner or a Cassante, and they're just going to laugh at you and walk towards a Draven that can't hurt them. So
Paddock's dead, guys. Oh, nice stand aside.
He has flash.
He even manages to dodge that rocket grab and flashes the impale. So nicely done. Paddock is not dead. However, he doesn't have any buttons left.
He's also
of the barrier.
Not really, like, if he's 1-5 and doesn't have 2 items, does he make a sound? You know.
Yeah. And I think he has certainly fallen over in the forest. I tell you that much. As this is going to be the first Infernal will be secured. I think now KT are thanking their lucky stars that they were able to take 1 dragon this game. Certainly very good. As Soboro has found himself a Zinni, and it does manage to avoid any sort of CC. He should be fine. And oh dear, this is what happens when your tanks go to like 3-0. You press buttons against them, and nothing happens.
Yeah. That Leandres is going to feel really good for Zinni. He's like, oh, man, I'm going to top damage on my team.
They do have a lot of health for him to eat through. That's very true.
He's not going to be killing anybody. He will be very slowly hurting people, but the damage number, like, no one on his team is going to be like, man, Talia didn't do damage this game. I looked at the post-game stats.
Yeah. There is at least that. It may still say defeat, but at least number go up.
Yeah, he's going to tell his team, look, so far perfect KDA. Wait till you see my damage numbers. He's like, just check damage again. Check products. He's going to be like, check products, by the way. Like,
yeah.
Report the Draven.
Just honor me. Trust.
Yeah. In all seriousness, though, honor all your teammates. But in all seriousness, this game is looking pretty done so.
Yeah, Korea is just going to get Fates Called. That is another dead Renata on the floor for the 3rd time this game. And BNK looking like they can kind of do no wrong. Soboro back towards this top side of the map. Zinni's in the bottom lane, kind of giving up on his teammates here as inner turrets are falling left, right, and center. Korea moving over. Casting possibly going to get hooked up here. Of course, Poppy doesn't really care about it too much. But maybe they do when things are going this badly. Brambleback going to get taken. Baron is just up, but I don't know whether they're going to be taking that one just yet. And this is such a weird day. It's been a very weird day. As once again, a little bit more of a battle. Wind becomes lightning. Korea in a little bit of trouble. Paddock not able to get a cash in, but it's not like he had too many stacks, so it's fine. Zinni actually going to be able to find a decent shove there as the Zin goes down first. Hostile takeover is actually a passive takeover because it did absolutely nothing. Soboro going to get thrown back. Finally, the seismic shove actually able to do something as KT at least get 1 off the back end of the fight, but With Puddock dying again, it just feels so doomed.
I don't think they can do Baron, but next time this happens, they can. And once again, it's a ward here, and casting is going in trying to get that shove into the wall. Sure, you get a pick. The kill doesn't go to Puddock, which is a tragedy. Not that he has really any stacks to speak of. And then you just over-indexed on the play. Like, you're going super far in here. Be happy with the kill and back out, because now you got to make sure they're not on Baron. Like, play the map. I think KT are just kind of, they're a little bit lost here for the game state. They're like, we have to get picks, we have to do this. And, at this point, you're so far behind, you got to try what you can. But be happy with the small wins, because there is a world where if this game goes like 36 minutes, and you get one more dragon, maybe the problems we talked about with B&K's composition could come back up. But if you just throw more into the meat grinder, then they're never gonna run out of steam.
Well, that was pretty cute.
This time he
make the Baron angry.
This time he doesn't get it, but would have been the second time next to Baron Pit.
Ooh, Zinni finding an opportunity. Great handshake there as Korea burning down. Oh, not quite enough as Daystar just solo kills Casting.
Yeah,
what?
I don't. How? What?
Does Casting not have health?
Yeah, like bring those items back up, production. Like something suspicious is going on.
Was he injured at the time? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I need to see those. I would like the items to come back. The items disappeared. Maybe because they're not on the screen, didn't have them. I mean, he went for Sundered Sky start, but he still has a
it is
Fimbulventer.
2.5 items, and there is no magic resist on that Poppy. So maybe that's what... Oh, he was at 50% health. That's
yeah, let's just...
Okay. Well, they were hitting one another for a while. Shockwave came in, and Casting just pops like a balloon.
Yeah, it's like 2 Qs and R and just a few ramped autos.
The clockwork wind-up, if you will.
Yes.
You'll love to see it. So 307 for this Orianna. Daystar actually having his best game today.
Everyone's having their best game except Puddock. It seems like, unfortunately. I mean, there was some good moments for everybody, but Casting is just falling apart now. And you'll see a TP here for a late contest. One more chance. KT Rolster.
Can Gen.G get into the pit and steal this one away? He can't. And Casting not going to have an ultimate for the next little while as well. As you can see, Sobero able to get himself out of there. That ulti was very cute. Still, can they actually take down the Cassante is the question. They might, but at what cost? A double impale is going to be there an answer. The bottom lane just goes boom, but the Blitzcrank does the same thing. Casting goes down as well, though, and it's a double kill for Envy. Maybe getting mad at the fact that I said he was going to be completely irrelevant. But honestly, it's been largely about this top side and the fact that this Skarner is just getting everything done that he wants to.
Everything is super late here. They're going to secure the Baron. Look at how many resources have to be used just to isolate Sobero in the follow-up fight here. They're like, okay, retreat now. Sobero handshake. Shove isn't going to connect. He's down at 1/3 health. And then Peter's like, all right, hold on. He's like, I'm going to block them from coming over. Hold on to that Cassante. Don't let anyone inside. And then the Impale comes through here, and Peter and Puddock are just isolated. Fantastic ult there from Daystar. Came back off cooldown just moments before from the kill top side, and he just cleans up house with it. A nice try there from KT, but they have to use the whole kitchen sink just to kill one Cassante, and then the rest of the team eventually gets past the Renata ult there. The hostile takeover wears off, and they're like, all right, well, now we go in and we kill and we win.
Yeah, and they're looking for some soul point as well. They are going to be able to gather that for themselves. It's going to be locked in. 2,000 on the Rebel Baron power play. It's not the Rebel one, but it is a Baron power play. I'm just so used to saying it. With a sponsorship, but that's fine. 1 minute and 20 seconds now on the clock. And B&K, I think, should be able to break the base on this push. Because I just don't see KT having any ability to kill minions fast enough. We were talking about lack of damage when it came to champions. That applies to the minions as well. It doesn't apply to Daystar, who's pretty good at just getting a lot of damage down. And some ultimates are now on cooldown, ladies and gentlemen. Casting not going to have that Keeper's Verdict. And Sobero, he knows that, they just can't spare the resources to stop him from taking this inhibitor turret in mid lane. Backdoor bonus or not, it does not matter.
Genie
is going to be able to take this one down.
I keep calling him Genie because that's his Korean name, but I want to say Zini for you guys because of the English stream. But yeah, he's 2 levels down, and he's trying his best to stall this out. He's trying to wave clear. He's trying to grab somebody at the front line and help burn them down, but he just can't do it all alone.
It's not quite working. Is Korea looking for a bit of a grab opportunity here? He doesn't even need one. Gets a knock up onto the Poppy. Holds the hook, doesn't connect it, as we can see there. Casting getting cut up, my goodness. Does have to flash the wall. will successfully get himself out of there. We'll see whether enough buttons are now on cooldown, but it looks like the answer is kind of no. 7 seconds left on this Baron buff as Shockwave going to connect. Oh, the Impale max range! And where did you go? Zinni is just dead, and that is going to be another part of this base broken in half. Inhibitor going to go down. That's the second one. And they might even be able to push further forward. Even though the Baron is no longer there, they're teleporting in. B&K is seeing whether they can say goodnight to this game already.
And stack up these
another
cannons.
hook, my goodness. Able to just remove Puddock once again. I think that's his 8th death. Negative legendary coming on in for the Draven. And it feels like Feast or Famine, but this is so Famine for the Draven, unfortunately. Nexus turret number 2 going to go down. Daystar was tanking that turret for a really long time. It didn't matter. Just wear the orb and you get some of those resistances and you just feel great. Also just have an overflowing wallet. And there goes the Nexus. B&K, the one team today, able to topple KT roster.
So KT don't walk away with a 3-0. They walk out with a 2-1. B&K also will maintain that scoreline as well, 2-1, after beating Kwangdong Freaks in their second match today. So both teams sitting at 2-1. I think this was a very odd game from KT, but obviously the composition needed to stabilize in the mid game. They did for a little while there, and then at the end of the day, you know, there were some really big misplays. And the fact that this Orianna was able to get to such a huge level, I was like, oh yeah, but she doesn't do consistent damage in team fights. Well, if she just presses Q and R and then somebody dies, it's like, well, I guess that's enough. QWR, and then if you're lucky enough to live through that, it presses Q again and then you die. Like, let's see some of these damage numbers. Yeah.
Still did a hell of a lot.
So he ends up hitting the highest damage in the game. Was constantly ulting even the Poppy and sides and stuff because he was just like, I'm dominating. I have so much control. I have so much power on the map. The Skarner's backing me up. I have 2 tanky frontliners. And you look at the damage of the Talia I was memeing earlier because he had the Leandries, but it didn't really end up being effective damage. Was that his only death, by the way, that death there at the end of the game where he got impaled at the very end? I'm not 100% sure, but
I think there were a couple.
He tried his hardest to make something happen in this game and salvage what was a disastrous Draven game for KT Rolster, but he just couldn't get it done alone.
No, it was a little bit unfortunate. I mean, this is one of those things when it comes to Draven compositions, if you don't snowball it in the first 10 minutes, you're kind of just doomed. And so maybe there was a little bit of haphazardness from KT towards the end, but I just felt like they had the tools with the Talia, with the Poppy to make sure that Envy was never part of the game, which means that I guess you're playing on even footing if the Draven is also just kind of useless. Wasn't to be the case, though. KT not able to get themselves back into it, and that means that things are super close between all of these squads. Do we have an undefeated team remaining?
No.
We don't. Yeah, we just don't.
And we only one team is 0-2, if I'm not mistaken. That's Kwangdong Freaks, but everyone else has a win on the board. DRX won their first game, but lost their second. Now, Kwangdong also could beat Bro, and then there would be no winless teams as well.
That's exactly what we need. So we need to make sure that we only have like 1-2s and 2-1s and things like this throughout the tournament because we want to keep things as neck and neck as possible. So everyone, you are now a Kwangdong Freaks fan. Nah, who am I kidding? Everyone's a Bro fan.
1-1. I mean, you know, they could win. They might lose. Like they beat KT but lost the match to, or sorry, they lost to KT but beat Chinese Taipei. So everything is wildly variable in this best of 1 system because we're not as used to best of 1s here in Korea. We don't really do that too much.
We normally do 3 best of 1s in a row with the same teams. That's sort of how we like to do it. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a short break, enjoy some highlights, and we'll see you back for the final game of the day very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A wholehearted G'dowdy to you here for our final game of the KeSPA Cup Day 1. It is going to be Bro taking on Kwandong Freaks. There is a chance that no team will be fully defeated today. However, that all stems from Kwandong Freaks being able to win against the all-powerful Giga Chads in the final game. And I don't know whether it's going to happen, Wolf.
Yeah, it's not looking likely. I think we really need to see a big level up from the Kwandong Freaks bottom lane. That has been the struggle that we saw in both of their previous games. And so if we don't see that, then I do think the Giga Chads may just bowl them over and we end up seeing another one-sided affair. But there have been some good parts. Like Punyan has looked fine, right?
Yep.
Like Hambak is looking pretty good on Bro. That's going to be a challenge they're going to have to face. It's overall just a pretty tough situation here for Kwangdong because this is not their main roster. It's a roster that's kind of been put together here in lead up to this tournament, and obviously with some of the adjustments they made to the LCK roster before we move into challengers. So it's going to take time, but you don't have that much time. You got to pick up a win today. Otherwise, you're basically going into, in 2 days' time, like elimination mode right away at the start of the next round robin, or the remainder of the round robin they'll have to go through.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, like Slayer is not their main AD carry. It's going to be Berserker theoretically moving towards the LCK season. However, he just may not be here. I need to talk to my barber, who is apparently his cousin, and then he can let me know exactly when he's going to be in the country and potentially playing. Unless, he's just hanging out with family and friends here. We are getting very close to the Christmas holidays, and it might just be that after spending a lot of time away, wants to hang out with them. So you can understand it as here are the Bros. We'll see whether the Giga Chads are feeling all right. You can see there is some fatigue starting to sink in. Polu is, I think, actually asleep. Oh no, head's moving just a little bit, and there we go. Wakes up, and he's ready to game.
Yeah, he's just checking Twitter one more time to see if there were any more funny memes. And then he's good to go. Yeah, I mean, I think now it's getting quite late at night. We're almost at 10 p.m. Korean Standard Time here. Hype is doing the swivel, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's almost like a metronome. Okay, he lost his timing there, but yeah, this team, I think, coming in as big favorites, though. They've looked pretty strong, even in their loss to KT. Was a very close game, so we'll see how they look. And then on the other side here for Kwangdong Freaks, like, Punyan and Doiv have been the shining lights so far today. And then you have players like Lancer who've been serviceable, and the bottom lane has really been a struggle. Like, Slayer is getting crushed, he's getting caught, he's getting engaged on both games, like, basically starting at level 1, level 2, losing control of the lane, losing flashes, getting caught by engaged champions. If I'm Paulo, I'm like, just put me on an engaged champ, I'll get him. I've seen what's happened. And Quantum, I think, is much better as a player than what we've seen from him today. He just seems like a little bit nervous, a little bit off, and has been making some questionable plays and has often just kind of tried to flash in for stuff and completely whiffed it. It's been, just uncharacteristically weak performances, uncharacteristically underperforming. Yeah, there's a lot of uns, and it's not looking good.
Yeah, underwhelming.
Underwhelming
here from Kwandong Freaks, unfortunately. But we'll just have to see, because of course this is not an example of a team like Bro that are using basically their main roster here in this tournament. Kwandong Freaks, it is a mismatch. It's hodgepodge, and they're seeing what they can get done with a few different players thrown together. So you can understand that there should be a difference of performance, and guys, didn't we have a conversation about going over and voting? Because, I mean, I understood the KT one. There are a lot of KT fans, but this is ridiculous. And we really do need to put a stop to it. Justice needs to be served, and the Giga Chads deserve a lot more votes. It's not it.
I mean, I think they come in as pretty clear favorites. The online predictions have just been... their win rate is like 1-4 or something like that. No, it's even lower than that. I think it's like 1-5 today. Because I don't think we had them for the first 2 games, or maybe it was only the first game. Either way, guys, get it together, all right?
Yeah, get it together, get into draft, and let's get into the final game of the day. Segue extraordinaire Atlas right here alongside Wolf. As already, the Emperor of Shurima has been taken away, as well as the lady from Poison Ivy. Right? From Batman?
Yeah. You mean like Poison Ivy from Batman? Yeah.
Yeah. She's being banned, so we're not going to see her. And then
it's such a shame because Robin's pretty high tier.
Yeah, no, Robin's pretty good. And Corky is what's that? Oh God, the book. I had the omnibus of the book of the guy that drove the plane. Oh man, it's super old.
This one's beyond me. I'm sorry.
No, never mind. It's totally fine. I'm sure like someone's old enough to know what I might be trying to reference.
The
it's
little
a guy
engine
who drives
that could, or
it's
like...
a guy. It's a guy who flies a biplane. And I just can't remember his name. So, Renekton going to be taken away as well as Poppy. And let's dive into it, see what the first pick's going to be.
We got Ashe, we got Skarner. Skarner first, likely Ashe second. I'm surprised the lack of Ashe Sejuani priority that we're seeing in this tournament thus far. Like, it just seems like such a no-brainer when they're both open oftentimes because Sejuani's been doing great. If you're a strong Sejuani player, it unlocks picks like the Yone to be even stronger. It unlocks the Jax. It's all very basic stuff. It's very common, and it's super strong, and it's been really figured out in the LCK, but Challengers teams sometimes like to just play what they like instead. And we will see Lancer do just that and prioritize the Cassante over it into this second spot. You don't have to get the Sejuani now, obviously, because Morgan already locked in the Skarner, but I have a feeling we're not going to see it locked in this third spot either.
I do like that he does keep hovering it, though. It's kind of cute. Quantum Freaks being able to pick up some very high-priority picks here on their first round is nice. So that could help them out. But Mbessa being locked in is scary. I almost guarantee... Oh, wow. I was about to guarantee that that's going to Closer, but if he's just going to play Akali, then that's a different story. It's going to be the Kalista locked in. With, Ashe on the other side, it does make things a little bit more worrisome.
I think you can pretty comfortably go Renata here if you want to, instead of going for the Sejuani that I was really kind of begging for, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. Because it's so strong into all three champions, and it's really great with Ashe in general. There's just too many reasons to pick it in this spot.
The worry for me,
so high power.
The worry for me is that Slayer and Quantum have played this bottom lane, and they looked, pretty subpar.
That is true.
Pretty ungood, to go back to the unwords that you were talking about before.
Yeah, it's a little 1984 down there.
Yeah.
I think it was double plus ungood Atlas.
Yeah, it was a fair bit of ungood.
I think, Blitzcrank is still an option here for them, and maybe for Bro, and maybe they'll get punished the same way that Slayer was punished earlier, twice with another longer range hook champion this time. Or maybe it'll just get banned here by Kwangdong Freaks. They'll deny it. We'll see what the game plan is going to be.
Yeah, I actually think that you have to ban Blitzcrank here. It's like, yeah, they will. Okay. Just because Blitzcrank and Skarner together are really strong at the same time.
It's
not
insane.
to mention the fact that it's really good with Kalista, so yeah.
And also with Mbessa.
Yep. So this is a good choice. Good call. Last ban here for Bro. Maybe just
Xin
Xingwei
Zhao.
Sejuani or Xin. Yeah, one of these two sounds good.
I think both are fine in this situation. Sejuani a little bit stronger if you had a different top laner than the Cassante, but still works here.
Yep.
And we'll take the Silas, which is
That's
interesting.
Surprising. The Yone is still up and available, and I kind of expect the Pongyon's going to prefer to go there. And Doiv certainly can just go to whatever he would like. Of course, he has the spirit of a bro jungler in him, so a Xin Zhao makes a whole lot of sense.
I guess he just wants... They want to save Pungyun's counterpick for Closer here because Closer is such a... I don't want to say he's a one-dimensional player, but, he has a set champion pool he's really good at, like this one here, and then you can just have the answer in waiting. I'm not saying this means like we insta-get a Lissandra or something like that, but maybe Pungyun's got that in his wheelhouse and he wants to pull that one out.
Would be pretty cool. For early audience as well. We like that.
Yeah. So last pick here is going to be the support. The Blitzcrank is gone. The Poppy is gone. Might just have to be like a Leona.
Give us your Pike, Polu.
I mean, that was what was banned last game in this situation.
I wouldn't mind seeing it. They do already have some
Hey, that's a good call. And it's going to come through.
Locking it away. We're bone skewering the bottom side. Or at least maybe at some point bone skewering the bottom side because it could be a lane swap in the beginning of it. Talia going to be the hover here from Pongyun. And it's not filling me with joy. I'm not picking up a ting from this one, but it is still going to be locked away.
It's very strong into Mbessa and into the Skarner. So like in that regard, it's also pretty decent into Ahri too. You put the rocks on the ground. It's hard for her to use that mobility. And if she does come in for a charm, for example, you might be able to punish it with a flip back. And it's really strong with Xin Zhao. So when you consider also the Ashe just sets it up too with an arrow and then the flip comes through, there's a lot of ways that this works out. Strong rotational power towards the bottom side that you might be able to snowball if you can not get hooked by Palu. And my biggest issue with all of this here for Quantum Freaks, I think the draft is fine, is that the draft for Bro is very snowbally. You have a very strong front line. You have such strong dive. The Renata alone won't be enough if you fall behind early, and that's exactly what Quantum Freaks' bottom lane has done 2 games in a row. And I'm willing to bet, and I hate to say it, and it's very early on in Slayer's KeSPA Cup tournament, but I feel like I'm going to see it happen a third time.
Yeah, he hasn't really given us too much to be hopeful of, but maybe, just maybe, this is the game where we see the redemption arc. I mean, we saw the downfall of KT when it looked like they were going to still be good. Maybe we'll see the rise up of the Kwangdong Freaks when it's looking dire for them. Maybe there's balance in all things. We'll just have to see. Kassadin might have just been right. I think that's a Kassadin quote.
Oh, I thought you meant like as the final pick here. I was like,
it is.
I was like, yeah, well, I mean, like they could have played Kassadin into Ahri, but I don't know.
In fact, I would have liked Kassadin. Kassadin Xin Zhao brawls real hard in the mid game. I'd be kind of into it. It doesn't give them very much range, but who cares? It's more funny this way. Bro's composition is fun though, and we get to see the general himself on a general herself, right?
Yes.
Like, that's kind of cool? You know? He is more the Lord, but like, he had a general in the jungle for a while, so I guess it kind of fits. It's like he gets his general back.
Yeah.
By playing her.
Yeah.
Something like that. I just feel like maybe it's time for some dubstep and we'll get into the game, eh?
You know, in Korean esports, dubstep never died. It like died elsewhere. People were like, dubstep was so 2011. Nobody listens to that anymore. Well, guess what? We have it in Korean esports, and it's still alive for me because I listen to it now for some reason while I'm playing League of Legends. Yeah, I make the active choice to listen to it.
Yep.
Everyone around me is like,
just ignore,
what are those sounds in your room?
Please ignore the Photoshop on the left there. That's just poking in. It's having a look. It's very interested in what's happening. Oh, never mind. It left, but it is still watching. It's just a little bit more obscure. As now Quantum Freaks backing up towards their turrets. You like there's like little peeking in there. I kind of like that.
I feel like, you and I are 7 and 8 out of the 8 game days. Like those games might be where we get some wild casts. So you guys are here for the best ones.
Yeah. If you've made it this far, we're sorry and also congrats, depending on how you're feeling. Let's have a look at what's happening here in this bottom lane. Quantum and Slayer, they have lost lane pretty early in their previous games, so we'll see what Hype and Polo are actually able to deliver here. Of course, not a whole lot of power in what they have at the moment in the very early stages, unless you manage to finagle your way into a good exchange. Because right now you can see the poke advantage is certainly there here for Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, and obviously at level 1, if Palu hits a skewer, then they just shield the damage, and then Palu's in a bad spot and he gets slowed. So he has to have level 2 to set up the stun for him to be relevant. Yeah, I'd say in this matchup. So it's just going to be catching the wave here. So this has been Slayer's best start so far. I think part of that due to the lane matchups, but we'll see what happens shortly after this.
Also, it is Humbug's best start on Skarner so far.
True, we actually got to do the camp right away.
Yep, not dead yet. And so that's certainly good. Of course, things went very wrong in their very first game.
And then, like, slightly wrong in the second game, but it's okay.
Yeah, and this is sort of less wrong. So things kind of looking okay. As we've just got some farming in the jungle. We've seen this matchup so far in this tournament. And it hasn't looked great in the early game, but K'Sante generally just survives. He'll be fine.
Yeah, you really just have to play around your empowered Qs and your Q3 if you want to actually really put pressure on Mbessa. Otherwise, she just kind of out-trades you repeatedly. Humbug down here with a level 4 gank.
Polo just going to straight up miss this, but let's see what they can actually get done. Avoids the stun, does Quantum, as now Polo is going to have to get out of there, but the render's stacked up, and that bailout is not going to succeed. Now Slayer could be in trouble. The flash forward is Doiv. He's going to get the flash out from Humbug. Already It is working out here for Bro, but can they make it out alive? That's the question. Good stun is going to come through as Hype is going to get another one. Oh, it's a disaster. Slayer's going to go down. It's a double kill for the Kalista and double buffs to boot.
Yep. That
Meanwhile, what happened here?
Closer solo killed Pungyan. I don't know. I'm guessing he hit a charm. Pungyan flashed also, so maybe it was a flash charm and he still got hit. We'll have to look at the recap on this one, but yeah. So in the bottom lane, again, disaster here. Let's take a look at this first.
Yeah. Okay.
Pushes him into charm range, but he's behind the minion, so what goes on here? Oh, Morgan shows
Morgan
up.
just ganks him. Okay, never mind. So it's not too bad here from Pungyan, but the
yeah,
flash
that's
charm
actually-
is going to work. Beautifully done.
I just didn't know about that at all. I was like, hey, how do you die at this stage without...
I didn't think to look at a top laner's scoreline to see some information.
Yeah, I
just
think the
because I
observers-
expected that nothing was happening.
The observers went up and panned the top lane after the mid exchange there. Maybe they were trying to hint to us like, hey, he helped out, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, if you can dash like 17 times in quick succession, you can get to the mid lane pretty quickly as an Mbessa up here on the top side.
That kind of makes sense.
He also didn't back, so he's still up here, still teleports, still winning the lane. I mean, in terms of health trade right now, he's catching all these minions. He's even in CS. Like, he's 1 minion behind. He lost absolutely nothing for this. I'm not trying to speak about balance. I'm just saying it's a really good time if you're an Mbessa enjoyer.
I think what you're saying is that Morgan is a really talented player. That's what you're saying.
Now he's got some, ability haste.
Oh, dear. The Caulfield's Warhammer. They are not hammers that she uses, but maybe they're now just attached to the weird Renekton weapons that she
That's
swings
not how
around.
Caulfield's works. You strap it to your back and then you move faster. Everyone's science has figured this out. You don't actually swing the hammer. You just carry it with you. Some people put it in a knapsack,
Is it a knapsack?
Look, I heard that next year, Riot's going to make it like really small. You just Caulfield's Warhammer keychain. You just put it on your belt, and then like you do a little bit more damage, and your moves come out faster.
Well, that's interesting.
It's really helpful for Ezreal because he's just not that strong to carry it.
Well, I had a game proposition.
Yeah.
What if... Okay, never mind. There's a little bit of an engage. Let's talk about that for a moment as Morgan gets a shield and everything's okay. Nice little bone skewer there from Polu. Gets a little stun on the Dove. Some grubs. I think there's another fight. I really want to ask you this question. I'm really interested.
I just hope you don't forget it, because we'll have a chance in this game.
Well, that's the thing. You got to keep me on the ball. Keep me on the ball.
Okay.
All right. Pungyan is going to get ganked once again. Humbug not going to quite find the angle, but that charm is gorgeous. Closer. Back to one of his favorites and looking fantastic for it. As Dove might be able to grab 2 of these.
I mean, everybody's
not going to be able to go to all 3.
Somebody's, got to be aware too that they're going to be rotating up here. I think they might be able to get out.
All right, Dove just going to say that I don't know about being able to survive, and so I'm just going to go in. Another charm going to connect there from Caloza. He's going to be able to lock that one up as Humbug taking a few arrows to the back of the head, but this lawnmower don't care about that. And he's just going to be able to wander his way out.
So they tried to take grubs and secure that. They left Pungyan. He couldn't rotate over. I don't think he had level 6 at the time. And even if he did, it would have been really difficult for him to actually traverse that with an Ahri there to shut him down. But he ends up getting ganked a second time, taken out. So everybody's here in the mid lane. I mean, Polu was in a really nice roam here. It's really him who sets this up. But everyone's focused on grubs, right? They have Slayer on the top side. And no one's here to help Pungyan out. But then after this happens, they don't pull off grubs initially when they know literally everyone except the Kalista is on the top side of the map. And Dove still greeds for this, and he's like, well, I guess I have to go. I mean, they're literally volleying Morgan up here. Like, you got to get out.
Yeah, and I feel like Dove kind of said that he was dead, he was like, well, I better go back in because I'll get as much damage down as I can.
Yeah.
And sacrificed himself. Some more fighting here towards the bottom side.
So back to the game question.
Yeah. So the game question is, what if alongside every game of League of Legends, you also had a game of backpack battles?
At the same time?
Yeah, and in that game of backpack battles, that's how you got your items.
Okay.
And so you team up with someone. Like every game is a duo. And your items come from how well this person plays backpack battles.
And are the items in this version of backpack battles like all the League of Legends items?
Yeah, or just variations of it, and
Sure.
they all combine out of the backpack battles sort of style items to give you cool combos, and then you get to use them in the game.
I wonder if Doran's ring, for example, has extra slots in the middle to where you can put other smaller items. Like you could put your cookies in there, like a tier in the hole in Doran's ring, in the donut, if you will.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
where you put your wards and stuff.
Yep, there's all sorts of efficiency things like that. It's not going to be 6 slots anymore. You just have a knapsack, and you have to make it work, because the max range charm is gorgeous. Closer not really too worried about a pile of rocks, as well as, my god, this mid lane is just doomed.
It's over. I mean, look at the items. Like, it's a tier and Sork shoes versus a nearly fully completed item here for Closer.
It is not a lot of fun. However, he now doesn't have Spirit Rush, so Pengyan is going to be feeling a little bit better there. Polo clearing out some wards, and yeah, Doiv in counter gank position. I think they smelt it with the fact that Slayer and Quantum weren't really playing very defensively after that ward was cleared. And so I don't think that Hype and Polo are going to be going too aggressive. All right, Bone Skewer not going to quite connect. Pretty close, though. Slayer's finding some mojo, I feel. You know, things aren't necessarily going well, but they're not going nearly as badly as they did last time.
Yeah, no, it's definitely his best start so far. The Ziggs game was, you know, it had its ups and downs, but
yeah.
Okay, we're Fate's calling in.
We certainly are. Knockup is going to connect onto Quantum here. Slayer's going to have to flash, and Quantum, yeah, he's going to be bailed out, but only for a little bit. Then he has to immediately go back to his cell that we call the Death Chamber. There's an all-out here from Lancer. Gets over the wall. It's pretty cute. And Morgan is going to try and flash his way out. He's got a dash. He's got another dash, but the threat of volley rocks to the back of the head is going to take him down. So Mbessa can be killed.
Very clearly balanced, even with the Warhammer ability haste.
Yeah.
He just couldn't dash his way out of that one.
I know, that was in his knapsack. Maybe he should have picked up the hammer and hit one of them on the head with it. It might have helped.
Yeah. Well, that's a nice returning kill here for Kwangdong Freaks, or return kill, I should say. But it really isn't going to solve all the problems here for Pengyan, who's only able to pick up the Fiendish Codex, whereas Closer actually finishes his first item, has the Malignants now, as well as an additional book and his shoes. He doesn't actually need the upgraded boots right now, and actually has 2 options for what kind of boots he wants to get, depending on how he wants to snowball this game, because it is well and truly rolling down the hill as Closer's going to go in.
Yeah, Closer looking for Quantum again. Quantum is... Yeah,
I don't even
He's in the river and he can't swim, Wolf. I think that's a little bit what that was.
I mean, I think there's some rust to be shaken off here for some of these players. It's been a long off season. Like players like Quantum, you know, who weren't even starting at the end of the season, haven't played since playoffs, like haven't played in Worlds, haven't played in any other event match tournaments that I'm aware of, and have been otherwise doing trials to see if they're going to be the starting player. Like, haven't really played in a tournament. You go 0-2 at the start. Your duo partner is having a rough start of the tournament. You're a little bit frustrated. You're behind in this game. You're trying to clear vision, but you just go too far.
Well, Hype is going to be cleansing an arrow, and now Polo looking for a little bit of an angle here. Slayer is almost in execute range, but Polo going to respect the fact that he can be locked down by Quantum and Slayer here, and doesn't have a lot of health. It's going to mean that Doiv now has an opportunity to start off this Mountain Drake. And oh dear, okay, going to be cancelled. Rock just thrown.
It's certainly been running at the turret on this champion and then getting pulled into it a lot today.
Oh, man. And the baiting that these Mountain Drakes have done as well, with the fact that they take so much killing, Quantum Freaks are going to be able to move themselves down here. They do have the inside track to lock this one down. Lancer getting involved as well. Looks like Bro are just going to put Closer towards the top side and try and lock this one up. Never mind. Morgan on a flank angle. They do manage to get the crash into the wall here onto Pengyan, but the fight is now going to start as Humbug is still alive. This Heartsteel is really working out. However, he does eventually fall, but it's in trade for the entirety of the bottom lane. Morgan trying to dash around, get what he can done. Lancer flashes on top of him, though, and that's going to be able to take down the Mbessa. Closer now, looking to come on over with the rest of his teammates. Pengyan, doesn't find that shove. That means things could be dangerous here. He's such low health. Lancer just wanting to do those Cassante things. It might work out. Doiv actually going to be able to do some of these Xin Zhao things as well. The little stun there going to work, but Hype not too bothered by it. Picks up the triple in the end.
So it's a 19-kill game at 13 minutes.
Yeah, this is...
The Callista has 6 kills.
A lot of a kill a minute, isn't it?
Yeah. The Callista has 6 kills.
Ah.
So even though it looked like, that fight's so close, that's so sick, like, maybe Kwangdong's getting back into this, not really ultimately going to come to pass, I don't think. You watch how this top part of the fight happens, because you were play-by-play in the bottom part. Closer actually goes in super deep here, looking for Slayer and Pengyan. Gets Pengyan Or sorry, gets Slayer, but Pyongyang actually puts these rocks down. He flashes over the wall and tries to catch him, and then forces the flash out of the wall from Pyongyang. So Closer continues to chase instead of coming back to his teammates initially here, which I think is part of why Lancer gets so much Cassante things done here. He's also able to deny the charm here, I believe, in the next follow-up moment with his Unstoppable. Yeah, it doesn't allow that to go through, so that was kind of a big problem here, but still does get taken out. Pyongyang's adding that damage in, but the Kalista getting 6 kills is the real story. Like, look at the numbers.
Yeah, he is very, very large. Humbug as well. 95 stacks right now. Just throws Doiv into the wall. He tanked so many buttons. So many buttons were pressed, and Humbug did so little caring about it, and Doiv is just dead. It's going to be some free shellfish here as well for the Lawnmower, and then he's going to be able to pick up the Rift Herald at the same time. Kwangdong Freaks once again finding themselves in a circling the drain scenario.
I mean, we're just fighting so hard over this objective when you could try to make a play where the enemy team isn't grouped using your semi-global Talia and your arrow and the vision that you can get from Hawkshot. I feel like this composition isn't fully being realized by Kwangdong Freaks, but now they're so far behind that I just don't know if it can be. But it's disappointing to see the over-indexing into this tanky Skarner. And you can see the plate gold here relatively even, but the story of the kills and this double DPS duo here for Bro is really going to be shown, I think, in these next few fights. Paulo in a little bit of danger, though.
Yeah, perhaps. Is able to get himself into some camouflage, so he should be all right. And the Rift Herald going to be secured here by Humbug. Morgan also left alone. As we can see, they were setting up for some sort of dive onto the Umbessa, understanding that he has died a couple of times, having a little bit of a rough one. His Eclipse is completed, but he's otherwise behind in gold, as we can see here. Thank you very much for the graphic. Just don't look at the bottom side of the map, where
that's what I'm
there's
saying.
a giga gold lead.
The gold from the Kalista, the Ahri, is really quite large. Cosmic Drive is finished. And upgraded boots here for Palu, as well as his Umbroglaive, means he can clear vision. I don't know if he's picked up any of Pyke's passive cut gold this game, because I haven't really watched it that closely, but that might be part of why they're both so ahead as well. I mean, the 6 kills says a lot, but I mean, there's more at play here.
Yeah, it might just be that like Hype's 2 assists were also picked up by Pyke, which is
at least maybe even if one of them is, it's like some additional gold he's got in the pocket.
Yep. And there are quite a few assists divvied up around the rest of the team. So yeah, you're exactly right. Paulo feeling pretty good on this Pyke. He has always been a pretty good at like just aggressive player in general. Has played a bit of Pyke so far as well. And honestly, I've just liked watching Paulo play. I feel like he's been a breath of fresh air in the LCK, and it's good to see that Bro kept him, and now he's playing alongside Hype, and it feels pretty good.
I just like to see players be confident to play slightly off-meta picks, even though because it fits the draft, and you know, show your skills. As Lancer is trapped here
to keep the minion alive. That's going to confirm this crash is coming on in. Quantum not going to be hit by the charm, but you can see Morgan possibly in trouble. Lancer going down extraordinarily low. Quantum is the one that dies, though, as Morgan just gets into that backline. The public execution right in front of his friends is going to be taken out as Hype will die to the turret. That's going to be 2 kills going over to this Pyke, though. Polo happy to die after that. Picked up so much extra gold. And now Morgan, he's going to do what he loves, and that is kill turrets by himself in a side lane.
Yep. And there's no one to stop him. Teleport here to the top side from the Ahri here from Closer is also going to deny that top side turret from going down. Not much Lancer could do. He's trying desperately to clear that last minion. If he's a little bit faster, maybe he denies this teleport.
Oh, the teleport was denied as well because the Rift Herald just killed the turret.
Yeah. So that turret is, or that TP is denied. The one to the minion keeps the minion alive. And then this is just the easy cleanup here. Really nice ultimate there for Morgan. Charm here as well on the Slayer is just Chef's Kiss. Paulu's positioning, gets out of range of the turret, gets the ult reset, goes in for a second one there. Knows he's already picked up the aggro and is dead, so trying to get some extra damage.
And MVP for that fight on Quantum Freaks' side was 100% the turret.
Yeah.
It did about 80% of the damage to the entire bottom lane of Bro before they died. So, well played, turret. A little bit sad here for the Quantum Freaks.
At least Pyongyang's finally able to get this topside turret. Was denied by the TP from Closer moments ago, but does get that money in his pocket. But I feel like this game is almost too far too gone at this point. The snowballing Ahri Kalista is online as Pyongyang. Nice dodge.
Yeah, Closer going to miss kind of every button. However, the Bone Skewer, it does not go wide, and Pyongyang is just going to die. Foxfire will pick that one up. and Closer gets his 6th of the game. Humbug looking for a bit of an angle here. Does have the Impale very, very soon. As another Bone Skewer will connect. Great Charm is going to land. Gets out of the way of these minions. Crescent Guard is going to be employed to keep him alive. As the flash forward, there's the Impale. Picks up Slayer. And we've been a little bit critical of Slayer. There was nothing you could do about that one. It's going to be another kill to go through. This time, when they're able to juggle some turret aggro, it feels a little bit better. Of course, Polo's going to die, but that doesn't matter. That is going to be an ace. And now the bros are just going to Chad walk their way towards some inhibitors.
Yeah, I think they can just take out the inhibitor off of this play. I mean, they have a big wave here, but they're looking to back away instead. Could have, I think, pushed it further. The cool thing about this is it's a blast cone into flash play, so and it's also a mega cone. So look at how far he goes. Blast cone, flash, impale. And Quantum reacts so quickly, actually gets his flash off there, but Slayer doesn't have his, so will instantly go down. And that was just a really cool play. Creative uses of the blast cone. Gets to the blast cone so quickly, quicker than you could have expected as well, because Skarner is just so fast.
Nicely played.
Yeah, that was cool stuff.
This is a fun one. This last game, we are going out with a bang, 100%.
Yeah,
because we're on like 32 kills at 20 minutes. Heck yeah.
It's not competitive, but it's a lot of killing, and it was a lot of killing on both sides at first, but it's starting to be a little bit more on one side now.
It's not competitive, but there's a lot of competing.
Yes.
You know? And we like to see that.
Now the competition is who does more damage, Ahri or Kalista. Is Hype going to be able to catch up? It's going to be tough.
I think it will.
I think Quantum is going to have to stall this game out a little bit if that's going to happen.
I think that Closer is certainly feeling like the main character in this game. So
I think he should, but I think there are some good supporting characters, including the support Palu.
I would agree. 8-1-10, though. It's a pretty impressive scoreline at this point. And there is some bounty gold, so at least Quantum Freaks are able to get that back. That's going to pull the gold slightly back towards them. It's still teetering on 7K at 20 minutes. As Bone Skewer going to go wide. Throwing some rocks around is Humbug. Ooh, not going to get charmed there. And now actually going to avoid some buttons and go for a bit of an engage. Humbug down to 50% already. Finds an Impale, though. As now Closer just gets amongst it. Misses the charm completely. And this might be an opportunity as Quantum Freaks, they finally start melting. And it's Hype that's just able to bounce around the battlefield. He's still at full health, ladies and gentlemen. More kills going over to Polu. I don't know if Polu has his summoner spells available, but that doesn't matter because Photoshop deserves to watch this one.
I think Hype wins, though, because did you see how much damage he put into Cassandra? I think he actually probably just passed Closer overall. I mean, that was a lot of damage.
I like you're just like worrying about this like total damage done battle between the two.
I mean, look at how let's compare what Closer does in this fight and what Hype does in this fight. Okay, Closer missed a charm, missed the orb here. You know, he really needs those damage numbers. Get some Foxfire through. Crescent Guard's up. He's not doing anything here. Hype shows up. Look at Quantum's health bar. Going down, gets berserked for a second, adds some damage on Closer.
Yeah,
he's trying to kill Closer so he can't do more damage. He's going to win this competition. And then look at how much damage he does to Lancer. Look at this. Closer, one charm. Yeah, that's nothing. Hype is passing him for sure, man. I'm telling you.
Well, Polo, I don't know whether he got the money for that one. I know that if someone dies on top of the X and it is a little bit delayed, you still get the cash money. But don't know whether that one actually counted for giving Hype a bunch more. However, he doesn't need more money. He's now got Terminus done. That's 3 items in comparison to 2. And Slayer's items aren't exactly the big expensive ones. And so this is a very worrisome sign. 3.5 done for Closer.
Yeah. He's a
big boy.
He's big. He does a lot of damage. He has some extra gold, you know, as well he can get.
I feel like his items are all just kind of like raw AP items as well. Like there is a lot of damage just straight up.
He's got to hit his stuff. He's missed a few skills in these last few fights. It hasn't meant anything, but...
Let's see whether he hits Pungyan here, because I actually kind of want to see what happens like in one charm rotation. Like how much damage does he do?
I mean, you could tell if you're curious because you can't see his eyes right now how much AP he has, chat. Like look at him auto the turret one time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Humbug, he's not too worried about walls, so he's going to go through him. And the Cassante just going to get delivered
Look at him,
to
Hype.
the enemy team. Yeah, Hype getting some damage numbers there, as we can see. The inner turret needs to go down, otherwise it's going to kill the rest of them. Finally, it does fall as Hype grabs the first one onto the Talia. Polu now dashing around, but the Callista is now dead. It's your time to shine, Closer. As Doi flashes over, manages to get the kill onto Polu. That was very cute. But now they are walking the wrong direction, and they'll probably lose an inhibitor turret.
It was so funny. Like Doive goes over the wall and he just like hesitates a second. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill this guy." Okay, I got him.
Yeah,
He like accidentally killed Paul.
It's over the wall and doink. It was very nice. Very, very nice. Morgan and Closer are going to finish the job here as far as this inhibitor is concerned.
Yeah, I'm putting. I mean, even though Hype died in that last fight, I'm putting big money on him taking this one because he did a ton of damage and. Also, they're not able to end off of this, so it gives him more chances to hit Lancer because he's hitting Lancer a lot here. I mean,
there is a lot of hitting Lancer.
Lancer has the
that's
most
going to help
HP.
with the damage numbers.
Yeah. He does end up getting hit here, stunned, backs off, has to cleanse, and then gets collapsed on. Lancer actually gets revenge.
Yeah,
he's able
he
to take him
does.
out. And yeah, I mean that's clean here from Closer on the cleanup. That's so hilarious. The Doive killed. I
Yeah.
just can't even get over it. But
Very nice fat flash, you have to say.
the the inhibitor's down. I mean, it's only 24 minutes into the game, so respawn timers are still short and stuff, and it's a Chemtech Soul, so that does kind of sometimes slow these games down. But make no mistake, guys, watching at home, Kwangdong voters, slash, like, what's going on?
Slash 95% of the community.
Yeah, I'm like, guys, I mean, I'm not even trying to throw shade. Like, I wanted Kwangdong to make it so we had no team that lost all their games, but
I mean, based on the number, there could just be 20 people voting.
that could be true.
There could just be 20 votes.
It
right?
could also just be like exactly 100 votes, you know?
True. Humbug is just going to walk over here. That is going to be Pongyeon taking a fair bit of damage. Does just walk his way up, but so does Humbug. In fact, everyone does. Lancer teleports in. Let's see whether he can actually find something here as Polu's Bone Skewer does go wide. Charm will connect here. Lancer unable to buffer that one. And he is now out of this fight for the moment.
I will say this fight did not do numbers for Hype. You know, he was a little bit late.
I would agree. I actually still feel like maybe Closer is going to take it because he also has more items.
That's true. Like, he is hitting big. I mean, he's not, you know, autoing for big damage, but when he hits a rotation of spells,
It's a lot.
especially if he hits a Q on multiple people, I mean, that's a lot of damage he's adding in there.
Just have to see where
It's
it does
such,
end
I mean,
up in
that's
the
where
end.
this game gets fun for me now. Like, I'm really, I'm invested. Like, I'm a Hype voter, and I think he's going to get it, but he disappointed me on that last fight. He did not get the numbers.
He does have the double-double, and Closer needs one more kill in order to get there. I think double-double, very, very
Oh, they're
important.
dead even on gold. That's crazy.
Oh, wow, really?
They're like both at like 13,100 or something total.
Woof. Well, he's now going to find Slayer. Does miss the charm, but it doesn't matter because he's so fed. Humbug is going to be able to grab the kill, though, so no double-double available. He might get to 20 assists before he gets 10 kills. That would be very depressing.
That is wild, yeah.
As Humbug also moving on over, okay.
All right, Ambessa pushing bottom as well. That's going to be a stacked wave coming through towards those Nexus turrets, and this means the mid inhibitor is basically just opened up for free.
What about the stacked hat that Closer just put together?
There you go.
Yeah, if this charm's going to connect, it's going to be a lot as the ulti goes wide there from Morgan. Unfortunately, unable to find it, but Bro still just moving forward. The damage, the poke coming out from Bro. It is just too much. They're currently 12,000 gold ahead, so I'm sort of talking like I'm excited, and I'm like, oh man, it's so cool that they're able to do it. I mean, they should.
I mean, this is not going to be the fastest game. That was around 26 minutes earlier today, so not breaking any records despite the huge lead.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to kind of feel like, you know, Closer might steal this away from me because he keeps hitting spells, and Hype's just, you know, he can't do damage unless they're in the thick of the fight. Doesn't have the range that this Q from Closer has, and
They need to commit to a fight, really, to make something happen. You're exactly right.
yeah, I think 2 inhibitors down. Maybe they go full completionist route and go top side.
Oh, okay.
Slayer
knows, he
maybe.
knows.
Okay. I was gonna say you might have an inkling, as Chronicle would say.
Mm-hmm.
Big Splatoon enthusiast.
I thought he was a.
What was that raptor doing? It trolled Closer so
Yeah, I don't know. I just
hard.
ran away. Okay. Hype moving on in. Doive taking a fair bit of damage. That is some more hype damage there for you, Wolf. You love to see it. Polo towards the top side. And now teleport flank angle coming on in from Morgan. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, that was a lot of closer damage to come on through there. Morgan in the back line is going to find Pongyon, and he's not going to get bailed out of this one. The two-man impale is denied as the hostile takeover comes in, but unfortunately, it's not going to take over enough. And Morgan is taking matters into his own hands, dashing around, pressing the buttons, being Ambessa and having a great time as Lancer is trying to do some Cassante things, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the wallet for it. And now the pros are just going to march forward 2-1 on the day, looking great after their initial loss in game one, really making up for it. Polu?
Fate's call right into the fountain.
Yeah.
Take a dip.
He was just happy. Likes the gray screen.
Come on, hype. Get a few more autos in there, man.
Yeah, Closes landed a few Foxfires. All right. And that is the Nexus going down. We're going to have to wait a few moments. Wait a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, before we do get the definitive answer of hype versus Closer. So make sure you get it into the YouTube chat. We can check it out, see who thinks who is going to win.
The votes are Closer, hype, or Morgan. There could be some Morgan Dark Horse voters in there. I mean, Ambessa's pretty broken. I don't think she's going to take it this time. My final answer is hype. I think he's got it. I stuck with him through the mid game. I think he has the highest damage in the game. Where are you at?
I mean, I think it's Closer. I think that, he bought a cool hat. We're going to have a look at the stats here. And
he got me by 2K. Oh, he got me.
Only by 2K.
Oh.
Damn. Even Morgan making a late surge there with that last team fight, as you can see. 2.4K, not too bad at all.
Oh, hype was hitting a lot of minions there at the end, wasn't he? He was just trying to finish the game.
He was also a bit Callisto.
Yeah, he just couldn't reach, man. I thought all that Cassante damage. Even Photoshop was mad, man.
Yeah,
Photoshop
I know, understandable.
Yeah, get back in here, Photoshop.
Yeah. All right. Well, Group A, yeah, you're going to be getting it done. You love to see it.
The Group A winner is not hype, sadly.
Yeah, we're just giving you a little bit of a sneak peek as to what's going to be happening here as far as Group A is concerned.
He has more than 9 notifications on Discord right now. That gives me anxiety. When I get that, I'm like, I have to check it right now. I have to get rid of the red dot.
I like it. I don't know whether this is actually going out to the stream, but right now it's on our production monitor, so we can see it, and I don't think anyone else can.
Okay, that's
so.
Good.
I guess that's better. That's okay.
Better.
That's
okay,
totally
that's
fine.
good.
Because we don't need to see any.
You and I just sound like crazy people.
Yeah, we just sound like crazy people. We've been talking about like Photoshop coming in and stuff like that, and we just actually wrong. But I hope that you guys had fun with us just saying things that made absolutely no sense.
I'm like, look at the Santa Claus that's coming to Atlas.
My dad told me that was real.
He's 26 days early.
Oh, no.
But I guess it means we were good boys.
Yeah, we were. It's like, wait, is there coal in there? I don't know. He does come down the chimney. Oh, dear.
Oh, God. This has been a great conclusion to today's KeSPA Cup 2024.
It has. And it's also been a great day of games. I feel like it's kept us on the edge of our seat. We've had a relatively close day, only Quantum Freaks not picking up any semblance of a victory so far today. Even B&K being able to find something. KT falling short on the final hurdle is exactly the KT that everyone wants to see. And we had Maple debut Ambessa.
Yeah.
Internationally, which is just super dope.
Picked up a W.
One of the most storied players in all of League of Legends. It's brilliant.
So here's today's results. I don't know if we'll have a standings graph or not. I hope so, but I feel like there were a few surprises. To us, KT losing to Bro, but also then losing to B&K. KT with a double surprise, as they oft are wont to do. They also beat DRX pretty convincingly, so that wasn't necessarily a surprise, but it was a good showing from them, which then was there to set up the upset loss to B&K.
Yep, DRX and Chinese Taipei, both of them only playing 2 matches today. They're going to be playing their 3rd in a couple of days' time, and so that does put Bro, Fox, and KT all sitting at 2-1.
Yeah, so every team will play 5 matches. So if you played 3 today, in 2 days' time, you'll play 2. If you played 2 today, in 2 days' time, you'll play 3. So Guangdong Freaks in a pretty dire situation. I'm pretty sure one more loss just mathematically eliminates them from getting out of the group. So they really need to hope for the best. But tomorrow, we have Group B, the group of death.
And if you're a Nongshim fan, you're just a little frustrated. Because I feel like Nongshim kind of deserves to be in Group A. because they drew Home Life eSports, D plus Kia, Gen.G, and T1. And the Vietnamese squad with a whole bunch of players from over there. Not necessarily the highest tier of Vietnamese talent that we have seen. Of course, you know, they are very competitive even on an international level, but not necessarily the players that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. So keep those expectations lukewarm, I would say, as far as their performance, especially against some of Korea's best players.
We have a lot of T1 players who are registered to play, as well as Chovy is registered to play, but have subs behind them. So also don't blame me or Atlas if they do not start tomorrow, because there's a chance that they won't.
I think we can almost guarantee that Viper and that
Viper and
Keen. Viper and Keen are going to be playing.
Viper and Keen are playing.
Yeah.
Gen.G versus T1 will be a very, very exciting matchup tomorrow, depending on who starts. So looking forward to that one, as neither team is at their full strength necessarily. And I'm also looking forward to seeing how Duro is going to gel with Gen.G. I think that's the big question mark for me. People are wondering about how Zeus is going to look on Hanwha, but we're not going to find that out at this tournament very likely. People are also wondering, will Doran do well on T1? Wait for the LCK Cup for that one. There's still some stuff that needs to be worked out.
And will Ruler be like super good for Gen.G? Wait, no, we know that that is the case, and he's also not going to be playing in this tournament.
No.
So Ruler has played for Gen.G, though, so you can just have a look at some past tape if you do want to know how he would do with a Gen.G roster. You can even go back to Samsung Galaxy.
I just really appreciate you guys boosting our numbers big time because you came to watch these players, but I also don't want to disappoint you. So come and watch it anyways, and then learn about some of the players that are playing from the Challenger squads that have been pushed.
We're all
into this
about
roster.
honesty here at the KeSPA Cup, and we are honestly going to end it here. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more KeSPA Cup action. Good night.